Ladies and gentlemen, gather round your radios for a journey back in time. Step into the golden age of radio, where captivating stories and unforgettable characters come to life. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where the magic of vintage audio dramas awaits.
That's right. Prepare to be transported to an era when families huddled around the radio, eagerly awaiting their favorite shows. It's a world where imagination runs wild and storytelling reigns supreme. Get ready to experience the nostalgia and charm of old-time radio like never before.
Join us as we bring you a curated lineup of 30-minute episodes that will whisk you away to a bygone era. Discover thrilling mysteries that keep you on the edge of your seat, heartwarming dramas that tug at your heartstrings, and side-splitting comedies that leave you in stitches.
Picture this: dimmed lights, crackling static, and the sound of a needle dropping on a vinyl record. As the stories unfold, let your imagination paint vivid scenes in your mind's eye. From distant lands to roaring cities, let your senses come alive as you become part of the story.
Lose yourself in the adventures of daring detectives, follow the triumphs and tribulations of fascinating characters, and journey through time and space with the power of sound. Each episode is a time capsule, preserving the essence of an era when radio was the heartbeat of entertainment.
But it doesn't end there. Golden Age Radio is not just a stroll down memory lane, it's a chance to create new memories too. Share these timeless stories with your loved ones, introducing them to the magic that captivated generations before us.
So, dust off your radio, dim the lights, and prepare for an evening of enchantment. Tune into Golden Age Radio and let your imagination take flight.
Stay tuned to hear our curated selection of 30-minute episodes. Relive the nostalgia, discover the classics, and immerse yourself in a world of unparalleled entertainment.
Golden Age Radio, where the past comes alive, one episode at a time.
Golden Age Radio, your ticket to timeless storytelling.
Adventures in time and space, told in future tense. Dimension X. The mind of man is still an unprobed field. Within it lie many mysteries still unsolved. But there are men today, psychologists now experimenting with telepathy, hypnosis, thought transference, who believe that in the future we may discover the existence of a force of the mind more powerful than any force the world has ever known. We go ahead now in time some 10 years, and in space to the campus of a small eastern college. The hour is late, and in one of the dark college buildings, two men stand in front of a door that bears the name Professor Arthur Barnhouse, Psychology.
Well, here you are, Clinton.
Thank you, Major.
Here are the keys to the professor's desk and files. I guess you inherit everything now. You might as well dictate a full report while everything's still fresh in your mind. I'll wait and see you home.
Oh, no, that isn't necessary. I'll be all right.
You sure? After what's happened tonight, we wouldn't want you to have an accident, too.
Major, after what happened tonight, I have a hunch the whole world is ripe for an accident.
I'm afraid you're right, Clinton. Well, good night.
Good night. Pull yourself together, Buster. Easy does it. August 21st, 1960. Restricted report from George Clinton to the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, the FBI, National Security Board, etc., etc., etc. Subject, the so-called Barnhouse effect, and Professor Arthur Barnhouse, who discovered it. I first met the professor 2 years ago in the fall of 1958. He was a professor of psychology here at Wilton College, and I was here on an instructor's fellowship in the psych department. They assigned me to be Barnhouse's assistant, and he needed one. He hardly ever remembered to go to a class, and he didn't seem to do anything else either. For 3 months, I watched him sitting at the desk here in his study. He'd either stare at nothing for hours or fall asleep, nodding over his mess of papers. I couldn't understand it, and it was none of my business. But one day, I thought I'd better give him a shake.
What? What?
I said it's 2:15, Professor. Don't you want to go to your 2 o'clock class?
Don't you want to mind your own business?
I beg your pardon.
Sorry, Clinton. Forgive me. I don't know what gets into me. Forget the class. The kids would rather be outdoors anyway.
Okay, Professor. In that case, I'm sorry I woke you up.
It's all right. I just can't seem to get my sleeping done at night. Clinton, what do you know about the international situation?
Well, I'm no political scientist, if that's what you mean. I read the papers when I have time.
Well, that's the way I've always been. Lately, I've had to look into it. I stay up nights looking into it.
Professor, I don't want you to take this personally or anything, but... Well, sir, I wonder if you'd mind if I asked to be transferred.
You mean you'd rather work with somebody else in the department?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir, it's not that. I think maybe there's a chance for a psychologist to work on that government project.
Government project? Oh, yes, that army thing.
Yes, sir. They're trying to develop robot pilots for the new fighter rockets so they'll be expendable.
Oh, yes. Something else designed to replace men.
Yes, sir. And you know, it's a funny thing. The robots work just like human brains. They get overworked or overloaded at something, and they have nervous breakdowns. Now, if I could only find out what drives those electronic brains crazy, why, I'd feel
Clinton,
that I was...
if you want to study a brain that's going crazy, never mind the robots. You can go to work on me.
What are you talking about, sir?
I don't know. I'm either crazy as a bedbug or a... Clinton, I wish you'd help me find out.
Are you serious, Professor?
I never was more serious in my life. I'm afraid I'm going out of my mind.
But why? What makes you think so?
This is what makes me think I'm crazy.
Those dice?
Clinton, do you know what the odds are against my rolling a 7?
Oh, about 5 or 6 to 1.
Watch. 7. Now, what are the odds against my rolling it again?
Twice in a row? Plenty. About 100 to 1, I'd say.
Watch.
Professor, you're hotter than a $2 pistol.
It's funny. That's what they said 8 years ago when I first discovered this.
Discovered what?
This force of the mind. I call it dynamo-psychism.
You mean you shove those dice around just by thinking about it?
People have always thought there could be a force of the mind. You know that. Fortunately or unfortunately, I've learned to control it.
Yeah? How did you happen to find out about this, Professor?
Well, it was about 10 years ago, back in 1948. I made the mistake of going to a psychologist's convention, and in order not to appear unsocial, I happened to find myself, for the first and only time in my life, in a dice game.
What happened?
I didn't have the faintest idea what was expected of me, and someone told me to roll 7s. So I did. 10 of them.
I'll bet you weren't asked back into that game.
That night, in my room, I realized that it simply couldn't have been an accident, Clinton. I tried to reconstruct the exact scene, the position of my body, and finally, the thoughts in my mind. And that was what did it. I remembered what had been my train of thought, and I proceeded to roll 7s, not 10 consecutive times, but 50.
Brother, there it is again. Professor, can you do anything else? I mean, besides shove dice around?
You see that inkwell on my desk?
Sure.
Watch it. Don't take your eyes off it. If nothing happens, say so, and I shall go quietly, even happily, to the nearest sanitarium.
Okay, Professor, shoot. Hey, why, it just blew up.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to splash ink on your suit.
That's okay, Professor. What was that funny noise?
Oh, that? The dynamo psychic waves are a little like ultra-high frequency waves. Sometimes, when I turn on the power, they create a kind of static.
Listen, Professor, how much power have you got? Could you blow up anything, well, you know, big?
I could flatten the Great Wall of China.
Boy, you'll make the helio-oxygen bomb look sick.
That's what scares me, Clinton. The thought that maybe I could use this power to save the world. Clinton, you've got to help me.
Who, me? Professor, when it comes to international relations, I don't know from where. You'd better get in touch with the State Department.
State Department. Yes, they'd be the ones, wouldn't they? Well, you probably want to be getting home now. I'll see you to the door. I could use a breath of fresh air.
Okay, Professor. You better stop brooding about this. You get somebody else to do your worrying for you.
Yes, you're right. I have been brooding, wondering what to do. Just sitting and staring endlessly at that awful monstrosity across the way.
You mean the old bell tower?
Yes, I've gotten so I can't stand the sight of it anymore.
Professor! Professor, look! What? Well, there's nothing left but a pile of rubble.
Oh, my, I didn't really mean to do that. Well, you see, Clinton, it's got to the point where my lightest whim is more dangerous than a blockbuster.
Professor, you get in and write that letter to the State Department right now. You packed too much of a wallop. Professor Barnhouse mailed his letter, and things happened fast. The long arm of the Army reached out, and within 5 days, the two of us were deposited in an old mansion in Virginia, surrounded with a barbed wire fence and 20 guards, and labeled top secret. As soon as they'd seen a couple of small demonstrations, they set up a big test of dynamo psychism, and the professor was a very important guy. You could see him getting more unhappy every day.
General Barker, I've got to talk to you.
Just a minute, Professor. We're cleaning up the last details in Operation Brainwave. We'll roll at 1400 hours tomorrow.
At 1400 what?
2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The robot-controlled fighter rockets will take off at exactly 1400 minus 10 and appear over the target at 1400. Watching from here over the video screen, you will then try to knock all 20 of them out of the sky. Think you can do it?
Of course I can do it.
Fine. Then we've taken care of everything.
Everything except that you neglected to ask me if I wanted to do it. I don't. This whole thing strikes me as childish and insanely expensive.
We'll decide about that.
But what's the good of it? I wouldn't mind acting as a defense weapon if it were necessary. But I can make all wars and armaments unnecessary. I could give every nation what it needs. I could move mountains, build roads, dig irrigation canals. I have a technique which costs nothing and can do immense good. You're spending millions to prove that it can do immense damage. It doesn't make sense.
You know something, General? He's right.
Of course I'm right. I want you to send me and Clinton back to Wilton College. Right away.
That's quite impossible, Professor. This operation has gone too far to be called off now.
Yes, but...
Even if we wanted to call it off. If your dynamo psychism really works, you're apt to be the key to our entire defense setup.
But listen...
You'll have to excuse me now. Major Cuthrell and I have to double-check the confidential list of the observers on this end. Have you got it, Major?
Yes, General. It's right here. Alberts, Barker, Bernstein, Carter, Clinton, Cuthrell, Holbrook, Lawrence, Stein, Williams.
Check. I guess that includes everybody of importance.
What about me?
What? Oh, that's taken for granted, Professor.
Thanks.
1400 hours. Will you be ready?
I'll be ready. And now, if someone will wind the restricted clock and put the confidential cat out, I'm going to bed.
YDR to brainwave control. Observation plane to brainwave control. Come in, please.
That's McKinley in the observation plane. Cut me in. Hello, McKinley. Reading you clear on the speaker. Everything all right?
All okay, General. Takeoff uneventful. Fighter rockets now flying on course in perfect formation. Altitude 5,000 feet. Airspeed 865. Visibility unlimited. Are you tracking us?
We've got you on radar. Haven't picked you up on the video screen yet. What's your estimated time of arrival over the target?
ETA, 2 minutes.
Check. Remember, McKinley, the observation plane is not to enter the target range. Veer off and circle at the 10-mile limit. Bring the rockets overhead by remote control.
Check. Observation signing off.
1 minute, 45 seconds to go, Professor Barnhouse. Are you in good shape?
I'm all right, General.
Good. You can all take our places in front of the video screen now. You sit here, Professor, in the center. Major Cuthrell, Will you turn on the video screen?
Right, General. Nothing yet, just empty sky. Hold it. I hear him coming in.
There are 20 of them, Professor. You think you can knock them down at this altitude?
Distance has nothing to do with it.
I don't want anything to go wrong. You're sure you feel all right?
General, I know I can do it. If that's all that's worrying you, let's call the whole thing off and save $20 million.
There they are. They're coming in.
Get ready, Professor. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, wide open, Professor. Well, go ahead, Barnhouse. Knock them down.
I did.
Nonsense. All you've done is blank out the video screen. What went wrong? Did you give it everything you had?
I was wide open, General.
Then it didn't work. They're still flying. What's that?
It just took a few seconds to work. That's...
Holy smoke, they're dropping like flies.
McKinley to brainwave control. What's happened to these rockets? They're going down like flame.
By heaven, it works. It really works. Cuthrell, get Washington on the line. Barnhouse, I want you to... Hey, where's Barnhouse?
He was right here.
Clinton, where's the professor?
Got me, General. We were all staring at the video. He must have walked out.
Get moving, everybody. Alert the guard. Search the house.
Yes, sir.
If anything happens to that man...
Gerald Parker.
What is it, Corporal?
Corporal Gray, guard at the main gate. Sir, Professor Barnhouse is gone.
Gone, where?
He came tearing out of the gate at 40 miles an hour. Here's a note, sir. Threw it out of the car as he went by. I picked it up.
Let me see it, quick. What got into that man?
What does he say, General?
Gentlemen, as the first superweapon with a conscience, I'm removing myself from your national defense stockpile. Setting a new precedent in the behavior of ordnance, I have humane reasons for going off. Signed, Arthur Barnhouse.
Barnhouse was gone, and within 12 hours, the world was on a spree. The headlines were glorious or terrible, depending on what you think of the things the way they are.
Barnhouse flattens helio bomb factory.
The dynamo psychic waves reached every corner of the world. In every country, every continent flashed the news of what was happening.
Hey, Barnhouse knocks out hidden atomic stockpile in Asia.
There was a new kind of war, the war of tattletales. Secret agents of every country hunted for the hidden armaments of their enemies, yelled about them in the newspapers, and immediately there'd be that warning burst of Barnhouse static, followed by...
Radio-controlled fleet blown up on secret maneuver.
The professor was out to make peace or bust, and nothing like him ever was. Look, Major Cuthrell, I told the FBI and the Army everything I know weeks ago. I've answered questions till I'm blue in the face.
I didn't come here to ask questions, Clinton. I came to ask for your help.
My help?
That's right. To find Barnhouse.
What if I don't want to?
If you're his friend, I think you'd better.
Why pick on me? You've got the FBI, the police, and Army intelligence. Why can't you find him yourselves?
We're trying. But you know the man well. You could spot him where we wouldn't. And you're the only one who can.
Maybe. But why should I? Wherever he is, I think he's doing fine. He's making war impossible, and I like it.
So do I.
Yes? He's putting you out of a job.
That's all right with me. I'll retire to a truck farm with pleasure.
Well, then?
Look, Clinton, we aren't the only ones in this race. Every country in the world has its best agents out hunting for Barnhouse. Nobody can beat that kind of a manhunt.
He seems to be doing all right so far.
Sure, but how long do you think he can keep it up? A week? A month? Sooner or later, he'll be spotted. And if the wrong people find him, Clinton, we're done for. You know what kind of weapon this is. Whoever controls the Barnhouse effect can control the world.
Well, all right. Suppose they do find him. He'd never give the secret away.
Never give it away. Are you out of your mind? You think these fellas are playing for marbles?
Well, no, but...
Read the papers, Clinton. Don't you know what's going on in the rest of the world?
Yes,
They'll get the secret out of Barnhouse, all right. What happens to him in the process won't be very pretty.
Well, he must realize that, then. He'll never let himself be taken alive.
He may not have the choice. And if he doesn't, God help us all.
All right. All right, I'm in.
Good. Now, do you know anything that you haven't told us? Anything that might give us a lead?
Only this. It was addressed to me. I found it here on his desk the morning after he escaped.
You mean he came back here?
Yes. I guess he needed to pick up some personal effects. Anyway, the files were open, and he left this note on a scrap of paper.
Anything to do with the Barnhouse effect?
Read it yourself. It's Greek to me. Just these few lines scrawled on a piece of paper, and the last one breaks off right in the middle of a sentence.
This stuff doesn't make any sense at all. You know, from the looks of this, I'm beginning to wonder if the professor isn't going off his rocker.
I thought of that, too.
All the more reason why we've got to get to him quick. He may be helpless, and the whole world's on his track. Come on, Clinton. We haven't much time.
You say you do recognize this photograph, Mrs. Reardon?
I tell you, it looks like Mr. Balfour's. He had the second floor front room for quite a while, but he left, I should say, about a week ago. Say, is he wanted for something?
Yes, if he's the man I think he is.
Well, now, I'd say you're looking for the wrong fella. That Mr. Balfour's, he couldn't be a criminal. Why, he wouldn't even harm a fly. He spent all his time in his room, just thinking.
Oh, brother, it's hot. What a way to spend an August afternoon, huh, Major? Give my eye teeth to be at Jones Beach.
So would I, Corporal. We've got work to do here.
Look, so we've been cruising around these radio detection cars for a week. Not a sign of Barnhouse static. The professor must have run out of things to work on.
Well, we'll give him a little more time. Switch to shortwave. See if there's anything special coming through.
Yes.
Try the 9-meter wave.
This is Radio Miranda calling.
Let's hear that.
Our American enemies who have hidden behind the unjust and diabolical persecution by Professor Arthur Barnhouse will tyrannize us no more.
I wonder if the professor's out of
They,
this.
our glorious leader, takes up his residence in a shelter, shielded with lead against all dynamo-psychic rays. With his protection designed by our brilliant scientists to be absolutely impregnable against the Barnhouse effect, he will once again lead us on the path of our glorious death.
Quick! Triangulate it and get me a fix.
I've got it. Let me check this chart.
Quick, man.
3.9, 1.7. Oh, my aching back.
What is it?
We haven't got a prayer of finding a major. He'd have to be picked out of 2 million people.
Where is Barnhouse?
Right where I was wishing I was. Right smack in the middle of Jones Beach.
Gents, we're full. No more rooms tonight.
We don't want a room. Do you recognize this picture?
Who wants to know?
Uncle wants to know.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Let me see it. Yeah, it looks a lot like room 417.
About 5 feet 8, thin, sandy hair, glasses, little scar right across the bridge of his nose.
Yeah, that's 417, all right.
You mean he's here now?
No, not anymore. He checked out 2 days ago. But he couldn't have gone far.
What makes you say that?
Oh, he looked sick as a dog. Couldn't hardly carry his own bag out.
Uh-oh.
Like I said to the other fellas, I said he looked like he was on his way to the morgue.
What other fellas?
Oh, the ones this morning. You're the second pair that's been asking for him.
Here we are, Ward 15. This way, gentlemen.
You're sure he's here, nurse?
Oh, yes.
Thank heaven we're in time.
Well, I wasn't on duty when he came in, but one of the other girls told me he collapsed in the street. The ambulance brought him in.
Poor guy, he must have really had it rough.
Oh, here you are. Bed number 78. This is your man.
Wait a minute.
This isn't Barnhouse.
But I was perfectly sure. Oh, wait, let me check his chart. Dismissed 8 p.m.
Only an hour ago.
Oh, dear, now I remember.
Remember what? If he was sick, why did you let him go?
Well, 2 of his friends came and took him away. They didn't want him in the charity ward. They said they'd make sure that he was taken care of.
Every time I walk into this study, I keep hoping somehow I'll wake up out of a bad dream and find the professor just sitting here. Major, is there anything we haven't covered?
Nothing. The police, the FBI, the air patrols, the docks, the railroad stations, everything. Not even a flea could get through this dragnet. I hope.
Then I guess we sit.
We sit. Maybe something will come in. Do you have to roll those dice?
I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking.
An hour. That's what's driving me crazy. 1 hour sooner and he'd have been in our hands, not theirs.
I know. Well, maybe he's still all right.
How can he be all right? He's in the hands of a foreign power.
We don't know that for sure. The professor was a likable little guy. He couldn't have lasted this long if he hadn't found some friends. Maybe they came and took him away.
Well, grab that.
Hello? Yes?
Clinton, is that you?
Professor Barnhouse.
Clinton, they've got me.
Who's got you? Where are you, Professor?
I don't know. They said something about taking me to an airport.
An airport? Which one?
Listen, Clinton, I've got to tell you. The inkwell.
What are you talking about?
Remember the inkwell?
Professor. Professor Barnhouse. Operator.
Your call, please.
Operator, that caller just came in here. Can you trace it?
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm afraid it's too late. Your party has been disconnected.
Where are we headed? He didn't say which airport.
Just a hunch. The commercial airfields are all covered. But there's a little private field out here, I remember. Hasn't been used in years.
Better be the one.
They didn't have too much of a start on us. Maybe we'll make it in time. Step on it, Corporal.
Wide open, Major.
How'd he sound? Did he say who had him?
No, all he got out was airport and something about an
Major,
airport.
Mr. Clinton, there's a tail light up ahead. Must be another car going like the devil.
You're right, I see it. They're turning into the airfield. Come on, faster.
Hold everything. Look up ahead. They're switching the floodlights on at the field.
There's the plane down at the other end, all warmed up and ready to go.
We'll never make it on the road. Hang on, I'm going through the fence.
Right. Well, what's the matter? Get going.
Sorry, sir. Must have cracked the axle.
They're taking off. Get out the submachine gun.
You can't. Barnhouse is in that plane. You'll kill him.
We've got to take that chance.
That plane's headed straight for us. Hit the dirt.
Get that gun working, Corporal. Aim for the propeller.
Couldn't get him, Major.
Well, there goes the old ball game.
I'll get through to air patrol, sir. Maybe they can intercept the plane.
No, not a chance. By the time the fighters got off the ground, the plane would be out of range. No, we've lost, Barnhouse. Nothing can save us now. Hey, what?
What hit me?
Clinton, are you all right?
Yeah, sure. The plane. It's gone.
I know. Barnhouse blew it right out of the sky. He wouldn't let himself be taken alive.
Boy, he really did it the hard way.
Poor guy. He shouldn't have had to be a hero. All he ever wanted was peace.
Peace? What's that? Now the arms race will start all over again. And with Barnhouse gone, what's left to stop it?
So they brought me back here to the professor's old study to dictate this report. I'm sitting here at his desk, and it's just the way he left it. Papers all over, even his old pair of dice. Arthur Barnhouse is dead. That's going to be good news for some people when they find out. The saber rattlers of the world will be busy as of tomorrow morning, getting ready to whoop up another war. But I'm afraid they're in for a little surprise. It's 3 a.m. now. And before morning comes, I intend to vanish, disappear completely. That's the last that anybody will ever see or hear of me directly. That's why I want to tell you now. I've been looking at the new inkwell here on the desk. The professor's last words were something about an inkwell. And in it, I found a little scrap of paper. Just a few words, but they complete the note I showed the major. The note that didn't make any sense. The whole thing makes sense now. Professor Barnhouse may be dead. But you haven't heard the last of the Barnhouse effect. Not yet. I've been experimenting while I've been talking to you. And now the time has come for me to say goodbye. You see, I've just rolled my 50th consecutive 7.
You have just heard Report on the Barnhouse Effect by Kurt Vonnegut, Jr. An adventure in time, space, and the unknown. Dimension
Next week, the strange story of the interspace rocket Star Cloud, which vanished mysteriously behind the Great Galactic Barrier in the year 1986. What happened to it and to its crew? We'll tell you next week.
Tonight's story, Report on the Barnhouse Effect, was adapted for radio by Clarice A. Ross. Featured in the cast were Bill Quinn as Clinton, Ed Jerome as Professor Barnhouse, and Carl Weber as Major Cutthroat. Your host was Norman Rose. Music, Albert Berman. Engineer, Bill Chambers. Dimension X is produced by Van Woodward and directed by Edward King. Tomorrow, hear Sam Spade. Now it's Truth or Consequences on NBC.
It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week, and Wheaties presents Dimension X.
Transcribed on stage tonight, Dimension X, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations.
It's National Wheaties Week, and here's the forecast for tomorrow morning. Bright and cheerful with occasional smiles, followed by a good morning all morning long. You think I'm kidding? No, sir. You can have a better morning around your house tomorrow if you start it off with a good breakfast, including, I hope, a bowl of Wheaties with milk and fruit. Nourishment? Say, Wheaties have it to give. To you, right here in National Wheaties Week. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Talk about vitamins and minerals and protein. They're yours in Wheaties. All you have to do is get them, those Wheaties, at your nearest store. Get them and try them once this week. For me. For you. Try them once and see for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Ready? Let's go. It's National Wheaties Week.
Now, tonight's adventure into the unknown world of the future. The world of Dimension X, where anything can happen.
You are Mr. Sid Ryan?
The same.
My name is Lucia. I'm a Martian.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. What was that again?
A Martian.
A Martian, eh? As in Orson Welles?
Precisely.
I'm a Rotarian myself. Sit down.
Thank you.
And now that we've had our little joke, Mr. Luchar, what can Publicity Associates do for you?
It has been my observation that advertising and publicity are the very backbone of earthly civilization.
Spoken like a true Martian, Mr. Luchar. Now, if you'll tell me the name of the client.
The client, of course, will be the Martian.
You don't give up, do you?
Give up?
The gag, I mean. Oliver.
Oh, yes, Mr. Ryan?
This is Mr. Lucia.
How do you do,
Mr.
Mr.
Lucia
Lucia?
claims to be a Martian. Take him outside, will you, Oliver? Get the name of the sanatorium he escaped from and tell them to bring the butterfly net.
Wait, sir. I'm happy to see, Mr. Ryan, that my telling you I am a Martian has approximately the effect I supposed it would have. I believe we can do business. I have here the cash retainer of $5,000.
Sit down, Mr. Lucia. Oliver, get the client a cigar.
Yes, sir.
No, the other box.
Thank you.
Well, now, what can I do for you, sir?
I wish you to manage a publicity campaign. A very large, a very important campaign.
Is the product established, or is it something brand new?
Oh, something quite new. Now, what would you judge to be the most effective type of campaign?
Well, if the client has a lot of dough to throw around, a suspense campaign is best. First, you place ads in the paper saying, watch this space. Then, about a week later, you run an ad saying XYZ or PDQ, and you get people guessing what it means. Then, finally, when you've teased them enough, you bust loose and unveil the product.
Excellent. Very well, sir. We shall conduct a suspense campaign.
Of course, in this kind of campaign, secrecy is very important. Once the name of the product leaks out, it spreads like wildfire, and the whole campaign is kerfloppo.
Yes, quite so. Utmost secrecy.
That's right. You realize, of course, these things cost like crazy.
Would, say, $1 million cover the expense?
Come again?
I said, would $1 million cover it?
Yes, I imagine. You did say $1 million.
I understood that you had handled some very large accounts. Of course, if this is too big...
Oh, not at all. As a matter of fact, I seldom touch anything less. Right, Oliver?
Huh? Oh, of course. That's right, Mr. Ryan. Absolutely right.
Good. You will begin, then, by saturating the newspapers, the radio, streetcars, with a very simple statement.
What's that?
I shall write it for you.
The Martians are coming. Say, that's not a bad teaser. Got that, Oliver?
Yes, sir.
The next ad will read, June 1st is Martian Day.
June 1st is Martian Day.
What happens on June 1st?
The parade takes place.
What parade?
I wish you to arrange a parade up Fifth Avenue.
You mean like the Macy parade?
Exactly. Except that the theme will be the world of tomorrow. The Martian world. My client would like it to be a gay affair. Balloons, clowns, pennants, pretty drum majorettes.
Say, that sounds terrific. I might be able to interest the department stores in a tie-in.
Fine. The parade will climax the campaign. On June 1st, the product will be unveiled.
Good enough. By the way, Mr. Lucia, just what is the product? What are we selling?
Oh, no, Mr. Ryan. Secrecy, remember.
Oh, but after
all will be revealed to you in good time, Mr. Ryan. For the moment, let us say we are selling a concept.
Concept?
Precisely. The concept of invasion from Mars.
Benny Marcus, please.
This is Benny.
Benny, this is Sid Ryan over at Publicity Associates. Listen, Benny, how you fixed for midgets?
I got midgets.
Fine. I need 40 midgets for a parade. 40. June 1st. And listen, Benny, I want them dressed in little space suits.
What?
You know, like men from Mars, okay?
Midgets.
And I want some movie extras, maybe 50 of them. Also rigged up like men from Mars. Make them look gruesome. Got that?
Gruesome.
Also, I need some horses with pretty girls on top of them. Maybe you can get that bunch from Maroney's Traveling Circus. The ones we booked for the Fireman's Parade in Albany last year.
Oh, try, Sid.
And never mind the expense. Just get me the talent, okay? I gotta hang up now. Call me back, Benny. How you doing, Oliver?
Oh, fine, Mr. Ryan, just fine. We got full-page ads in all the dailies and 10-second spot announcements on every local station, but it's costing a fortune.
The more it costs, the bigger our percentage. Spend like you are going to the electric chair, Oliver.
Yes, sir. How you making out on the parade?
If it comes off, it'll be the biggest thing since Barnum invented the midget. I've got Macy's, gimbals, and Saks to contribute floats. Everything is built around the Martian theme, see? Even the horses will have long feelers attached to them and funny-looking extra legs. It'll be sensational.
Oh, yeah, it sounds fine, only,
Only what?
Oh, Mr. Ryan, we don't even know what we're selling.
Oliver, my boy, do you think old Sid Ryan has been sitting here spending all this moolah and not putting two and two together?
You mean you know who Lushar represents?
Just by accident, understand, I have learned that Century Pictures is making a big new epic. A space opera entitled Invasion from Mars. Get it?
Oh, I begin to see.
Also, by mere coincidence, it happens to be the premiere sometime around June 1st. You follow me?
But, Mr. Ryan, Century has an exclusive contract with New Features Syndicate for all their publicity.
Suppose Century Pictures doesn't like the way New Features is handling their stuff. They want to get out of the contract, but New Features says no. So they have to get around the contract. A man named Lucia, client unknown, starts publicizing the Martian invasion. Need I go further?
Oh, I get it, Mr. Ryan. Gee, I suppose I should have thought of that.
No, Oliver, that's what I like about you. You're so innocent. Let me talk to Commissioner Patrick, please. Sid Ryan.
Hello?
Commish, Sid Ryan.
Oh, it's you. Well, what is it this time? If you want to drop a man off the Empire State Building into a teacup full of water, the answer is no. Also, we are not arresting any fan dancers.
You know I don't handle fan dances. I want a permit for a parade, June 1st, 5th Avenue. It's a Sunday. There's no traffic.
Oh, come now. Look, Ryan.
Macy's gets a permit. Gimbals gets a permit. The American Legion gets a permit. The Sons of Erin march every time Morton Downey sings The Wearing of the Green. Don't give me a hard time, Patrick. This is too big.
Come on
I have the Fifth Avenue Merchants Association behind me.
Okay, Ryan. Fill out the forms. I'll pass them along to the license commissioner.
That's my boy.
Oh, by the way, what's the occasion?
Oh, don't you read the papers, Patrick? June 1st is Martian Day.
Well, Mr. Ryan, how is the campaign going?
Like fire, Mr. Lucia, like fire. Everybody and his brother is going along with the gag. Yesterday, we distributed 50,000 Martian hats to school kids. I even arranged for Commissioner Patrick to accept a $50,000 check for the Policeman's Benevolent Fund from the man from Mars.
Excellent.
I understand Century Pictures spent over $1 million making that space opera.
I beg pardon?
Oh, come, Mr. Lucia. Sid Ryan wasn't born yesterday, you know. I know who our client is, even if you don't admit it.
You do?
Always thinking that's me.
Well, as long as you know, let's keep it to ourselves, shall we, Mr. Ryan? As you once remarked, when these things leak out, it destroys the surprise and ruins the effectiveness of the campaign.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ron Heileman speaking to you from our portable transmitter atop the reviewing stand for the much-heralded Martian Parade on Fifth Avenue. It's a beautiful sunlit day here in New York. A perfect day for a parade. And the streets are packed with thousands of spectators, all eager to find out what this is all about. There's an air of shrill expectancy.
Helen, over here!
Okay, tell them all right. I've just had word from Sol Brown up at Central Park Mall that the Martians have landed from big pink balloons. And while we're waiting here for the arrival of the parade, we brought some people up to our microphone to tell you their reactions to this spectacular affair. What's your name, madam?
Miss Ada Shackley.
A little louder, please.
Miss Ada Shackley.
And where are you from, Mrs. Shackley?
Columbus, Ohio.
I see. And I see you have your family with you. 2 little curly-headed boys. Are you in New York for your vacation?
Yeah, we came for the Shriners Convention with their daddy.
Well, what do you think of Martian Day, Mrs. Shackley?
Well, it all seems very strange to me, but the boys have been pestering me to watch it, so we've been standing here for 2 hours. I can't make head or tail of it.
Well, neither can a lot of other people, Mrs. Shackley, but judging by the thousands here already, there's a lot of curiosity.
Curiosity killed a cat, folks say.
Let's hope not. Thank you, Mrs. Shackley. And now here they come, ladies and gentlemen. The first units of the big Martian parade swinging down Fifth Avenue with fanfare, colored streamers, music, confetti, floats, all the trappings of a Mardi Gras. Let's listen to the band for a minute. Here in the vanguard, the whole troop of little midgets in weird-looking pink and blue spacesuits, carrying Rube Goldberg weapons with signs painted on them. I can read one which says Atomic Blaster. Another has a placard reading, "We're Martian through Georgia." And here come the clowns, laughing and falling all over each other. They're giving free sugar candy to the kids along the way. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there's a happy, laughing crowd along Fifth Avenue today. A true reflection of the great sense of humor and good nature that makes America the place it is. Why only... What's this? The crowd's murmuring now. They've fallen somewhat silent. There's something coming. I'll try to get it for you. What? Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the Martian contingent. This is promised as the climax of the show. And now a great hush has fallen over the crowd. It's quite a sight to see these thousands of people standing here expectantly, hearing only the great regular sigh of their mass breathing. Now here they come, ladies and gentlemen. The Martians, marching in booted, helmeted ranks, row after row of them. This is an impressive sight, ladies and gentlemen. And a rather serious contrast to the rest of the joyous slapstick parade we've been witnessing up until now. There are perhaps, 200 tall, broad-chested men dressed in metallic gray spacesuits with thick glass visors drawn across their faces. Each one's holding an ominous-looking ray gun at the ready position. And marching in absolute silence, keeping step perfectly as though some mute, unspoken command is marking time for them. Even the children are awed by the unexpected, warlike realism of the Martian Legion. And now the first ranks of the Martians move past us down Fifth Avenue toward the reviewing stands at the square. No one moves. There, a woman, ladies and gentlemen, just dashed out into the street. For what reason, I don't know. She just slipped through the police cordon somehow. They're after her now, but she's already reached the ranks of the marchers, and she's trying to lift the visor of one of the Martian spacesuits. Wait. She's fallen. She screamed and then fell forward in a dead faint. The Martian column keeps right on coming. Unless they break ranks, they're going to trample her. No. The policemen have got her now. They're dragging her away, out of the way. Trying to revive her now. What's that? All sorts of rumors have begun filtering back through the crowd. Some are even whispering that the woman's dead. We don't know yet, but whatever's happened, the incident seems to have cast a slight shadow over the mood of the crowd. The carefree holiday air seems to have vanished. The crowd's stirring uneasily, a little disturbed at what we've just seen. Nothing to be alarmed at, however. It just seems a shame that anything like this should happen to spoil our enjoyment of the Martian parade.
Dimension X will continue in just a moment. It's National Wheaties Week.
Want to take that again, Frank?
Oh, sure. It's National Wheaties Week, and we're celebrating. And that voice you heard belongs to my severest critic, who is here to help us celebrate tonight. He's the fellow who's backstage when I'm telling you about the Wheaties. He listens to see that I tell you right. Wheaties' best friend, next to me, Blaine Butcher.
I think you took that introduction a little fast, Frank. Now suppose...
You see what I mean, folks? Seriously, Blaine, you say the Wheaties words once.
Okay. All I'll say is this. Those of us who tell the Wheaties story believe what we say. And during National Wheaties Week, the good word is this. Get a package of Wheaties and try them just once. I'll be right behind you in line at your grocer's between you and Frank Martin. Okay? Do that now. Try Wheaties. It's National Wheaties Week.
Mr. Ryan, did you see that? A woman fainted. She ran out into the street to get a close look at the Martians, then she screamed and fainted dead away.
I'm well aware of that, Oliver, since I paid her $50 to do it.
What?
The dramatic moment, Oliver. The stock and trade of the good publicity, man. Relax.
Holy smokes, you sure think of everything.
For my share of this deal, roughly $100,000, I can afford to think of everything. Shut the window.
Oh, okay, but don't you want to see the finish?
We'll go down to the reviewing stand for the finish. Right now, I want to make a phone call. By the way, where's Lucia?
Oh, I haven't seen him.
Well, close the window, Oliver.
Well, Oh, okay, Mr. Ryan.
Marcus Talent Agency.
Benny, this is Sid Ryan.
Oh, say, listen, Sid, I was going to call you. I'm awful sorry about those Martians.
What do you mean, sorry? They're terrific.
No, don't joke, Sid. I mean it.
Well, I mean it, too. They're great.
Are you in a bag?
Never felt better.
You mean it, don't you?
Of course I mean it. What is this?
There are Martians in the parade?
About 150. Of course, I only ordered 50, but under the circumstance...
Sid!
What is it?
Sid, don't you know I couldn't get you a single movie extra? There's a studio strike in New York.
Huh? Wait a minute. Where'd these guys come from if you didn't hire them?
I don't know.
Hold on. Oliver?
Oh, yes, Mr. Ryan?
Did you hire those Martians?
Well, no, sir. I didn't...
Benny, this is on the level, isn't it?
Honest, Sid, I...
Okay, Benny, I'll call you back.
What's the matter, Mr. Ryan?
I don't know. Just don't know. Wonder if Lucia hired him. What's Century Pictures number?
Tremaine 4, 1000.
Tremaine 4, 1...
Century Pictures, the studio of the stars.
Give me Marty Sanford, your publicity director.
One moment, please.
Sanford.
Marty, this is Sid Ryan.
Oh, hello, Sid. How's the...
Fine. Listen, Marty, this is dead serious. On the level, get it?
What's wrong?
I've got to locate Lucia.
Lou who?
Lucia, come on now, Marty. This is life and death. The guy you sent over to hire me for the invasion picture.
I never heard of a guy named Lucia. And, what invasion picture?
Invasion from Mars, the space opera.
Are you batty?
Marty.
That picture was shelved last month.
What?
Sure, back in the can. The big shots decided you can't sell a Martian invasion to the American public. It's too incredible, Sid. Who'd ever believe it could really happen? Of all the crazy...
Mother in heaven.
What is it, Mr. Ryan? You look terrible.
It's too fantastic.
Mr. Ryan, is something wrong?
Open that window. I want another look at those Martians. Look at them. Oliver, you were in the Army. Could 150 movie extras learn to march like that in, say, 24 hours?
No. Not in 24 days, Mr. Ryan.
Not a second's hesitation. Not one out of step. Look at the way they carry those ray guns at the ready. The only other time I've seen troops march like that was on a film of the Nazi SS troops marching through the streets of Paris.
Mr. Ryan.
Oliver, get down there. Find that woman who painted. Her name's Gloria Montez. Get her up here. Make it fast.
Yes, Mr. Ryan. I can't get much sense out of her.
Stay away from me!
Okay, Gloria. You can cut out the act and relax. It's me, Sid Ryan.
You're a Martian.
Gloria, settle
You're wearing
down.
a mask.
Baby, it's me, Sid.
It's awful. It's all big green eyes and those feelings like a catfish.
Baby, snap out of it. Listen, what happened down there? You ran out and screamed like I told you, but the fainting, that wasn't in the act.
Go away, please. Go away.
Just one question, baby. Inside that helmet, what did you see?
Don't get anything out of her, Mr. Ryan. She needs a doctor.
Okay, Oliver. I've heard enough anyway. You take care of Gloria here. Get her a drink.
Where are you going?
To see the commissioner. You got to stop this parade before things begin to happen.
Okay, Ryan, what's the beef?
Listen, Patrick, I don't know what it is, see, but something's wrong. You've got to stop that parade.
I suppose you'd like the riot squad. That would get you a front-page spread on every paper in town. Now, look, Ryan, I've got no time for your cheap publicity gags. I'm a busy man.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you I don't know where those Martians came from, who they are, anything about them.
Oh, Ryan, I'm wise to your tricks. Now, if you let the sergeant show you out...
You won't do it, huh? An honest citizen appeals for protection and you refuse it.
I most emphatically do. Now beat it.
All right, Patrick. I'll go right to the mayor's office. I'll have you busted flatter than the fried egg.
Go ahead. I'm sure His Honor will be glad to toss you out on that phony nickel-plated skull of yours.
You heard me, Ryan. You can't see the mayor.
Adolf, please. This isn't a gag. I don't want publicity. All I want to do is maybe prevent something horrible from
In
happening.
case you don't know it, wise guy, something horrible's already happening. A couple of hundred little kids are in the hospital with ptomaine poisoning from that phony Martian candy you passed out.
What?
Or didn't you know?
I didn't. We've got to stop that parade.
Sure, you'd like nothing better than start a panic now. Maybe a few hundred people get trampled to death. Think of the newspaper space. That'd get you and your phony product.
I won't stand for this, Adolf. This may be a matter of life and death.
Get out of here quick. It'll be your death. Go on, beat it. Get out. You and your publicity stunts make me sick to my stomach.
Oliver! Oliver! Oliver, where are you? Oliver! Oliver! Oliver!
It is useless to scream at him, Mr. Ryan. Your friend is quite dead.
Lucia.
He wanted to run to the police with some story about a Martian invasion. I found it necessary to restrain him.
Restrain him, you stinking murderer!
Now, Mr. Ryan, collect yourself. After all our planning, it wouldn't do to have everything spoiled now, would it?
Lucia, start talking and talk fast, because when you get through, I'm going to take you apart piece by piece. What's this all about?
Surely you know, Mr. Ryan. After all, you've been publicizing it for months. You see, before colonizing your planet, the Martian government sent some of us as scouts in advance, disguised as Earthmen, of course, to study your habits, your weaknesses. We found that the people on Earth are predominantly conditioned by advertising and publicity. And so we conceived the idea of treating our entire invasion as a vast publicity stunt. Clever, yes? After all, Mr. Ryan, who would suspect an invader who advertised his invasion in the newspaper, invited the public to his surprise attack, and spent millions publicizing his plans?
Holy jumping.
You've done very well, you see.
Then there was no product.
Ah, but there is a product. The product is death.
What are you trying, Lucia?
We Martians are a humane people, Mr. Ryan. We do not like to destroy thousands where a few hundred will suffice. In exactly 2 minutes, our troops will treat the world to a spectacle of death, which will bring the rest of your planet to its knees in horror. Nations will clamor to surrender.
Perhaps, Mr. Lucia, but not if I can help.
No!
Yes, please.
Operator, this is Mr. Ryan. Get me the field telephone on the reviewing stand of the Martian Day Parade. Hurry.
Anyone in particular?
Just hurry.
Reviewing stand. Hello?
Get me Commissioner Patrick.
Hello?
Hello.
You'll have to talk louder.
I want Commissioner Patrick. Patrick!
Wait a minute. Things are quieting down. Hey, wait a minute. What was that you wanted?
This is Ryan. I have to talk to the commissioner. It's a matter of life and death.
Oh, you can't talk to him now. The chief Martian is presenting the PBA check to him. The Martians are going to fire a salute.
Listen, you gotta stop him.
What?
Stop him!
I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan. I can't hear
You idiot! The worst is going...
Mr. Ryan, you've been cut off. I heard it. Is something the matter?
No, operator. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters now.
Tonight, Dimension X has transcribed The Parade, an original radio drama written by George Lefferts, Featured in the cast were Joseph Curtin as Ryan, Barry Kroger as Lushar, and Alexander Skirby as Ron Heilman. Your narrator was Norman Rose. Music by Albert Berman. Engineer Bill Chambers. Dimension X is produced by Van Woodward and directed by Edward King. In a moment, we'll tell you about next week's show. And now, here is your Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
It's National Wheaties Week. Have you had them today? Had your Wheaties? It's National Wheaties Week, the time of the year to buy Wheaties and try them at least once, for goodness sake. Because once you sit down to a bowl of Wheaties with milk and the fruit of your choice, I don't worry about you. Nope, I know there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake, and that's good. Besides, I know that starting a better breakfast with Wheaties can help you feel better, look better, and work better all morning. But honest now, you have to do your part before Wheaties can do theirs. Sure, buy Wheaties. That's what you have to do. That's what I have to do. Buy them and see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. And a happy National Wheaties Week to you.
Listen next week when we present the Robert Heinlein story, The Roads Must Roll. Another adventure into the world of tomorrow. The world of...
Dimension X.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Saturday, that's tomorrow night, to Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. And remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Swing your partners right and left. It's National Wheaties Week. Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Dance together, cheek to cheek. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Wheaties, a breakfast of champions.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight's story, Child's Play by William Tenn.
My name, Sam Weber. My job, an attorney, and a pretty successful one, if I do say so myself. Maybe you won't believe it. My best friends find it hard to believe, but I used to be a completely different guy. Frightened, sickly, nearsighted, a real Mortimer Meek. No kidding. But that was 10 years ago. The big change in me began to take place on a cold December morning in 1955.
Just a moment, please. Yes, please.
Weber?
Yes.
Samuel?
That's right.
Okay, Jack, step back. All right, fellas, bring it in.
Just a moment. You must have the wrong...
Watch it, Jack. Sign here.
Is that for me?
Weber, Garden Apartments.
It looks like a coffin.
I don't design them, Jack. I just deliver them. Sign here.
After much straining, I wasn't in very good physical shape those days. I managed to push the box under my single light bulb. There was a card in a small envelope.
Let's see. To Sam from your classmates at the Interdimensional and Cosmic Institute. Merry Christmas. 2155. Holy jumping catfish. Hey, mister! Hey, mister! There must be some mistake. Hey! Holy jumping catfish.
They were gone. And I didn't even know which delivery company it was. I sat down to think, and it was just beginning to seep into my sleepy brain that maybe this was one of Lou White's practical jokes when I noticed there was something funny about that box. For one thing, it was dated 2155, 200 years from now. And for another thing, it was solid gold. Pop had been in the jewelry business long enough for me to verify that. At that point, I decided to open it up and see what was in it. After about a half hour of fumbling, I gave up.
All right. If you won't open, you won't open.
No sooner had I said the word open than it came apart like the skin off a banana. There inside was something resembling a high-powered kid's chemical set. Vials, jars, tubes, wires. You never saw so much scientific-looking junk in your life. And on top of it all was a book of instructions printed in mad green streaks. I opened the cover and read page 1. Build-A-Man set number 3. This set is intended solely for the use of children between the ages of 11 and 13. The equipment will enable the child to build and assemble complete adult humans in perfect working order. A disassemblator is provided so the set may be used again and again with profit. Refills and additional parts may be acquired from the Build-A-Man Company, 928, Diagonal Level, Glunt City, Ohio. Remember, only with Build-A-Man can you build a man. When I arrived at work that morning, an hour late, my brain was still reeling with the stuff I'd read in the instruction book. By the time I'd reached the office, I decided it had been a bad dream and it would be over by nightfall.
Somerset and Ojak, attorneys at law. Just a moment. I'll connect you with Mr. Ojak. Oh, good morning, Mr. Weber.
Good morning. I've got to get my mind off that book.
Only with Build-A-Man can you build a man.
It must have been a dream. Probably go home tonight and find the place empty.
Well, if it isn't the poor man's Clarence Darrow. Hiya, Sam! Sam?
Oh, hello, Lou.
I come as bearer of sad tidings.
You don't look very sad.
Boss wants to see you laughing, boy.
What about?
Well, how should I know? Oh, and by the way, Sam, you'll be happy to know that I've just been promoted. I'm handling all the criminal stuff from now on.
Congratulations.
Of course, you know what this means for Tina and me, don't you, Sammy? Ah, cheer up, son. Tina's not for you anyway. Some got it, some don't. Me, I'm loaded. You? Ha! Nothing. So long, laughing boy.
That was my good friend, Lou White. Lou was one of those guys who always lands with his feet firmly planted in the back of somebody else's neck. In the year I had known him, he'd already managed to steal the job I wanted, and he was now working on the girl I wanted. Her name was Tina. Tina Velvet. She was...
Good morning, Sam.
Oh, good morning, Tina. My, you look...
Yes?
Good enough to take to lunch.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam, but I promised Lou.
Sure.
I hope you're not too disappointed.
Me? Oh, no. Some got it, some don't. I don't.
Theoretically, Tina was employed by Somerset and Ojak as combination secretary and switchboard operator for Lou and me. I guess she wasn't what you'd call really smart, but she always managed to look like a pin-up girl caught with her clothes on, if you know what I mean. Well, that was Tina. I tried to steady my blood pressure as I walked into the boss's office.
You sent for me, Mr. Ojak?
Oh, yes. Sit down, Weber. Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Ojak.
My boy, in this business, you've got to be aggressive. You've got to go out and create new clients. I don't mean ambulance chasing or anything like that, but you've got to show some zip.
Yes, sir.
Well, get in there and punch, Weber. I want to see a change in you in the next few months. As a matter of fact, you'd better.
I went back to my office, resolved to show some zip. I bit savagely into a copy of Hackleworth's On Torts. Then I called Tina for a memo. But by the time she came in, my mind was wandering again.
Rosenthal versus Rosenthal. On August 4th, the party, the first part. What comes next? Sam, what comes next?
Oh, listen, forget the memo for a while. I want you to take a letter.
All right, Sam.
Today's date, usual heading. To the Chamber of Commerce, Glunt City, Ohio. Gentlemen, would you inform me if you have registered a street or avenue known as Diagonal Level or Avenue? I write on behalf of a new client of mine.
Oh, Sam, he was a new client. I wondered about it, but he looked so strange and sinister.
What did he look like?
Well, he was a terribly tall old man in a black overcoat. He asked if you were in, and then he tried to get your home address. But he looked and acted so strange, I didn't give it to him. He went away positively furious.
That's great. Did he leave his name?
Well, that's the funny part of it. He just said he was the censor or the census taker or something from the 24th Oblong.
I left the office early and went home. Sure enough, there it was, my Build-A-Man set gleaming a little obscenely in the corner. I walked over to it, gave it a kick, and hollered, "Open sesame!" 3 minutes later, I was flopped down in bed reading Chapter 1, Making Simple Living Things. An hour later, I was fooling around with such complicated items as the Junior Bicalibrator, which measured everything from blood pressure to hemoglobin content, and the Jiffy Vitalizer, which was actually supposed to put life in your creation, providing you had followed instructions carefully. At 8 o'clock, I went out to supper with the idea of getting a little drunk. I did. At 9:45, I came back and made my first simple living thing.
Here, boy. Here, boy. Maybe you aren't a boy. Let's see. According to the book, you are a rubicular oyster hog. Not much to look at, but I made you. Me, Sam Weber, attorney at law. I have created life. Hey, come back here. Come back. Here, boy. Here, boy. Here, boy. Hey.
It was no use. My rubicular oyster hog, which was a cross between a field mouse and an oyster, had run out under the door and into the world. Next morning in the office, I turned to Chapter 2, Duplicating Babies and Small Humans.
Assemble your mannequin, setting all molds to the indicated calibrations. To disassemble a model, use the disassemblator provided with the set. If you cannot destroy your creation, the law requires you to call the census keeper for your oblong.
Good morning, Sam. Here's that memo on Rosenthal versus Rosenthal. Also a letter for you. Shall I read it?
Please.
Dear Mr. Weber, there is no firm at Glunt City bearing the name of Build-A-Man, nor do we have any thoroughfare called Diagonal. Sincerely yours, Thomas Plantagenet, Mayor.
Well, that's that.
Oh, by the way, your client was here again this morning, the ghoulish one.
What'd you tell him?
I said you'd be in later.
Thanks.
Will that be all, Sam?
Yes. No. Are you doing anything New Year's Eve?
Sam, I'm disappointed in you.
What did I do?
You haven't even noticed.
Noticed what?
The ring, silly. Third finger, left hand.
What?
Lou gave it to me.
Well, Lou has plenty of zip. I'm sure you'll be very happy zipping around with each other.
Oh, Sam.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I'm so confused.
Hey, listen, what's going on in here?
Tina just told me the good news about your engagement. She's crying with happiness.
Is that right, honey? Well, no hard feelings, Sam. It's just that the best man got the girl. You understand how it is. Oh, by the way, we're having a little celebration at Segali's tonight. Drop around and we'll live it up a little, huh?
I went home feeling like a man who had been stuffed into a washing machine with the dial set at rinse dry. I was a failure. My job was a bust. My girl was going to marry a football player. I'd been playing God with a chemistry set from some crazy futuristic world. And the bill collectors were hot on my heels.
Why not? Think of it. A Sam Weber without all the psychological problems you've got. A dynamic, uninhibited Sam who could win a girl like Tina by sheer magnetism. Then, when it was all over, we just take the old disassemblator and presto. And I can do it, too. Chromosome content check. Well, here goes. It's moving. Holy mackerel. It's alive. It's sitting up.
Whoa! Hey, I feel great.
Take it easy. Do you know who you are?
Don't give me that take it easy routine. Of course I know who I am. I have all the thoughts you ever had up until the point I was vitalized. My brain is an exact duplicate of yours, except that I'm not all blocked up psychologically. Oh, by the way, since we both have the same name, it'll simplify things if I call you Weber. I'll be Sam.
Look here. I'll make the decisions.
How would you like a good punch in the nose?
Is that any way to talk to your own parent? I did create you, you know.
And don't think I don't appreciate it, Weber, old man. But let's get one thing straight. I live my life and you live yours. Got that?
Who pays the rent?
You do. For a while, anyway. I haven't decided whether or not I want to stay in the law business.
The law business?
It'd be a shame to waste all that good training, though. We went to Harvard, didn't we? On the other hand, I want to spread out a little. Tina's the kind of girl to whom money is very important.
Tina?
What'd you expect? We're not quite the same, you and I. I've got zip.
Don't use that word.
Sorry. Now, how about some dinner? I'm starved.
We'll have to go out.
I'll need some clothes.
Sorry, I only have this one suit.
Fine, you can lend it to me.
But what about me?
I'll bring you a sandwich after I come back from Segali's.
Segali's?
You haven't forgotten, have you, Weber? We're invited to the celebration, Tina and Lou White. Only it wouldn't look quite right if we both showed up. So I'll tell you all about it. Now, come on, off with the suit. And no nonsense.
Living it up, folks. Yahoo! Hey, have another drink, Mr. Ojack. Come on.
Thank you, Lou.
Is everybody happy? Oh, Tina, honey, you having yourself a little old time?
Well. The happy couple.
Sam.
Good evening, cats. Everybody's lit up like a Christmas tree, huh?
Well, I'll be... Sam, are you in the bag?
Never touch the stuff, Lou, my boy. Never touch it.
Hey, what's gotten into you, Weber? You seem different somehow.
Well, I'll tell you. Ever since I had that talk with Mr. Ojack about myself... Oh, you remember, don't you, Mr. Ojack?
Why, yes.
You made me realize, Mr. Ojack, that I had a whole reservoir of untapped zip. And that's all it took, just like that. I'm a changed man.
I don't believe it. It's an act. Why, you're nothing but a cream puff, and you always will be.
Mr. Ojack, I think he owes me an apology for that.
I should think so.
All right, all-American boy, make with the apologies.
Apologize? Why, for 2 cents, I belch you.
Folks, would you excuse Mr. White and myself for a few minutes? Coming, Mr. White.
I'll be right back, honey. Oh, no!
Okay, big boy, you've taken enough punishment.
Kill him. He did. Oh, dear.
He'll be all right in a little while, baby.
Did you? I mean... Oh, Sam.
Tina.
We really shouldn't be... kissing like this.
Well, it's what you've always wanted, isn't it? Well, isn't it?
Oh, Sam.
By By this time, he's probably kissing her. And there's nothing you can do about it, Weber, old man. Nothing. Hey, wait a minute. Where's that book of instructions? To disassemble a Build-A-Man model, merely focus the ray of the disassemblator device and press lever X.
Tatina, my tatina, da-da-da-dee,
So you're finally home. I'm starved.
My boy, you are looking at a man who, in one fell swoop, has got himself a raise, a promotion, and a wife. At least she'll be my wife tomorrow.
Who?
Tina, of course. Who have we wanted so desperately all these years?
I don't believe it.
It's true. I had to put on quite a show, but all around it was a real success. Mr. Ojak was so impressed, he called me aside and said he was going to give me a crack at some criminal cases, and if I made the grade, who knows, I may even accept a partnership.
And what happens to me? I suppose I sit in this room with no clothes for the rest of my life.
Oh, you'll be well taken care of, Weber.
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
That's about it.
Only you neglected to consider one thing.
Oh, what's that?
This.
Oh, come on, put that down.
I'm going to melt you down like a Welsh rabbit.
Weber, you can't do that. It's murder. It's like killing your own son.
Take off my suit, you phony. You won't be needing it again.
You're going through with it, huh?
I am.
All right. And here's your jacket.
Oh, my arm.
Now, you give me that thing. Give it to me.
Oh.
That's better. Now we'll fix this little item so it can't do any damage. You see, Weber, you don't have the guts to stand up against the man you might have been.
What's that sound?
Somebody's coming up the stairs. Listen. Take a peek through the keyhole, Weber.
Holy jumping. It's him.
Whom?
He's burning it. He's burning a hole right through the door.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who are you?
I'm the census keeper for the 24th Oblong. You see, your Build-A-Man set was intended for one of the Weber children who's on a field trip in this Oblong 200 years from now. Because of an unfortunate time warp, the set was delivered here accidentally.
You mean this set came here from 200 years from now?
Precisely. Time, as with all things, is relative. We shall have to recover the set, of course, and adjust any discrepancies it has caused. Meanwhile, the problem is, which of you gentlemen is the original Sam Weber?
I am. Listen.
Liar.
Difficulties. Why can't I ever have a simple case like the doublet conduplication?
Now look here, Mr. Census Keeper. The duplicate will obviously be
less stable and more emotionally unbalanced. Certainly a man of your qualifications can decide which of us is the more valid member of society, which of us will conform more readily to the standards.
Naturally. I observe that one of you is naked. That, of course...
Wait a minute.
And you seem to be trembling, whereas this gentleman seems quite calm.
Hold it. You're making a mistake.
I hardly think so.
Stay away from me.
Do not struggle.
Help, please, you're...
Mr. Weber.
Yes?
It would be better if you didn't watch.
Of course.
You understand, it's not the gift of the Build-A-Man set we're afraid of letting you have. It's the principle involved. You people just aren't ready to play God. You understand, of course?
Perfectly. Well, that's my story. Within 10 seconds, the old Sam Weber had been completely dismantled and packed into the box. Tina and I were married, as you know, and I went on to become a full partner in the firm of Ojak, Somerset, and Weber. Oh, and by the way, Tina and I have been doing quite successfully what the old Sam Weber and his Build-A-Man set made such a mess of. We have 1, 2, 3 little conuplications. Sam Jr., age 4, Sametta, age 3, and Samina, age 2 months. Good night.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Child's Play by William Tenn, adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were Bill Zuckert as the truck driver, John Gibson as Sam, Grant Richards as his alter ego, Peggy Lobbin was Tina, Ted Osborne played Mr. Ojak, Bob Hastings played Lou, and Guy Rep was the man from the Census Bureau.
Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was an NBC Radio Network production.
Stay tuned for the next episode, starting in just 4 minutes. Stay tuned for the next episode, starting in just 2 minutes.
Thank you for tuning in to our captivating radio program. But hey, there's more for you. Are you ready to take your skills to the next level? If you're looking for Microsoft Access training or support, you have come to the right place. Whether you're a beginner or seeking advanced techniques, I have got you covered. Unlock the power of Microsoft Access, a versatile and efficient tool for managing and analyzing data. Learn how to build robust databases, design intuitive interfaces, and harness the full potential of this incredible software. Why struggle with Access when you can have the guidance of an expert? Receive personalized training sessions, comprehensive courses, and ongoing support to help you become an Access pro. Don't miss out on this opportunity to enhance your skills and boost your productivity. Visit our website, g3pl.com, or call us 615-420-2040 today to learn more about our Microsoft Access training and support services. Remember, success is just a click or a phone call away. Let us be your trusted companion on your journey to Access Mastery. Thank you once again for joining us on this radio adventure, and we look forward to helping you unleash the power of Microsoft Access.
Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Lawson present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are in a magnetic tunnel car. A tunnel car in a mine shaft deep below the surface of the planet Venus. As they rise toward ground level, Happy prepares the weapons they hope will enable them to rescue Tonga from two criminals.
Two ray guns each. That ought to be enough.
We'll have to be careful. We can't give them a chance to harm Tonga.
It'll be dark in an hour or so. Then we can sneak up on them. What was that?
An explosion. Tractor has blown up the entrance to the tunnel.
We're sealed in.
Oh, brace yourself. Our tunnel car is going to crash.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol story, The Caverns of Venus.
Space Patrol!
A cyclone? Just Johnny Jones rushing out the door to the grocery. Gang, he just heard there's a swell surprise inside of every new package of checks.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Johnny's found the surprise.
A magic space picture. Wowee.
Wowee is right. Gang, with a magic space picture, you can have the time of your life. First, you stare at the mysterious picture. What is it? Who is it? It's hard to tell. But then you look up at the sky or at a wall, and suddenly...
Jumping Jupiter. I can see a flying saucer in the sky. Gosh, this picture really is magic.
Magic and how? Why, with magic space pictures, you can see all kinds of objects floating in space. Objects so big and clear, you'll think they're real. Flying saucer, rocket ship, planet Saturn, Buzz Corey, Cadet Happy. These are just a few of the magic space pictures. Altogether, there are 24, all different. And you get one inside of every new package of checks. So start collecting the whole set of 24 magic space pictures today. Look for the packages of Rice Checks and Wheat Checks with Buzz Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the magic space picture on the inside. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Caverns of Venus. Buzz Corey and Cadet Happy, aboard their space battle cruiser Terra 5, are en route to the planet Mars to see Tonga, who's been in the Mars capital, Lowell City, for several weeks. Under orders from Major Robertson, he's been investigating repeated disappearances of critical materials from government and private manufacturing plants. At this moment, the commander is briefing Happy on their procedure for contacting Tonga.
Tonga's code message didn't give us much information, Happy. However, she seems to have uncovered a clue on how the robberies are being committed. Where do we meet her, Commander? There's a small science lab there on a side street in Old City, used by engineers and other technical workers. At 1700 hours Universal Star Time, Tonga will be in the number 4 microfilm projection room. That sounds like a nice, quiet place. I'm really anxious to hear what Tonga's found. We'll know in an hour or so, Happy. Contact Lowell City Space Control for landing procedure. Right, sir. Cadet Happy aboard Terra 5 calling Space Control, Lowell City, Mars. Cadet Happy aboard Terra 5 calling Space Control, Lowell.
Yeah, Braxton. This is your apartment. Try the door. It's locked. Yeah. Lieutenant Key will open it. We'll have to work fast. She may come back any minute. Close the door. Okay, Wharton, get busy. Look through the desk. I'll search the belt and drawers. Okay. Well, personally, I don't think the girl's a Space Patrol agent at all. Oh, you don't, huh? Well, she's only been working at the electronics plant for 3 weeks, and she wanders all over the factory, into every section. That's just a gadabout. Get out, some women are. Maybe she's just ambitious. Wants to advance. Well, she's too ambitious to suit me. Yeah. Look at this. What is it? Notes and various employees of the plant. Just listen to this. Hastings frequently left to leave his section after work. Drives expensive service cars. Maybe she's got a crush on Hastings. Yeah. Anyway, let her watch him. Hastings isn't one of our men. Here's a sketch of the shipping room and a schedule of the departure time. Well, there still isn't much to worry about. She can't find out how we operate. Maybe not. But I will have to watch her from now on. Come on, let's get out of here. All right. Hey, wait a minute. Look at this. That's just a pill? Yeah. Look at it closely. Maybe a mesodyne pill. That's right. We'd better take it before she has it analyzed. How do we know this is the only one she has? If she finds out there is chemical in these tablets which will give a person a partial lapse of memory. You know how we smuggle things out of the factory? We can't take any more chances. Find her, trail her. And the first chance we get, we'll fix her so she won't cause any. Yeah. This projection room 4, Jackie. The microfilm protected one. Yeah. She must have the lights off if she's running the machine. I know where the switch is. Good. Open the door and turn the lights on quickly.
Come in. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. This room is unused.
Yeah, we know. Shut the door, Wharton. I'll turn off this projector.
What's the meaning of this? Get out of here right away or I'll call the attendant.
The attendant is locked in the cloakroom. There is no one else in the library.
I don't know who you are, but I've seen this other man at the factory. I'll report him to the superintendent.
You won't report anything to anybody. You've done your last bit of spying.
What are you talking about?
What are you holding behind your back? Come on. Let's have a look. Here, hold it.
Let go of me.
It's an envelope. It's addressed to Commander Corey of the Space Patrol. What's in it, Doctor? A copy of the papers we found in her apartment. In the security department, chemist's report on the anti-radiation page. She's listed 2 grains of amezodrine among the ingredients. This comment is enough to cause temporary and partial lapse of memory for a period of 1 hour. Lucky we followed her here. Come on. We'll take her out to the back door to our surface car. Why not finish her off here? Not a bad idea. There's nobody in the building.
Take your hands off me.
There's no use struggling, sister. All right, let's go of her. It's Corey. Get him. He's right on, Morton. I'll get him with this chair.
Commander, look out!
That's home. Now let's finish the boat. No. Corey may have somebody outside. Get those papers and let's get out of here through the back door. Right.
Commander.
We've got to stop him.
Commander, somebody locked the attendant in. Tonga, what's happened?
2 men knocked the commander out. They ran out the rear door.
Are you all right, Commander?
Yeah.
They took the evidence I had for you.
We'll get more. Meanwhile, we know who we're after. Let's get to Lowell City headquarters and send out an alarm. We'll put guards. And this fellow Wharton worked at the electronics plant.
That's right, Commander. Jack here I've never seen before. Oh, it's the intercom.
I'll get him. Colonel Carter's office. Commander Corey here.
Oh, I'll take the message. I see. Well, good work, Major. Thanks. This is Major Blake, making a complete check of the electronics plant. The employees you mentioned will be brought in for questioning.
I'm afraid that won't do much good, Commander.
Oh, yes, the amezidrin. As Dr. Ryan explained it to me, the amezidrin doesn't interfere with a person's ability to carry out routine tasks. If he's told to do some apparently harmless act, he'll do it. An hour or so later, he'll have forgotten it.
Oh, then it's no wonder Dratcher and Wharton's gang could get away with thousands of credits worth of equipment and materials. They had perfectly honest people doing their dirty work.
What made you suspect the pills in the first place, Commander?
It took a lot of little incidents before I really got to wondering. Once I misplaced a test reader. One of the girls said I put it on a bench.
Mm-hmm.
I was certain I hadn't. But there it was. I had no recollection of putting it there. Later, I noticed other people forgetting things. All of a sudden, it occurred to me that in every case, he'd been given an anti-radiation tablet.
Oh, yes, Happy.
The duty officer just got a report from the captain of the spaceport guard.
About Dratcher and Wharton?
Well, no, sir, at least not directly. But they've traced some stolen equipment to a small robot cargo ship at the port.
Have the guards removed the equipment?
No, sir, they're standing by for orders.
That's a break. Now I think we can find out how Dratcher and Wharton disposed of these stolen supplies.
How, Commander?
We're going to put a miniature spaceophone tracer transmitter in that ship. By keeping spaceophone fixes on it, we'll know where it is from the minute it blasts off till it lands. So, Happy, let's get to the space.
There's no one around the ship, sir.
Okay, Hap, let's get aboard quickly.
It's dark enough at this part of the field.
Don't flash your atomo light, Happy. One of Dratcher's gang may be watching. At the transmitter?
Right here, sir.
Come on.
Maybe they won't take a chance of blasting off this robot ship, Commander.
I think they will. I want to get this evidence out of the way. Open the hatch, Happy. Wait till I close the hatch before you turn on your atomo light.
Yes, sir. Where we put the tracer transmitter, sir?
Up in the control compartment. We'll conceal it just in case someone comes aboard before blast-off.
They must not be planning to blast off right away. Space Control Tower hasn't been notified.
Let's take a look at this cargo section, Happy. I'd like to see what's in here so we can identify it later.
All right, Commander.
Shine your light around.
Wow. This hold is really loaded.
Look at this stuff. There's a fortune of equipment in here.
And stolen by people who didn't even realize what they were doing.
Whoever loaded this robot ship knew what they were doing all right.
Hey, how did that passageway door close?
It's slammed shut. Open it, Happy, and prop it open until we finish inspecting this hold.
It's stuck.
Here, I'll give you a hand. It's locked.
Somebody slammed it on me. I didn't hear anybody out there.
Yeah, it tripped an automatic mechanism. Electronic beam.
Well, how are we going to get out? Commander, hang on. The ship's blasting off.
Well, so we'll find out where the ship's going sooner than we expected. Lucky we got that tracer transmitter.
Yeah.
You can send a distress signal. Turn it on, Happy.
Sir, I haven't got the transmitter.
What?
I left it in the forward compartment, and it isn't even turned on.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. How does he do it, gang? He sees flying saucers in the sky. He sees a robot man on the wall. He sees the planet Saturn floating in the clouds.
You bet I do. And sometimes, up there in space, I see a rocket ship or a speeding jet car.
Gang, how does he do it? What magic power does this boy have?
No magic power to it. Magic space pictures. That's my secret.
Yes, sir, gang. That's the secret. Magic Space Pictures. And with these wonderful pictures, you can see flying saucers and robot men in the sky, too. You can even see pictures of Tonga in the sky and Major Robertson and Carol. Pictures so big and clear, they practically look real.
It's fun, gang. It's easy. You just stare at the Magic Space Picture. Look up into the sky and zowie! The magic goes to work. There in the sky, you see the Magic Space Picture, real big and real clear.
There are 24 different Magic Space Pictures, and you get one inside of every new package of checks. So start collecting these wonderful Magic Space Pictures now.
Swap them with your pals. Be the first one in your gang to have a whole set of 24.
Just get the new packages of rice checks and wheat checks with Buzz Corey and Cadet Happy on the outside and the amazing Magic Space Picture on the inside. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Caverns of Venus. Buzz and Happy entered a robot spaceship at a Lowell City spaceport on the planet Mars to install a tracer spaceophone transmitter. In this way, Buzz hoped to learn the destination of the ship being used by a gang of thieves to transport stolen equipment. But Happy left the transmitter outside a cargo hold. While they were inspecting the stolen loot, the door slammed shut, locking them in the hold. Then the robot ship blasted off, leaving the unwilling passengers with no way to summon help. For hours now, Buzz and Happy have been trying vainly to force open the heavy metal doors.
Happy, notice the deceleration? Yes. We're going to land. That's about time. We must be nearly to Pluto. It hasn't been as long as it seems, Happy. That was a bad break, my leaving the transmitter outside the hold. I've got it into a fine mess. Oh, it wasn't your fault the door slammed shut. But, sir, nobody knows where we are. We don't even know. Well, we know this much. When that door opens, we're going to be in for a nice battle with whoever is going to unload this thing. Commander, I just thought of something. What if we land on a moon without air? The men will be wearing spacesuits. We'll be finished. If there is an atmosphere, we stand a fighting chance. Get your ray gun ready, Hap. The ship's landing. Aren't they going to open that door? We've been sitting here for an hour. Maybe they just wanted to get the ship off Mars. Yeah, and just leave it sit here on, well, wherever we are. It's a very cheerful thought, but it's a possibility. Sure, we can't stand this much longer. The oxygen must be just about all gone as it is. I'm getting kind of sleepy. Try to stay awake, Pat. When that door opens, you've got to be ready to give a good account of yourself. Yeah. I'll do my best. I have to sleep either. I don't... Happy. Happy, wake up. Don't... Isn't that touching? Both of them sound. The ray guns in their hands. It's lucky I forced the sleeping gas under the door. Now, what are we doing? We'll take them to the stone house and lock him out. When they wait, we'll find out how much the Space Patrol knows about us. Then what? We'll wait to see if this robot ship has been tailed. If not, we'll know we're safe here on Venus. If the ship were being followed, whoever it was would be here by now. Let's play it safe. We're cut. I want to produce Corey alive. I'll carry Corey. You take the cadet. Okay, Doctor. That's heavier than he looks. Corey's no lightweight either. All right, let's get going. What was that? I guess I kicked one of their Tamalites rolled over there somewhere in the dark. Take it easy going down that ladder. Come on. Come on, Corey. Wake up. You cadet, you've had a nice long nap. Snap out of it. Hey. What's the big idea? Leave him alone. So Corey's away. Now we can talk. Ratcher and Wharton. That's right. Our meeting in the library on Mars was somewhat brief, but I see you managed to take our names. Too bad that girl spy of yours isn't along, Corey. It can make a nice reunion. She's back in Lowell City getting information on you guys that'll fix your rockets for good. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Now, tell us, what information does she have? Come on, let's have it. Oh, you and the cadet better speak up. You're a long way from help. Where are we? We're on Venus. A very rugged, remote part of Venus. That tells us a lot. Well, it doesn't matter. But since you're so curious, do you know the Gorbeton Mountain region? Yes. You're right in the heart of that range, near the old tungsten mine. This is your chief hideout, I suppose. Now, it's more than that. This rock house is only a part of our merchandising venture. Yeah. Quite a bit of it is underground. We got thousands upon thousands of credits worth of equipment stored away in the lower levels of the mine shaft. Enough food and water to last us for years, along with a supply of weapons. All set to stand a siege. It's necessary. However, I don't think that situation will arise. You see, Wharton and I are the only ones who know you're here. How did you get off Mars? You weren't in the robot ship, were you? No. We managed to get a ship belonging to a member of my organization. We controlled the robot ship from there. One of our men saw you get aboard, and Space phoned us the information. Now that we've been so free with our information, suppose you tell us what... Listen. What? Thought I heard a spaceship. I don't hear anything. Guess I'll get a jump. Yeah. All right, Corey. Just what information does the Space Patrol have about Wharton and me? You're wasting your time, Doctor. I have plenty of time. Sorry I can't say the same for you. Perhaps a few hours or days without food and water will loosen your tongue. Come on, Wharton. Let's leave our guests alone for a while.
I'm sure hungry.
Try not to think about it, Happy.
Yes, sir. I wish there was some way to break out of this place. The walls are a foot thick.
If I could be sure where Dratcher and Wharton are, we might try the window.
We better do it before we get too weak.
Well, the glass won't break.
We could pry the lock loose, but there's nothing to pry with. I've looked. There's not even anything under the bed, if you can call that hunk of junk a bed.
The bed. That's it.
Huh? Well, how can we pry it with a bed?
Got a steel frame, Happy. If we can work the bolts loose, we can use one side of the frame as a crowbar.
That's great, Commander.
Let's get to work. It's going to be a tight squeeze getting through the window, but as soon as you hit the ground, head for Dratcher's spaceship.
Right, sir. Well, at least we've got one break. Hey, these bolts are loose. Looks like we won't have any trouble.
Well, Corey may not be ready to talk yet, but I'll bet that cadet's getting mighty hungry.
You ought to do is separate them. We could probably work on the cadet if the commander wasn't there to bolster his courage.
We may have something, Wharton. It's worth a try. We'll go to the Stonehouse and take the cadet out to our shed.
Gotcha. Look, they're out. They're running for your ship.
Quick! Cut them off!
Hurry, Happy. Into the ship.
They're cutting us off. They've got ray guns, too, sir.
Head the other way toward the mountain.
Yes, sir.
We'll hide till it's dark.
Let him go. Why waste our breath running? What are we going to do out there in the mountains? There's no food or water.
You're right, Dratcher. Let them crawling back in a few hours.
Well, if they don't, we could save ourselves a nasty job.
We've got to keep watching those spaceships.
Yeah, we'll take turns. Wharton, just keep walking and don't turn your head.
What's the matter?
We did hear his spaceship after all. That old girl has turned here.
Huh?
She's hiding around the corner of the shack. Yeah. Well done. Pretend we're going to walk right past the shack. Okay. So, why should we take 10,000 credits now when we can get twice that much by waiting a few weeks?
Oh, yeah, Doctor. But on the other hand, we could use a little ready cash.
Well, I'm not saying we can, but... Take the brake on that.
Oh, he said drop it. Hold still and you won't get hurt.
Made a very bad mistake by coming here, Tonga.
What have you done with Commander Corey and Happy?
They aren't around right now. But I think they'll be back before long. And they get a look at our...
Guess they aren't coming after us.
No. We'll wait till dark and try to surprise them. Rest a minute.
He's standing down there by the shack. I can... Hey, Commander. Looks like there's somebody with him. Smoking rockets, Commander. It's Tonga. How did she get here? Just pop out of the ground?
Wharton did hear a spaceship after all. Must have landed on the other side of the mountain.
We can't leave Tonga with those two rats. What do we do now?
Wait a minute. Dratcher said there were food and weapons down in the mine shafts.
Hey, that's right.
It must be an opening up there. 200 yards. Come on.
We're in luck. A tunnel car. But it looks like there's no power.
Magnetic car. Self-contained power unit. You can zip down the shaft and come back with food and ray guns. Get in, Hap.
Hey, this thing's just like a miniature spaceship.
Only much simpler to operate. Shut the door and shove off. Here we go.
I locked the controls of the robot ship and my space cruiser, Tonga, in case Corey and the cadet try to pull a fast one.
They'll find a way to get you.
Yeah? Well, I found something, too, in the robot ship. This miniature spaceophone transmitter. So that's how you traced us here.
Not entirely. When the commander and Happy didn't come back from the Lowell City spaceport, I blasted off from the trajectory that Space Control said the robot ship was on. I didn't hear the tracer signal until the robot ship had landed.
What? Wharton must have kicked it on and he dragged the cadet out of the ship.
Second. We got a problem.
Wharton, I told you to go over the mountains and smash the controls of Tonga's ship so Corey can't blast off.
He's not going over the mountains. He's going under. Corey and the cadet have gone down in the mine.
What?
They've taken the tunnel car. They'll be back up here in a few minutes with weapons of their own.
We got to stop them.
How can we?
Get some cosmic detonators and close out the opening.
No, you can't do that.
I'll watch the girl. Hurry. Let's get tunnel.
2 ray guns apiece. That ought to be enough.
We'll wait till dark and sneak up on them.
There's the entrance up ahead. What was that? Commander, look out, up ahead. Stop!
The tunnel's caved in. Brace yourself, we're going to crash.
Wow.
You all right, Happy?
I just bumped my head a little, but I'm okay.
They've blown up the tunnel entrance. There are tons of rock between us and the surface.
How are we going to get out?
Get out of the tunnel car, Happy. Bring the Tom a light. Hey, shine your light over there. Seems to be a small side passage this side of the cave-in.
It's funny. I didn't notice that passageway when you came in.
Let's have a look.
You can't leave them down there in that shaft. You can't.
And just how would you suggest we go about getting them out?
For this.
Watch the girl.
No, you don't.
I'll take both of you.
Oh, you will, huh? Hi, Rock. We can't watch her all the time.
All right, Fletcher, Wharton.
Hold him up.
Look out, Commander.
Take care of Wharton, Happy.
Well, Wharton won't bother us for a while, Commander.
That's enough time.
Get up. Got the guns, Happy?
Yes, sir.
The commander and Happy. I thought they had this field in the mine.
Now, we found a passage leading to a small opening several hundred yards up the slope.
Another opening. I didn't know there was one.
The explosion must have opened up an old passageway in the mine.
Yeah, that just shows you, Dratcher. You don't know your own mind.
We'll be back in just a moment with a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yes, sir, gang, there's 24 different Magic Space pictures. And Buzz Corey wants you to have all of them, just like real Space Patrollers do.
There's 3 of Buzz Corey, and they're all different.
There's 2 of Cadet Happy.
And 2 of Tonga.
There's a Magic Space picture of Buzz Corey's insignia.
And the Space Patrol badge.
There's a Space Liner pilot.
A picture of Major Robertson.
A jet car.
A flying saucer.
A rocket ship.
A planet Saturn.
A space pirate.
The Deadly Iron Fist.
And all kinds of other Magic Space pictures.
They work real easy, gang. First, you stare at the mysterious picture.
What is it? Who is it? You can't tell.
Then, you look up at the sky, or at a wall.
And hocus pocus, the magic goes to work. You see a giant space picture floating in the sky.
And it's so big and clear, it almost looks like a real object or person. Fun, man oh man.
So, gang, start now. Collect all 24 of the Magic Space pictures. There's only one place to get them, and that's inside of every new package of checks. So look for the new packages of rice checks and wheat checks, with Buzz Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the swell Magic Space picture on the inside. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are exploring a deserted city on the planet Saturn. As they enter a room filled with precious gems, a stealthy figure slinks to the door and aims a ray gun at them.
Look out, Commander. He's got a ray gun. He's firing.
Quick, Hap, run down that passage. Keep going. He's right behind us. It's dark in here. He won't be able to see us.
Uh-oh. Commander, it's a dead-end passage. We're trapped.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story of Forgotten City, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol!
Boys and girls, this is your commander with a vital message. Answer the call of the helpless by giving like a real space patroller to the 1953 American Red Cross Fund.
Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Glenn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Nina Berra, Bela Kovacs, Ken Mayer, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This transcribed program came to you from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends. This is Raymond, your host. Welcome again to the Inner Sanctum. Come in, won't you? You'll have to excuse me for not getting up, but I have an awfully stiff neck. You see, I was out with a certain lady last night who collects very curious things. She spent the first half of the evening telling me how wonderful I am, but after that, well, it's one thing when a girl tries to turn your head. It's another when she tries to twist it off. And now, friends, let me introduce someone who is a real lady. She must be a lady because she wants to reform me. Come in, Mary Bennett.
Hello, folks.
Draw up a coffin and sit down, Mary.
Now, Mr. Raymond, please don't talk that way. It isn't nice. Why are you always pretending to be so cold-hearted and creepy? Underneath, I'm sure you're a friendly, good-natured sort of man. Yes, you are. Underneath, you're just like everybody else. I'll bet you like to come home in the evening, put on an old jacket and slippers, and then sit down to supper. Yes, sir, and I'll bet I know one of your favorite dishes, too. Noodle soup. Or most all men like noodle soup. That's why Lipton's is so popular. Lipton's noodle soup is real homemade tasting. It's got a grand chickeny flavor, and it's swimming with noodles. Egg noodles, too. You know, Lipton's noodle soup will bring a family swarming to the table quicker than a dinner bell. Mr. Raymond, someday I'm going to take you home with me and feed you a good hot bowl of Lipton's noodle soup.
Well, thanks for the invitation, Mary. And now let me invite you to come to the desert and hear the story of Desert Death. It's an original tale written by that spinner of surprise stories, Robert Newman. And our star tonight is Horace Braham. A desert, eerie and mysterious at sundown. The sun sinking slowly in a purple haze. The cactus casting long and weirdly twisting shadows. The hot winds still. Silence over it all. Driving fast, a dusty car comes down the narrow desert road. At the wheel is Dan Darrell, a rancher. Next to him is his Indian friend, Toby Priest.
Still worrying, Toby? Stop teasing me, Dan. You know I never did worry. I just told you what my people used to think it meant. Used to think? Didn't you say we ought to postpone our trip into town today? I did. And when did you say it? Right after you saw them. 3 vultures lying together toward the sunset. That means 3 days. A bad omen for a journey. Hey, look. I see him. What's a man doing out here in the middle of nowhere on foot? Anything the matter, stranger? Need any help?
You're very kind. Our car broke down and, well, we were in a bit of a spot. Didn't know whether anyone would be likely to come along here or not.
We? Oh, I didn't see your friends. Well, come in. We're going to Palo Verde. We're glad to take you that far.
Well, that's very decent of you. Thanks.
Thank you. My name's Darrell, Dan Darrell, and this is Toby Priest.
Well, I'm very happy to know you. I'm Richards. This is Brennan and Smith.
How do you do? Howdy. You're British, ain't you?
Why, yes. Clever of you to spot it. We're on our way out to the coast. One of those hush-hush missions. That's why it's so important we get into town.
Oh, sure. Which way'd you come? Medicine Creek or Route 12?
Why, Medicine Creek. It sounded more scenic.
He's lying, Dan. You know that, don't you? What makes you say that, Toby? Use your head. He doesn't look.
Mr. Darrell, surely it's considered rude to whisper in front of strangers, even here in America, isn't it?
What? Oh, sorry.
Yes, I'm sure you will be. But first I must insist on knowing what you were saying.
Insist?
you mean, insist? This is my car, and this is
I know. A free country. But this is a gun. That's why I can insist. And now, will you tell me what you were saying?
I was saying it, so I'll tell you. I said you were lying, that you weren't British at all.
No? Then who are we?
I think that you're Nazi prisoners who escaped from that camp up near Post City.
Oh? And what makes you think that?
First, none of your clothes fit you, so they're obviously not yours. Second, you said your car broke down, but there wasn't any car around. Third, you said you came by way of Medicine Creek, and that road's closed.
All right. Stop the car and let us get it over with. You mean shoot them? Not so quick, Bernard. We can use them for a while yet. At least one of them.
What the devil do you mean?
Of course, your Indian friend is right. Very clever, too. But since I have a gun, you will take orders from me. Our first need is water. You have any in the car?
No.
And then we will have to find some.
Yeah? Where'd you expect to find water in the desert?
I told you we were Nazis, Darrell. I did not tell you that we were Rommel's men from the Africa Corps. That means we know the desert, any desert, better than anyone on Earth. Those hills off there to the left. Take the left-hand road at that fork there and head toward them. But do as I say.
How much further you want me to go up this wagon track?
Slow up. Isn't that yes, the shack right next to the cliff. Stop.
Looks deserted, but there, next to it. Is that not a well?
It should be. Brenner, go see if there's any water in it.
Jawohl, Herr Colonel.
You two come with us. We'll go look at the shack. What is this place? Those terraces up there on the cliff.
A pueblo. Cliff dwellings. Centuries ago, my people lived in villages like this.
There is water in it, Herr Colonel. Even a bucket to get it up with.
Good. Come into the house. Match, Schmidt. From the dust, I'd say no one had been here for a good many years. Prospector's cabin, wasn't it?
Probably.
That means... there's what I want. Shovel.
What the devil do you want that for? Want to dig yourself a grave?
Yes, Darrell, exactly. But not for me.
Huh? What you mean?
Precisely what I said. Sit down. Make yourselves comfortable, and I will explain things to you.
I'll stand if you don't mind.
Oh, not at all. We Nazis are very objective, analytical people. We decided we needed a car to make our escape in. Now we have one. We also decided we needed someone to drive the car and get us safely across the border. That means we can use one of you. The other one will die.
You wouldn't dare.
My dear Darrell, outside of the thousands of men we killed in North Africa, who don't count, we killed at least 2 guards in making our escape. Do you really think one more death means anything to us? The only question is, which of you shall die?
This one here. He talks too much.
Well, that's not quite fair, Brenner. He's just, shall we say, less stoical than the Indian. On the other hand, I think that in the long run, he would probably prove easier to handle, less dangerous. That means that the Indian dies.
What? Why, you...
Shut up, you!
Thank you, Brenner. Schmidt, take the gun, the shovel, and our Indian friend, and watch over him while he digs his grave. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Of course, I personally would prefer a deeper grave, but that's up to you.
The depth is not important. The only thing that matters is that it faces west. That is why I dug it with the head against the cliff. An old tribal custom.
Very interesting. Similar to the Egyptians. But of course, they believed in a life after death.
My people believe in a life after death also, Colonel. And in this case, I think I can promise that I will not rest easy in my grave.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Hear this, too, men from across the seas.
Men with death in your hearts. For the evil you would do, evil will follow you like a hungry wolf.
What is that? What he just mentioned. A wolf.
Though you bury me deep, the earth will not hide me till you have paid for your crimes. Here where you have killed, here too will you die.
Now, Herr Colonel.
Yes, Brenner.
Oh, you can't, you.
Very good, Schmidt. I'll take the gun now. Till in the grave, then meet us back at the cabin.
What a place. It's worse than Qatar.
I wish you'd sit down, Darrell, and stop staring out of the window.
You're worried about your friend. I buried him very nicely.
I'm not worried about him. I'm thinking about what he said before you killed him. I should think that you think about it, too.
That? We have had more curses laid on us in more languages than you have hairs on your head.
What's that? Must be the wind.
No, it is different. More like some kind of musical instrument.
But there's no one around here but us. There hasn't been anyone living in those houses up on the cliff for centuries.
It's just the wind, I tell you. But if you want to, go take a look. Go take a look, I said.
Jawohl, Herr Koll.
It's too dark. There's too much sand blowing to see anything. But wait! Go there near the foot of the cliff. There's something. It looks like... Oh, God! It's the Indian. He's lying there. Out of his grave.
Oh, you bury me deep. The earth will not hide me till you have paid for your crimes. Here where you are killed, here too will you die.
A 100 curses in a dozen different tongues. Perhaps they did mean 3 deaths. If so, who are the others that'll die and who will live?
Gosh, Mr. Raymond, this is exciting.
What? Oh, Mary Bennett, I've overlooked you in all this desert. Tell me, Mary, whom do you hope will die, huh?
Well, I don't like to see anybody killed. But those Nazis sure ought to be clapped in jail.
Mm-hmm. And deprived of their Lipton's noodle soup, aren't they?
Well, I should say. Lipton's noodle soup is much too good for fellas like them. It belongs to law-abiding folks who've got a right to sit down to a plate of homemade tasting soup. And say, that's just the kind of noodle soup you get when you use Lipton's. Lipton's is the noodle soup with the old-fashioned flavor, you know, brimming with noodles and blessed with a real chickeny taste. Yes, it takes Lipton's to show how good a noodle soup can be.
Now, Mary, don't get so excited. Stay calm. Why don't you go and perch on that tombstone over there while I go on with the story of death in the desert? I'm warning you, if I do go on, you'll be seeing strange sights and hearing strange sounds every time you put out the lights. But it's your funeral. It's just a moment later now. The 3 Nazis are still standing at the open door of the deserted cabin, staring out into the darkness. And the colonel turned sharply, glares at Darrell.
What was that you said, Darrell?
I was just repeating what Tova said before you murdered him.
It's true, Herr Colonel. That's what he did say. The earth will not hide me. And there he is out of his grave, lying there.
Shut up. Fine Nazi you are. A fine example of the Afrika Korps. Listening to the ravings of a savage and believing them. Schmidt, where did you bury the Indian? In the sand. Then this wind came along and blew the sand away. And that's all.
And that strange music?
Another trick of the wind. But if it bothers you to see him lying there, go on out and bury him again. Deeper this time.
No, Herr Colonel, no.
Now, that's an order.
Jawohl, Herr Colonel.
Friend Schmidt seems to be getting a bit rattled.
That's why I sent him out there. Nothing like facing a fear to overcome it.
Do you not think it is about time that Schmidt came back?
He's only been gone about 5 or 10 minutes. I told him to dig the grave deep this time.
I know, but I do not see him out there anywhere.
Well, how could you expect to when it's so dark and when the sand is blowing like that? Maybe we'd better go out and see what's taking him so long. And you too, Mr. Darrell, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Schmidt! Schmidt, where are you? Blasted idiot. Probably wandered off into the desert. Schmidt!
Oh, look. The Indian. He is still lying there. He never did bury him.
That means Schmidt never even got over there. Must have lost his way right after he got outside. Schmidt!
I think you can save your breath, Colonel Ulrich. Come on over here. To the well.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Schmidt. Dead.
Well, why are you looking at me like that, Brenner? Exactly as I said. He lost his way in the darkness, the sandstorm, fell down the well.
Yeah, I guess that is what must have happened.
As for you, Mr. Darrell, since you discovered Schmidt, you shall have the pleasure of burying your friend the Indian again.
Jawohl, Herr Colonel.
I'm sorry. I never did appreciate the American type of humor. Now get busy with that shovel.
May I just point out that while it's easy for you to knock me down when my hands are tied, it's not so easy for me to use a shovel.
Oh, I intend to untie you. But please remember always that I have a gun, and that Brenner and I have every intention of getting away from here. I'm happy to see that you've stopped pacing the floor and looking out the window, Mr. Darrow. That means you've stopped expecting something miraculous to happen that will save you.
Is that what you think it means?
Frankly, no. In fact, I think just the opposite. You're looking much more cheerful than before. You're thinking one of them is dead. Now it will be that much easier to get away. It really pains me to disillusion you. Schmidt was a sergeant, a fool. I can assure you that neither Brenner nor myself are going to be bothered by strange noises or tricks of the wind. Right, Brenner?
Of course not, Colonel.
Good. And now, if we're to make an early start, I think we should get some rest. Brenner, you take the first watch and wake me at midnight. I advise you to get some rest, too, Darrell. Maybe you'll be able to dream of some way of escaping.
Thanks. But I'm not sleeping.
As you wish. Good night.
Quite a character.
He was one of the best soldiers in the Africa Corps.
Yeah? Where's Africa Corps now? Where are you? This isn't Africa, Brenner. This is America. This is a part of America where strange things happen. Things that even the Indians can't explain.
Indians. Ignorant savages. That devilish music again. Where does it come from?
I thought you said it was the wind. Or was it Ulrich that said that?
It must be the wind. It must.
Though you bury me deep, the earth will not hide me till you pay for your crimes.
What is that?
That was what Tova said just before you killed him.
Schmidt was first, Brenner. You will be next. I'm waiting, Brenner. Waiting.
You heard it, too?
Yeah. I heard it.
You're lying. You're lying, I say. You're just trying to frighten me.
What? Who's trying to frighten you? What's going on?
It is nothing here, Colonel. Just that music again. For a moment, it sounded as if someone was calling my name.
Someone was calling your name, Brenner. The dead man. And you know you heard it.
So?
There it is again. You hear it?
Just that same noise, the wind.
Look, Ulrich, look. That Indian, he's out of his grave again.
How can you tell? It's too dark to see.
But I know he is. I know it.
I'm very disappointed in you, Brenner. You're losing your grip, slipping.
I'm sorry, Herr Colonel. It is just this place, the nervous tension, the mating.
Just being sorry isn't enough. Fear is a weakness. As much of a weakness as pity. You know that as Nazis we cannot tolerate either one. And you also know what you must do, don't you?
No. No, Herr Colonel. No.
You must face your fear and overcome it. You must go out there and prove to yourself that you are not afraid. That you've just been imagining things the way Schmidt did.
But Schmidt...
Schmidt was a fool, and he had an accident. You are an officer, and you will not have an accident. Now go ahead and convince yourself that this is all nonsense.
Jawohl, Herr Colonel.
But leave the gun with me. What's out there is imaginary, but Mr. Darrell is very real. If I didn't have a gun, he might get ideas.
Jawohl, Herr Colonel. Here. I will be back in a few minutes.
You're looking at me very strangely, Mr. Darrell. Perhaps now you're starting to understand the fiber of the Nazi character. And perhaps now you're beginning to realize why you can never win this war. Because we allow nothing to defeat us or stand in our way. Any sign of weakness is ruthlessly stamped out. And... Abel! God, what's that?
Sounded to me like Brenner.
Outside, quick. And don't try to get away or I'll shoot you down in your tracks.
Okay. Which way?
Towards the cliff, where we buried the Indian. That's where he went and... What's that over there?
My guess is that it's your friend, Brenner. Maybe you'd better make sure.
It is Brenner. Dead. Strangled.
So it was all imagination, huh? Just face your fear and overcome it. Aren't you feeling just a little frightened, Colonel?
No. No. There's some rational explanation for everything that happened. Look. The Indian. He is out of his grave again. And that's the answer. He wasn't dead. But this should take care of him. There. And you will notice that even at a moment like this, I look ahead. 1 shot before and 4 now. That still leaves 1 bullet for you, if it should prove necessary.
You think of everything, don't you?
Yes, my friend, everything. Now get into that car. We're not going to wait until morning. We're leaving here right now.
I thought you had everything figured out. You weren't frightened.
What's that?
What's what?
That noise, that music. It's like the music we heard after we killed the Indian.
I don't hear anything.
Oh, but you must hear it. You must. Listen. It's coming from over there.
For the evil you have done, evil will follow you like a hungry wolf. Though you bury me deep, the earth will not hide me till you have paid for your crimes.
Did you hear that? Did you hear it?
Yeah. I heard it.
Here where you have killed, here too will you die.
No. You're dead. You're dead, I tell you. I killed you.
First Schmidt, then Brenner, now you.
But you're dead, I tell you. And the dead don't speak. I can't be really hearing you unless... Mad. No. I can't let that happen. I can't. There's one way. The Nazi way. A way to fool you all. This is why you'll never beat us. Never. Never.
Toby! Toby! Where are you?
Over here. At the foot of the cliff.
Are you all right?
That first bullet creased my head. I was already dropping by the time he fired. Outside of that, I'm all right.
Figured that was what had happened when Schmidt went down the well. I knew it was an accident.
I was pretty happy that it was you that buried me the second time. That you put my face against the cliff, left a hole for me to breathe. The first time, well, it was pretty tough until the wind blew the sand off.
Yeah, but what about when he shot you again? That ungodly music.
It wasn't me he shot that second time. It was Schmidt. I pulled his body out of the well. I figured that in the dark, no one would be able to tell the difference. As for the music, that's why I dug the grave here. You see these holes here in that cliff? My people drilled them centuries ago. The wind blows through them. Makes weird music. This bottom hole was blocked up, but I opened it while I was digging the grave.
Talking of graves, there's 3 of them we should be digging right now. Just one more thing I'd like to ask you, Toby.
What's that?
What you said this morning. Those 3 buzzards flying together toward the west. Does it really mean 3 deaths?
There were 3 deaths. Weren't there, Dan?
Stay tuned for the next episode, starting in just 4 minutes.
Better boy, Toby. Never give a Nazi an even break. Unless it's in the neck. As for our 3 visiting murderers, they may not like our sense of humor, but they can't complain about our poetic justice. After all, it was in the desert that they got their just deserts. Well, Mary Bennett, did you like the desert with its sand and wind and weird music? Would you like to live there?
Well, I wouldn't mind so much. You know, I believe a woman can make a good home in some pretty out-of-the-way places, the way the old-time housewives did. But, well, I'd want to lay in a supply of good modern food. Food that's easy to make, like Lipton's noodle soup. Say, that noodle soup of Lipton's would really put some cheer in the desert, wouldn't it?
Yes, of course, Mary, of course. Remind me to take Lipton's with me on my next safari. We must have a word of advice. Here it is. If you should wake up one of these nights in a cold sweat, convinced that there's something or someone in your room, and if, when you look toward the window, you should see a strange figure silhouetted in the moonlight, then pull the blankets up over your head and don't look out again. It'll be one of our 3 friends from tonight's story. One of the Africa corpses. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Puzzle for Puppets by Patrick Quentin. Well, now I guess it's time to close that there squeaking door until next week at this same time. So until next Tuesday night.
Stay tuned for the next episode, starting in just 2 minutes.
Dreams.
Folks, here we are outside the squeaking door. And I guess we're all pretty thirsty after all that talk about deserts. Well, I know just the thing that'll put us back to normal again. It's Lipton tea. Yes, a cup of that brisk Lipton tea would do just fine. And did you notice that word brisk? B-R-I-S-K. It's a mighty important word in tea language. The tea experts always use it. It means that Lipton tea has a lively flavor, never wishy-washy. That's why most folks prefer Lipton's to any other kind. Don't forget, that's Lipton tea. And don't forget to tune in again next Tuesday night to Inner Sanctum.
Thank you for tuning in to our captivating radio program. But hey, there's more for you. Are you ready to take your skills to the next level? If you're looking for Microsoft Access training or support, you have come to the right place. Whether you're a beginner or seeking advanced techniques, I have got you. Unlock the power of Microsoft Access, a versatile and efficient tool for managing and analyzing data. Learn how to build robust databases, design intuitive interfaces,
This
and
is
harness the full
CBS,
potential
Columbia
of this incredible
Broadcasting
software.
System.
Why struggle with Access when you can have the guidance of an expert? Receive personalized training sessions, comprehensive courses, and ongoing support to help you become an Access pro. Don't miss out on this opportunity to enhance your skills and boost your productivity. Visit our website, g3pl.com, or call us 615-420-2040 today to learn more about our Microsoft Access training and support services. Remember, success is just a click or a phone call away. Let us be your trusted companion on your journey to Access Mastery. Thank you once again for joining us on this radio adventure, and we look forward to helping you unleash the power of Microsoft Access.
Are you burned up at the high price of turkeys? Can't get eggs for your pumpkin pie? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape.
You're trapped in a remote valley of the Andes, walled in by sheer rock precipices, and surrounding you, closing in on you, is a band of blind men who want your eyes.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and carefully plotted to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to the high mountains of Ecuador and to a remarkable world where sight is unknown, as H.G. Wells imagined it in his curious story, The Country of the Blind.
My name is Ibarra. I am a mining engineer in Quito, Ecuador, high in the towering Andes. And up until a year ago, my chief sport was mountain climbing. My last climb was an attempt to scale the remote and forbidding peak of Pariscotopetl, a 20,000-foot crag unconquered by man. It is unconquered still. 3,000 feet from the icy summit, our party turned back and fled for their lives. All of us escaped except one, a guide named Nunez, who slipped and fell over the precipice, disappearing into the vast chasm that yawned 10,000 feet beneath us. The horror of that man's fall has haunted my dreams for a year. Because of it, I have forsaken mountain climbing for the rest of my life. And that decision still stands, even though today I have seen Nunez. He was sitting on the steps of my shack when I arrived at the mine this morning. At first I didn't recognize him. He was so much changed. I thought he was a ragged beggar asking alms.
Is it you, Senor Ibarra?
My name is Ibarra, yes. What do you want?
You do not know me, senor.
I know. You look like a man I knew once, but he is...
Dead? Dead on the slopes of Pariscotopetl?
Nunez. No, it couldn't be you.
Nunez. That is my name, senor. At least that is the name I remember.
But you fell. I saw you fall.
Yes.
It's impossible that you could have lived.
Perhaps the gods of the mountain had some reason to spare me.
Nunez, if we'd had any idea that you were alive, but you went down thousands of feet. We couldn't even attempt to find your body.
I know. I do not blame you. You could not have reached me. And if you had, I should not have welcomed you at first. But then later...
What do you mean, Nunez?
Senor, you will not believe what I have to tell.
I can hardly believe that I'm seeing you, talking to you. But what has happened to you?
You remember that night, the night I fell?
Yes.
We had been toiling all day, inching our way up a steep ice wall. And as darkness came, we found a narrow ledge, barely 3 feet wide.
It's not very wide, but we can get our shoulder wall up, cut off some of this wind.
Hell, that'll be welcome.
Yes, but first we'll rest a moment.
Look at that icy devil up there, glistening in the moonlight.
There's another 3,000 feet of sheer ice wall to the top.
Well, I can see why no one's ever made it. Think we should go on?
I don't know. Nunez, what do you think?
It is not my place to say, senor. I was hired to guide you to the top. I agreed.
What do you really think?
If I believed in the gods of the mountain, as the Indians do, I should be frightened now.
Why?
Because we have invaded the Forbidden Circle. This part of the Andes is unmapped, and
Unknown, senor.
And therefore shrouded in superstition, eh?
It is an easy thing to believe strange things in this white loneliness.
Some of the legends are really fascinating. I've heard of one, something about a hidden valley called the Country of the Blind.
Yes. It is supposed to be somewhere down there below us. A fertile valley which was settled many centuries ago, and then cut off by the great landslide of Arauca.
But why the Country of the Blind?
Well, even before it was isolated, the people developed a strange illness. All of them slowly went blind. After that, their children were born blind. And the legend is that the valley was the home of the mountain gods. It was too beautiful for human eyes.
It's odd. Well, it's all nonsense.
Yes, of course.
Would be pleasant to find it, though. You know the old proverb, in the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king?
I doubt that we could ever find it. I even doubt if it exists.
Of course not. I was only joking.
Yes. Well, now if you're arrested, we'll make the shelter wall.
Right. I'll give you a hand in a minute. Believe me, Ibarra, for 2 pesos, I'd give up this climb. I never realized
Senors,
how...
I'm slipping!
Hang on! Nunes! Nunes!
In one horrible instant, my foot had slipped on the treacherous ledge and I'd gone over, falling far out into the icy black night, falling down. I fell perhaps 1,000 feet. Then I felt a heavy stinging impact of snow. I'd fallen on an almost perpendicular snow slope. And now I was sliding down, tumbling over and over. And then suddenly I realized that my own motion had almost stopped. And it was the snow that was moving. I was riding an avalanche. At almost the same moment, I went over the second precipice. It was higher than the first, much higher, perhaps 4,000 feet. I fell with the snow for what seemed minutes, every second expecting the terrible final impact. But the impact never came. Miracle of miracles, that sheer wall blended almost imperceptibly into another steep snow slope. And again I was sliding. Gradually, as the arc of the slope curved away, I felt myself slow down. And finally I rolled to a stop and lay still. When I awoke, it was morning, and I was covered with snow. I shook off the cold white blanket on my chest and rested a moment. And then I rolled over on my back and looked up. My heart almost stopped as I saw from where I'd fallen. Why, the mountain towered 10,000 feet above me. Then carefully I felt of myself. My clothes were torn. I was bruised and bleeding. I ached in every muscle, but I had not a single broken bone. I lay there and offered up a prayer to the gods of the mountain. Far below me lay a lush valley sparkling in the morning sunlight. I could see the stately trees and the green meadows fresh with dew. I started down the mountain, but it was still an arduous descent. The farther down I got, the more I realized the beauty of the scene. Why, this was a hidden paradise I'd fallen into, and I was the first man ever to see it. So I thought, but I was wrong. I realized that first when I saw the cultivation in the meadows, and then the walks, well-kept stone walks laid in a symmetrical pattern all over the valley. And then I saw them. There were men and women lying under the trees and resting in the fields. Nearby, a collection of windowless huts marked a village, and the plastering of the houses was done in a wild variety of colors. I thought to myself, the plasterer who did that must have been blind as a bat. Then I saw 2 of the men quite close to me. They were standing on a bridge over the little stream. They were dressed in odd, loose clothing, and there was a strange look about their faces. They failed to notice me as I approached until I shouted. Suddenly they looked up attentively in my direction. I waved wildly at them, but they took no notice. Why, the fools must be blind. Blind? Could it be that I have fallen into the country of the blind? In the country of the blind, a one-eyed man can be king. Hello there. You needn't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I come in peace.
It is a man, or a spirit come down from the rocks.
Oh, I'm a man, all right. Just like you, but I've had a miraculous escape, and now I find myself here in your valley.
Valley? Valley? Come hither. Let me feel of you.
Yes, certainly. Here, my arm. Is my face? You see, I am a man, like yourself. Here, feel my lips. They move with speech. Oh, careful there. Gently, those are my eyes.
Eyes? Eyes? That is strange. Feel this Correa.
Yes, I feel.
Careful. Feel the eyelids flutter?
He is but imperfectly formed. Some strange bulge there. Unseemly.
No. You see, your eyes are shrunken in, but mine are whole. I can see.
See? Pedro, he is a strange wild one. Where does he come from?
He must have come down out of the rock.
No, from over the mountains, out of the country beyond there where men can see. From Bogota, where there are 100,000 people and a city stretches out of sight.
Sight? What strange words he uses, without meaning. And feel the coarseness of his hair, like a llama's.
Our fathers have told us men may be made by forces of nature. It is the warmth of things, and moisture, and rottenness.
Let us lead him to the elders.
But no one need lead me. I can see.
See?
Oh, yes, of course. I can... I didn't see your water bucket.
His senses are still imperfect. He stumbles and talks unmeaning words. Lead him by the hand, Pedro.
But look, Oh, well, all right. These people had been blind for centuries. They had forgotten even the words associated with seeing. And they thought I was an idiot, only half-formed. Especially when they led me into the pitch blackness of one of their windowless huts, and I stumbled over someone.
1,000 pardons, Medina Cerota. He is a clumsy one.
I'm sorry I fell down. I couldn't see in the darkness.
Who is this? And what is he saying? He is but newly formed, good father. He has come down from the rocks. He stumbles as he walks and mingles words that mean nothing with his speech.
He is a wild man out of the rocks.
No, I come from Bogota, over the mountains.
You hear? Bogota. He uses wild words. His mind is hardly formed. He has only the beginnings of speech.
Bogota?
Yes. I come from the great world where men have eyes and see.
That must be his name, Bogota.
He stumbled twice as we came thither.
He must be taught.
No, you don't understand. I can see, but not in the dark. To you, darkness or light is all the same, but to me, to us who can see, to us outside in the world beyond the mountains...
Mountains? What are mountains?
Very well, then, beyond the rocks.
There is nothing beyond the rocks. That is the end of the world.
Oh, but surely you must realize the sky above covers more than just this valley.
Sky? Above? There is nothing above but the roof of rock. He is very raw, my children. He shall have to be taught from the beginnings. Now take him away. Feed him.
It shall be done, good father.
But guide him. See that he does not stumble over my daughter again.
Do not fear, Father. I shall guide him myself and feed him.
Very well.
Come. Take my hand.
Thank you. It'll be a pleasure to get outside again, out of this darkness.
Come this way.
Yes. What is your name?
Medina Cerota.
Mine is Juan Nunez. Oh, sunlight. Oh, this is better. And now I may look at you. Why, you're beautiful. I cannot tell you what a wonderful thing you are to see.
Please, you must be careful.
Why?
If you do not learn quickly and cease speaking such strange words, they may not be so kind to you. They might be angry. They might even destroy you.
This thought had not occurred to me, and suddenly I had a twinge of fear. Still, the proverb kept running through my mind. In the country of the blind, a one-eyed man is king. But try as I would, I could not make them understand my wonderful gift of sight. They thought me stupid and untaught, almost an idiot. Day by day, I learned their peaceful ways, but they could not learn mine. It was beginning to get on my nerves. Theirs too, perhaps.
Bogota? Bogota, come hither. Bogota, you move not.
No, and I won't, you old beetle. I'll show you. I'll leave the path.
Bogota, trample not on the grass. It is not allowed.
How did you know I stepped on the grass?
I heard, of course.
Heard, but I didn't make a sound.
Why do you not come when I call you? Can you not hear the path as you walk?
I can see it.
There is no such word as see. Cease this folly and follow the sound of my feet.
Oh, my time will come.
You will learn. There is much to learn in the world.
Has no one ever told you in the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king?
Blind? What is blind?
Oh, never mind.
Bogota, I must warn you. Just keep quiet and learn. And stop this nonsense about seeing.
Nonsense, is it? I'll show you I've taken enough of your insults, unformed mind. Got no sense yet. I'll be king here. I can see and I'll be king.
Bogota, stop it.
No, I'm through with your orders. I'll show you what an advantage sight can be. I can hit you and hurt you, and you can't see me to strike back.
Bogota, put down that spade.
You devil, your ears are sharp, aren't they?
Bogota, there must be no violence.
By heaven, I'll hit you if you come any closer. I swear I will.
Put down that spade and come off the grass.
You don't understand. You are blind, and I can see. I can see.
Bogota.
I'll hurt you. I swear I will.
Put down that spade.
Leave me alone! I hit him with a spade and ran. Over the wall, outside the valley, back to the rocks, back to the cliff I'd come from. When I reached that sheer rock wall, I knew there was no place to go. For 2 days and nights, I stayed outside the valley. I grew hungry and cold. Then I realized the hopelessness of my position. I was trapped. I must spend the rest of my life here. There was no way out. So I went back. I confess, O chief of the elders, I was mad, I admit. I was only newly made.
That is better. And do you still think you can see?
No. That was folly. The words mean nothing less than nothing.
And what is overhead?
Rock. There's a roof above the world, a roof of rock and very smooth.
Very well. And...
Please, before you ask me any more, give me food or I shall die.
Very well, give him food. Medina Sarate.
Yes, Father.
And after that, we must put him to the most menial tasks in the village. Guard him well. And perhaps he shall learn yet.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that is better. You are kind, Medina Sarote. Very kind.
I am glad you came back.
You are? If they were all like you, I should never have run away.
What was that word you said I was?
Beautiful. You are. Well, even your eyes, they're not shrunken depressions like the others.
It means something nice, beautiful?
Something very nice, Medina Sarote. Tell me, why is it you have no husband?
I have a disfigurement. These long hairs.
Oh, your eyelashes? Oh, but they're beautiful.
They are considered a disfigurement.
You're the most lovely girl in the valley. But they wouldn't know, would they? You have no lover?
No.
Medina Sarote, what do you think of me? Do you think of me as an idiot like all the rest do?
Oh, no. No, you have much to learn, but you will learn it, I'm sure. And you are kind and gentle, and your voice is soft. You speak words that are soft and warm. No one has ever spoken such words to me.
Then I shall speak them often, Medina Sarote. You are the only one in this valley, in this whole world I care for. And so it began. I, the village idiot, the slave boy who dreamed to be king. I, with my eyes still whole, fell in love with Medina Sarote, the daughter of the elder of the village. Only to her could I open my heart without fear. Only to her could I speak of the beauty I could see around me. Oh, it is a beautiful valley, Medina Sarote. Green with grass and yellow with sunlight, and flowers, bright flowers dotting the hills. And in the cool of the night, the stars gleam like diamonds in the sky.
Oh, the words sound lovely. But what are stars?
Stars? Why, No, you wouldn't understand.
And what do you mean, in the cool of the night? You still get that confused one. The night is warm. The day is cool.
Oh, no, it is you here who have them backwards. Because the darkness means nothing to you. You work in the cool of the night and sleep in the heat of the day, but...
You are teasing me.
No. Oh. What does it matter? All that matters is you. You. Here beside me, Medina Sarote. I love you.
And I love you.
I know they still think me an idiot, but you listen to what I say, and you don't think me an idiot, do you?
Oh, no. I like to hear you speak.
Then, would you marry me?
Yes. Yes, Juan. I will marry you.
No, I will not have it.
But, Father...
He is an idiot. He has delusions. He cannot do anything right.
But he is getting better. He's better than he was. And he is strong and kind. Stronger and kinder than anyone in the world. And he loves me. And I love him.
No, I will not have it.
Great sire, if you please.
What is it, good doctor?
I have examined Bogota, and the case is clear to me. I think very probably he might be cured.
Huh? And how might that be done?
His brain is affected by something. I believe I know what it is. Those queer things he calls eyes. Where we have but an agreeable depression, he has great lumps, with flaps over them that move and long hairs. Consequently, his brain is in a constant state of irritation.
But what can be done to cure him?
A very simple surgical operation. Remove the cause of the irritation. We will merely cut out his eyes.
But, Juan, they say it will make you well. It will make you look like us.
But you don't understand, Medina Sarote. My world is sight. You would not want me to lose my most precious possession?
I don't know.
There are so many beautiful things to see. The flowers, the far sky with its drifting clouds, the sunsets, the stars. And you. If only just to see you it is good to have sight. And I would never see you again.
Juan, I love to hear you say these things, even though I know it is just your imagination.
But, my dear, these things are real.
No, they are fancies. This is real. If you will let them cut out your eyes, we can be together always.
Then you want me to?
Oh, if you would. If only you would.
What else can I do?
My dearest one. My dearest with a tender voice. I will repay you.
Oh, Medina.
Be brave. And carry my voice in your thoughts. Now I must go. And tomorrow...
Yes.
Tomorrow will be forever.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Medina. I suppose I knew it then, when I said that. I only meant to go up on the rocks and look out over the valley, to spend my last days feasting my eyes, my precious eyes, on the wonderful, beautiful world of light and color. But when I got there, it was too beautiful, too lovely, this valley, this home of the mountain gods. Beautiful and forbidden. I drank it in. The green of the fields, the blue of the gently curving stream, the orange of the lichen in the rocky crevices. I climbed higher to see the great snow-capped peaks towering above and away to the distant sky, and still higher as the shadows turned the snow to purple and crimson and deep blue. The valley now was far below and as beautiful as a painting. But like a painting, it seemed unreal. Medina Sarote was small and far away, a distant dream. And the world of sight was here, all around, overpowering, wonderful. I turned and began to climb up that sheer rock wall. How many months it took me to make my way out over those mountains, over glaciers and snowfields and sheer precipices, I cannot guess. How I lived through the cold and hunger of it, I cannot tell you. But I'm here at last, back from the country of the blind.
Good heavens, man. What an experience.
Yes. Terrible and wonderful.
But you aren't sorry you came back?
Sorry? I see her face clearly now. It is the only thing I see.
Nunez, come, you need food. Here, take my hand.
Thank you. Where is it, Senor Ibarra?
Nunez.
Yes. The gods of the mountain have had their revenge. Those months of crawling over the snow and ice, with the sun glaring down. Yes. I am blind.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight presented The Country of the Blind by H.G. Wells, adapted for radio by John Dunkel, with Paul Frees as Nunez, Peggy Weber as Medina Sarote, Bill Conrad as Ibarra, and Harry Bartell as Correa. The special musical score was conceived and conducted by Cy Fewer. Next week,
when you're tired from a hard day at the office, or your back aches from bending over a hot stove, next week at the same time, when you want to get away from it all, we offer you Escape.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. Black Museum. A museum of death. Yes, here in the grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a fountain pen, a cufflink, a high-heeled shoe, all are touched by murder. Now, here's a scarf, torn and ragged, the faded tartan, a cheap reproduction of the honorable colors of the Stuarts, red with green, blue crossings, and a double-over check of white and yellow. This scarf belonged to Walter Hoffman Piewski, known to the police and his friends in the underworld as the Pike.
There's no doubt about this scarf being his property, Superintendent. He was wearing it when he was sent to Dartmoor 10 years ago.
The description tallies, does it?
Exactly. It's all written down in the prison property book, even to the patch on it.
So the Pike's our man. Right. Well, get him.
And get him they did. And all because of a scarf, appropriately known in Cockney circles as a choker. The Pike applied his choker to a human throat, the throat of the driver of a post office van. The Pike pulled the choker too hard. It was instrumental in convicting him of murder. And that's why it's earned its place here in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. Now, The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Well, here we are in the Black Museum. Beyond these gray walls, the mighty roar of London never stops. But in here, it's quiet. Come with me under the frieze of death masks, the masks of criminals of bygone days, suspended grimly under the ceiling. Come. To our right and left, rows of murder exhibits, each one carefully labeled. That cut-glass scent spray, it's attractive even now. Might even take its place on Madame's dressing table, till we stop and read the label written under it. Yes, it's been used to spray anesthetic over the faces of helpless women as a prelude to murder. No sickly aroma now, as we squeeze the bulb. Except for its grim associations, the fragile exhibit is insignificant, easily broken. But it was strong enough to hang the man who used it. There's a brass candlestick. Over there, a taper to go with it. Now, here we are. Here's what we're looking for. The faded tartan scarf. As I take it out of the showcase, I ask you to come with me back to the time when this scarf was new, 15 years ago. Walter Piewski bought it from a stallholder in one of London's famous street markets, Petticoat Lane.
Yes, I'll take one of the scarves, mister.
Right, sir. Finest worsted woven. What's your clan? Campbell's, Camerons, MacDonald or MacLeod? All genuine tartan today down from the islands.
All right. I've bought it already. Don't need to give me that stuff. I'll take this one.
It's the Stewart, and better than that you cannot do. Not half a nicker, not 5 bob, half a crown, and cheap at the price. Thank you very much. Come and get your Scotch chokers from Honest John Mackay. If your neck's warm...
While Honest John continued his honest trade, the pike went about his own particular business. It was less exhausting than John's, and it was work from a public call box. In professional circles, they called it the hospital trick.
Is that Mrs. Peterson speaking?
Yes, who's that?
The London Hospital here, Mrs. Peterson.
Hospital? Why, what's happened?
Oh, there's no need for immediate alarm, but I'm sorry to say that your husband has met with a serious accident.
Oh, Bill? Is he hurt? Oh, no, what's happened?
He was knocked down by a bus in the Whitechapel Road about half an hour ago.
A mean, crude trick. But more often than not, it worked. While the stricken woman hurried to the hospital to find the husband, who of course was not hurt at all, the pike would visit her house. With the coast clear, he would help himself to whatever he could lay his hands on and get out before the bewildered woman returned. And you notice that the pike could almost camouflage that accent he had. This gift gave him a confidence which was almost his undoing. One time when he and some friends were removing the entire contents of a house while the owners were away on holiday.
What about the piano, Pike? Do we take that?
Of course we take everything. Who'd think of moving out and leaving the piano behind, eh?
You'll get us blooming well, won't you, Will? Okay, boys, piano next. Oh, crikey, the phone. Here, what do we do about that? Let it ring, I suppose.
No. Maybe it's someone seen the van outside and checking up. I'd better answer it.
Yeah, go easy,
Don't worry, Ed. I know my job, don't I?
Oh, yeah.
Hello?
Is that Mr. Wilson?
No, I'm awfully sorry. He won't be back until about 7 o'clock. I'm his brother-in-law. Can I help you?
If your sister's there...
Oh, Julie's just gone out for half an hour. Can I take a message?
Yes, I think you can. I'm her brother. Who the blazes are you?
Quick, boys. Let's get out of here. Righto.
So the piano was left behind after all. But Pike got away with most of the household belongings and observed, not only were his operations becoming bolder, but he had planned his action carefully. He even knew that Mrs. Wilson's first name was Julie. But he didn't know she had a brother. That must have shaken him, because from then on he changed his tactics. The Pike entered the motor racket, a racket which was to take him in turn from Dartmoor prison to the scaffold. But in his early days as a motor thief, there was still a trace of strange humor about his work. The padlock car was a case in point.
Who's that?
Okay, Eddie, it's only me. You wouldn't go reaching for a gun when Pikey walks in on you.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, Pike. It's me nerves.
Well, relax. Now, listen to me. I've got a job for you.
No, I'm laying off for a bit.
Okay, well, who pays the rent?
Oh, I'm only going in for the small stuff.
Well, this is a small job I'm offering you.
What is it, busting into the Bank of England, eh?
No. It's a simple matter of knocking off a nice new motor.
Well, what's the dope?
Well, it's this way. The car belongs to a fellow named Lambert who lives at 14 Graysdyke Crescent. See? He can't get it into the garage beside the house on account of it being too big.
Why didn't the mug measure it before he bought it?
Well, that's not our concern. He locks the car up at night, and I've obtained a duplicate set of keys.
Oh, nice work, nice work. Yeah, what do you want me in on the job for? You can do it yourself.
Oh, there is a little complication.
Oh, I thought there would be.
This fellow Lambert is like a mother with a child over this car. He fixes it to a lamppost every night with 2 big padlocks and a double chain. Wonder he doesn't put a nappy on it, too.
Well, what do we do? Take the lamppost as well as the car?
Well, before I tell you, are you in with me?
All right, Pike. I'm in.
Then listen to what I tell you.
In the early hours of the following morning, the Pike and his assistant went along to Graysdyke Crescent, and there, sure enough, chained to the lamppost outside number 14, was a fine new motor car, its cellulose and chromium work glinting invitingly under the lamplight.
What did I tell you? We can clean up $450 on this, and all we've got to do is to remove the back wheel, which is chained to the lamppost. We put on the spare and we're away.
Okay, Pike.
Let's get cracking.
The offending wheel was removed from the axle and left, still chained, to the lamppost. And by the light of the helpful rays from above, the spare wheel was bolted on, the tools were replaced in the boot, and the two men climbed into the car.
I hope that ignition key of yours works, Parker. Of course it works. I tried it out last night. Ah, good for you. And here we go. I told you it was going to be easy, didn't I, Ed? It's money for old rope. You're a good one, you are, Pikey. Just let me know when you need any more help. I'm your man.
Walter Pievsky pulled his tartan scarf snugly around his throat and agreed that he would certainly keep his assistant in mind. The car itself was taken to a garage, where its numbers and appearance were carefully changed and, in due course, found its way by devious routes back to the open market. The Pike, of course, had to split the profits, which hurt him, so on his next job, he decided to work alone. And it was the next job which put him on the long, long walk which was to finish on the scaffold.
Now, what's the number of that garage? Ah, here it is, I've got it. If this works, Park, my lad, you're in the money. But it all depends on how good I can sound on the phone. I'll copy my father's voice, rest his soul. Here we go.
Breen's Motors, good evening.
Hello? Brins?
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
My name is Maurice Bluet, of 17 Granford Court.
Oh, yes, sir, I know. The big block of flats in Collerton Drive.
That's right. I am staying here with a friend, Major General Lewis.
Oh, yes, sir.
He tells me that you have a new Rolls Coupe in your showroom.
Yes, sir, indeed we have.
Yes, well, I'm anxious to take such a car back to the continent with me, but time is pressing.
Are you at 17 Granford Court now, sir?
Yes, if someone could bring round the car, I should like to see it.
Right, I'll be with you in a quarter of an hour, sir.
Are you sure that is not too much trouble?
Oh, no trouble at all, sir. Thank you very much for ringing.
Thank you. I shall be waiting for you.
15 minutes later, the car drove up to the block of flats. The driver salesman got out and went inside. Entering the lift, he went up to the third floor and knocked on the door of number 17. Needless to say, the occupier had never heard of either Maurice Bluet or Major General Lewis. But while the questions and explanations sorted themselves out, Walter Pievsky was already driving the luxury car toward the garage where practiced hands were waiting to completely change its identity. First, what the Pike did not know was that he had provided the police with a vital clue that was to lead him first to prison and then, by reason of the tartan scarf, to the gallows. But the scarf was yet to earn its place, of course, among these strange exhibits here in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. And now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
We return to Walter Pievsky, known as the Pike, elated at the success of his confidence car trick. He made a handsome profit on the rolls, And despite the fact that the police subsequently traced it, they never traced the theft back to the Pike. Not until he tried the same operation again. Certainly he changed the district, but, as is so often the case with a regular criminal, he develops regular habits, and the routine served up to the local garage was almost exactly as before.
Yes, I'm staying with Sir Leslie, and he tells me you've got that straight 8 in the showroom. I'm most anxious to take a car back to the continent with me, but time is pressing, and
I'll
you
be
see...
delighted to bring the car round to you right away, sir, if that's convenient.
If you're sure that it's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all, sir. I'll be with you in 10 minutes.
Oh, that is most kind. Thank you. Excellent.
But you wouldn't think it was so excellent from your point of view if you knew what was happening at the garage, Pike.
Hello, give me the police. Is that Scotland Yard?
Yes, information room.
Listen, my name is Slater. I run a garage, Carlsbrook Street, North 1.
Yes, sir.
A few weeks ago, the local police warned me about a car thief who worked a telephone trick, asking salesmen to take cars round to fake addresses for inspection.
He just rung you, has he, Mr. Slater?
Yeah. It might be him, or it might be genuine. But he asked me to take a car round to 21 Golston Court, Catamar Street.
On the advice of Scotland Yard, Mr. Slater took the car to Golston Court. To make it easier for the thief, he left the doors unlocked and went into the building. When he was safely inside, the Pike left his telephone box and walked smartly over to the waiting motor. There were just 2 things he didn't know. First, an ignition wire had been snipped, and second, he was being watched. She'll never start until that broken wire is mended, Pike. You're wasting your time. You're going to waste a lot more time, too. 7 years, to be exact.
Hello, sir. You having a bit of starting trouble?
Oh, hello, officer. Yes, I don't know what's happened here.
I'm used to this sort of thing, so is the other constable here.
Oh, there's 2 of you.
There's a lot more at the end of the road. Suppose you hop out of there and let us see whether we can't get the car going for you.
No, I can manage.
All the same, you might let us have a go for you.
Okay.
That's the idea. Are you the owner of this car? Hold him, George. He's got a knuckle there, sir.
Let me go, you swamp!
No, you don't.
Oh, God! Put the bracelets on him, quick! You all right, 71?
Oh.
Well, how is he? Looks as if his jaw's broken, Inspector. Right, take this man to the station. What's his name?
I'm talking.
Very well. I'm charging you with grievous bodily harm and resisting arrest for the attempted theft of this vehicle. There may be further charges.
There were further charges, including the theft of the big rolls. Walter Piewski, alias the Pike, had played the same game once too often, and a search of his flat in the East End produced more evidence of his varied career in crime. The police had been waiting for him to make his first mistake. This time he'd done it. At the Old Bailey, he pleaded guilty to over 100 crimes, and there were hundreds more with which he was never charged. He was sent to prison for 7 years, and immediately on his reception, his personal belongings were entered in the property book, and he was wearing the tartan scarf, which later was to hang him.
Juliet, grey, 7.5. Collar, 16, brown. 1 scarf, red background, green and blue stripes, white and yellow overcheck.
The Clan Stewart.
How do you know that, Piewski?
The fellow I bought it from in Petticoat Lane told me.
I'll take his word for it. Oh, there's a small tear, 5 inches in one corner. Been roughly patched. Better put that down.
Don't worry, boys. I won't accuse you of doing it.
Don't you worry. I'll be retired by then. 1 pair leather gloves, size 8. 1 pair black socks, 10. Brown shoes, neat.
The tartan scarf had been duly entered, and little did the retiring prison officer dream that his hastily scribbled details were to be subsequently brought up as key evidence in a murder trial. But Piewski signed the list of his personal property, and for the next 7 years he was a guest of His Majesty's government in the most famous prison in England, Dartmoor. But in 1946, justice had run its course. The Pike was given back his personal property, which included the tartan scarf, of course, all duly signed for, and so he was released upon a battle-scarred London. Time passed, and he added to his lawful wages by meager pickings from the black market, and more time passed, until one day the inspiration came to him like a bolt from the blue. He mulled it over in his mind. He carried out the research, and not until the plans were cut and dry did he put Ed Javison in the picture.
This is it. This is going to be the cleanup, Eddie.
Yeah, what is it, Pike?
We're going to stick up a post office van, see?
A post office van?
I've been standing in for a chap selling papers right outside a big post office in the West End. Every night I watched the mailbags coming out and going into the vans around 6 o'clock. Well, the other night I hired a car and followed one. It cut through Braston Mews to Park Lane.
Did you say you hired a car?
Yes, what about it?
Never mind. Go on.
Well, I had it out 3 nights and I found the vans don't change their route. It's the Mews every time. Cuts off a bit of traffic, you see?
Yeah, go on.
Now, the Mews are very dark. Badly bombed and no residents that I could see.
Yeah, I'll get it, yeah.
All we have to do is get a fast car and wait there until the last van comes through.
Yeah, how many are there?
Only 2. We draw our car out in the path of the second one, as if we were going to back into the garage, see?
Yeah.
The van stops.
Yeah.
We fix the 2 men in it, fill up our car from the back, and bring the stuff back here to sort.
To sort? Oh, I like that. Yes. Here we can bring it through the back way. When do we do it?
Well, I think our most profitable haul will be tonight, Friday.
Well, what about a car?
Oh, you can leave that to me.
And Walter Pievsky ran true to form. He wanted a fast car in a hurry. He applied the methods he knew. He worked the telephone trick on a young and trusting motor salesman who duly delivered a shining, high-powered limousine to a block of flats. As he disappeared into the entrance full of expectation, the Pike drove off rapidly to Braston Mews, where his partner was waiting for him. The timing was perfect. As the car stopped, the first post office van was already approaching.
Here, keep your head down, Ed. Here he comes. The second one won't be more than a minute or so behind. We must turn the car broadside onto it.
How did you get this bad?
I'll tell you later. It's hand-picked, see? Plenty of room in the back for the luggage. There we are. Nothing can get by now.
What happens if something tries to get through before the van arrives?
Well, we make way for it. It can come back another night if necessary. Here, what's this?
It's the van. We're going to be all right.
And nobody about. Couldn't be better. Now, get out.
Yeah?
Keep your chin tucked into your scarf like me.
Righto.
Pretend to be pushing the car.
Right.
What's up, Contown?
Oh,
afraid so. Could you give us a push?
Sorry, mustn't leave the van.
Oh. Well, look, in that case, I wonder if you'd like to earn yourselves 10 bob, eh? If you could ring this number for us when you get to your own destination, it's my garage.
I'd log on and send a breakdown for you, eh?
That's the idea.
Oh, don't mind doing that for you. I'll do it for nothing.
Oh, thanks, Sam. You're very kind. If you got a pencil, I'll jot down my name. It's rather a difficult one.
Here, here's a pencil.
Help! Dirty thieves! Oh, that's got the both of them.
Good. We'll start getting the bags out, quick.
No, you don't.
I'll set you up, you snivelling idiot.
I'm choking. This scarf's choking me.
Here, quick with the bags, Ed.
Oh, no, here they come.
I'm going. You'll swing for it.
Start getting the stuff in the car.
Okay.
Right. Oh, I reckon that's about as much as we can take. Here. Oh, what's happened to the driver?
Oh, don't worry about him. Get moving.
Here, look at his tongue. His eyes. You've killed him.
Stop talking. Get on with the job.
There's a car coming. They've got us in their headlights. It's the cops.
Well, let's get out of here. Oh, tight on the corner.
Keep going, they're after us. Oh, watch the traffic lights. They're red. Something's coming.
Oh, we got through.
Oh, I thought we'd had it. Oh, the police car's held up by the other car.
Well, get away, Ed. We're going to make it.
Put them in! Slow up, we can't get round!
Ed Javison died in that crash, so mutilated that his body could not be identified. By some miracle, the Pike escaped and staggered away into the shadows. But his tartan scarf was still round the throat of his victim, lying in the mews. Now let Superintendent Brandreth take up the story of the hunt.
Well, the hunt was soon over. In fact, as soon as the car was reported stolen, I had a call from one of my inspectors.
I thought you'd like to see this.
What is it, Harrison? Oh, stolen car. Well?
Well, I've checked with criminal records, sir. There was something familiar about the method. Calling up a garage and getting the salesman to deliver the car to a block of flats.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the list of men who practiced that.
Now, these two are inside at present.
Yes?
This one's going straight. Well, he's out of London anyway.
That leaves this one, Walter Pievsky.
Yes, sir. The Pike.
Know where to find him?
He's sharing a place with a man named Javison in the East End.
Right. Bring him in.
Yes, sir.
But before the Pike was picked up for questioning about the car, his scarf was...
The car was immediately recognized as the one which we believe Pievsky had stolen. In theory, the evidence against him was already piling up. If he was the car thief, he was probably the murderer as well. But I needed that extra piece of evidence. I called for everything that was known about him, including the list of his personal property which he had signed in prison. It was a shot in the dark, but it yielded results.
There's no doubt about the scarf being his property, Superintendent, even to the patch on it.
Within 24 hours, the Pike was caught. Still dazed by the car crash, he offered no resistance. In due course, he was convicted of the murder of William Price, the driver of the post office van. And
Stay
at 8
tuned for
o'clock,
the next episode.
One cold morning in February,
starting in just 4 minutes.
he was hanged. All because of this tartan scarf, which has earned its place today in the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment. Now here in person is Orson Welles.
Under English law, there are no degrees of murder, and the death sentence has to be pronounced on a man or woman convicted of the crime. Recommendations to mercy by the jury are always carefully considered. But in the case of Walter H. Pievsky, no such recommendation was made. The evidence against him was unshakable, and on the eve of his execution, he reproached himself bitterly, not for the death of his victim, or even his unfortunate partner, but for
Stay
two other
tuned for the
reasons.
next episode.
The supreme
starting
crime
in
of
just
murder
2 minutes.
had brought him no profit, and as his last hour approached, he became increasingly angry at his own forgetfulness. Oh yes, they usually overlook something. And that's why the faded piece of tartan has earned its place here among the other exhibits in the Black Museum. Now, until we meet again in the same place for another story about the Black Museum, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles, is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Radio Attractions, with original music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch, produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Thank you for tuning in to our captivating radio program. But hey, there's more for you. Are you ready to take your skills to the next level? If you're looking for Microsoft Access training or support, you have come to the right place. Whether you're a beginner or seeking advanced techniques, I have got you covered. Unlock the power of Microsoft Access, a versatile and efficient tool for managing and analyzing data. Learn how to build robust databases, design intuitive interfaces, and harness the full potential of this incredible software. Why struggle with Access when you can have the guidance of an expert? Receive personalized training sessions, comprehensive courses, and ongoing support to help you become an Access Pro. Don't miss out on this opportunity to enhance your skills and boost your productivity. Visit our website, g3pl.com, or call us 615-420-20 40. Today to learn more about our Microsoft Access training and support services. Remember, success is just a click or a phone call away. Let us be your trusted companion on your journey to Access Master. Thank you once again for joining us on this radio adventure, and we look forward to helping you unleash the power of Microsoft Access.
This is Clive Brooke. And what a strange paradox it is, isn't it, Percy? That while the terrible fact of war itself invariably brings out the best in men, the blessing of the peace that follows it so often reveals the worst.
It is a paradox, Clive, and a tragic one. And I don't suppose that any war in history has left behind such a scum of crime, big and little as the last one. And London was perhaps of all cities the most affected. Into London during the war years there poured men of all nations. But unfortunately, not all of these were men of goodwill. Hundreds of thousands returned to their homes, but some remained.
And our story concerns a small group of these. It is set in the London of 1945, a London still dazed by the fact of peace, a London relieved from the threat of bombing, but beset with shortages, a London which was giving asylum to many strange gentry who were thriving and growing fat on an increasing black market. Strange snatches of dialogue could be heard in the back streets of Soho, in the shady cafes and night dives, where hundreds of deserters from all nations mixed in with the existing criminal population of the great city.
Henry here, Joe?
On a table in the back room. Go right through. You with him, soldier?
Yes, I'm with him.
Go ahead, then.
Say, what is this? Who's this Polish guy? Is he on the level?
Go on in, soldier. I mind my business, and you see after yours.
Cameras is all very well. Watches is all very well. Occupation marks is all very well.
And Luger pistols is all very well. Now, soldier, what else you can get, huh?
Yeah, so what kind of a racket is this? I just brought across these couple of cameras. The German guy traded them in for 4 packets of fags. I ain't got nothing else.
Now, listen, soldier. Cameras is for little people, eh? 30 pounds, 35 pounds. Finish. What about jewels, huh?
There's plenty jewels where you're coming from, yes? Plenty jewels where you go back to, yes?
Here, bloke's trying to make a crook out of me. I tell you, I got the cameras straight, see? Now, listen, soldier. You help us, we help you. You are stationed near Hamburg. Good. Now, you go and see this man's. Here is the address. Take the packet he give you, and the first friend of yours who is for coming to London for leave, he bring us the packet, no?
I don't like it.
But you will like the 50 pounds, $200, Swiss francs, whatever you are wanting. Your friend hand back to you, no?
Yeah, who are you blokes, anyway?
I am Henrik. He is Marion. That is enough for you.
Henrik, Marion. Deserters from the Polish army. Men on the run. Men without identity cards, ration books, passports. Men now without a country. Men who could move about only by night. Members of the shadow army that manipulated London's black market. Men who carried no papers, but who carried... Yes, quite so. The gunfire of war was over, but other guns spat in the London nights. And as dawn broke over London River one October morning in 1945, 2 policemen were patrolling Lambeth Bridge when...
Well, I'll be. What's up? What are you looking at, Tom?
Look through there. Here, in the pump house down there.
Can't see very well through this little hole. It's a man. Dead by the look of it, what's more.
It's a man, all right. How the devil they get him in there? The hole's not more than a foot wide.
Door's locked. Listen, you get along to the fire service people and get the key, and I'll stay here.
It was a dead man. A murdered man. A man who was soon identified as taxi driver Frank Everett. His cab was found abandoned in Notting Hill Gate, 3.5 miles away from the body, which had been thrust into the tiny brick edifice in the middle of the busy bridge. Who had done this deed? Why?
Clearly shot in the back of the neck, Inspector. Probably as he sat at the driving wheel. Death almost instantaneous. Probably took place at about 2 this morning. Anything known about the fellow?
Seems to have been a good chap. Ex-guardsman, been a policeman. Known to his pals as the Duke. Motive, I'd say robbery.
Anything to go on?
The bullet, .32 caliber, and this.
What is it? Cap or something?
We found it on the floor of the cab, on the top of a propelling pencil.
Find the other half of that, and you've got your man.
Oh, come, Doc, not so fast. Plenty of people use cabs. There's no reason to assume that this belonged to the last person to use this one. And it'd be hard enough to find him, even if it were so. No, Doc, there's not a lot to go on.
This was the kind of thing that was causing Scotland Yard its biggest headache ever. A resident native criminal population is one thing, but a floating reinforcement of unknown aliens is quite another. Who had killed taxi driver Everett?
Might be, well, anyone. Cab itself's a mess of fingerprints, naturally enough. And none of them on our records. Everett seemed to have no particular enemies. Seems a straightforward shoot and snatch.
And for what? Hey, Inspector?
Just a few pounds, as much as the poor chap could have had at the end of his day's work. Murder for just a little cash in hand. And it makes you think. Well, there's not much more we can do here, Doc. Better get back to the yard.
Black market, when gold, read all about it. Black market, when gold, black market. Pick up the van corner of George and Melville Street, Lou, and take the stuff right over to Joe's place. Whiskey mostly, but 100 cases of gin as well.
Now listen, Tom. There's a chap I know can fix everything for you. You want the dollars? He's got them. Of course, they'll cost you double the odds, but the point is they're there.
Watches, Mr. Mason? Of course you shall have watches. They're good ones, Swiss ones. Meet me here Friday, same time, and I'll have them. Oh, and by the way, bring cash. You understand. Checks? We don't want them.
But sometimes, and it's the oldest inevitability of the underworld, thieves fall out. In the small hours of the morning, not a fortnight after taxi driver Everett had been found, huddled in the Lambeth Bridge pumping house, a policeman patrolling the Notting Hill Gate area of London noticed a small saloon car standing rather out from the curb.
Queer place to leave a car. Excuse me, sir. 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 Come on there now. Wake up, wake up.
Blood? He's dead. Chief Inspector Somerset speaking. Who? Oh, yes, Sergeant. Good morning to you. The devil you have. We'll be right down. Oh, you're right, Sergeant. This certainly is a job for the murder squad. Goodbye. Sergeant. Sir, ask Inspector Byrne to step this way, will you? And get me the Home Office on the telephone. I want to speak to Dr. Kerr.
Very good, sir. Right away, sir.
Funny. Notting Hill Gate again. Home Office, Somerset speaking. Oh, is that you, Doctor? Can I pick you up in a quarter of an hour's time? A fellow found shot in a car. Yes. Notting Hill Gate area. Right, we'll call for you. Goodbye.
Down at the scene of the crime, Detective Inspector Somerset, Dr. Donald Tier, Home Office pathologist, and members of the murder squad got busy. The doctor gave his verdict briefly.
Shot in the back of the neck, Inspector. Bullet just missed the vital brain center, so it probably took quite a while to die, poor devil. What have you got there?
The bullet, Doctor. .32 caliber. Bedded in the roof of the car. Clearly shot in the front seat, then dumped in the back. Pockets have been rifled, so it looks like a robbery. The chap who did it's been good enough to leave his fingerprints and blood on the windscreen. Oh, yes, Sergeant, what is it?
We checked the car number, sir, and found that it belongs to a foreigner, sir. Morozov's the name. Rubin Morozov.
Well, I'll be hanged. So that's who it is. Russian Robert himself.
Who's he, Inspector?
A nasty piece of work, Doctor. There's not a country in Europe that hasn't chucked him out. And he's been operating here since just before the war. Stolen jewelry, gaming houses, currency deals.
So it's good riddance, eh?
It is damn good riddance. But unfortunately, it's something else, too.
What's that?
Murder.
Inspector Byrne speaking.
Byrne, good. I want you to stand by for a big roundup starting tonight. I'll want every available man and woman on the job.
Right. What's the object?
Russian Robert's been shot.
The devil he has.
I say it was one of his pals, or maybe more. We've got to find him.
Right. When do I expect you?
After lunch. I've just got one inquiry to make, then we'll get going. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye.
Yes?
This is Mr. Marty Ross's flat.
Well, what about it? He's out. I don't know when he'll be back.
He won't be back, madam. He's dead.
I tell you, I don't know where he went. I don't know who he was going to meet. I tell you, I don't know.
Try and think again, madam. You told me he was here during the evening.
Yes, that's right. Just, well, sort of here. Not doing anything special. Then he was getting ready to go to bed when the phone rings.
Well, go on. What time was that?
It'd be about 11 o'clock. He didn't say much into the phone. Just yes and no and things like that. Then he hangs up the receiver and comes in with his hat on.
Seemed in a hurry, eh?
Well, yes, he did. He just said, so long, and went back.
Is that all he said? Come now, madam, I want the truth of this. Did he say where he was going?
Well, yes, he did. He just said, I've got to meet some people down by the Edgware Road Underground station. That's all.
And you wouldn't know who?
No. No, I wouldn't. Friends, I suppose.
Which friends?
I tell you, I don't know. He had a lot of friends. He had a lot of queer friends.
Madam, you're right, he had. Good day to you.
KGO with... An international criminal, chief of a thriving London black market gang, is dead in his car, shot through the neck. And all the resources of Scotland Yard are mobilized for one of the most all-embracing underworld probes ever conducted. Dozens of detectives, men and women, took on strange roles, posing as currency evaders, speculators in black market liquor, indeed as every type of stooge upon which Russian Robert and his colleagues flourished. They descended upon the night spots, shady hotels, and drinking clubs. Chief Inspector Somerset himself played a leading role.
Well, what about another? Good stuff, eh? The real Mackay, this. Yes, there is never short. Oh, same again, then?
To the special spot, please, Harry.
Here you go, Chuck. So you don't think you can help me? It's not easy, pal. It's not easy. Dollars, they're tight, pal. Tighter than they've ever been. But our mutual friend told me that... Well, cheers. Your good health. Yes, he might have told you. And a week ago, he'd have been right. I could have got him. But, now look, I'll tell you something. You read about that fella that got choked the other day? Plugged in his car? Oh, yes, Pole, wasn't he? Or Russian or something? Real name was Marty Rossov. Russian Robert, they called him. Well, that's where the dollars would have come from. A week ago. See? Oh, just my luck. But surely hadn't he a pal or something? He plenty. Look, I'll tell you something. And maybe it'll help you. Trouble is, I don't know him myself. Not like I knew Robert. I'd be very grateful. Harry, 2 more scotches. There's a fella dressed up as a Polish naval officer who was in on dollars with Robert. There's him, and there's another.
Go on, this may mean a lot to me. This other fellow's a Pole, too. But he's a civvy. I met him with Robert once. Name of Marion.
What, do you mean that's his surname?
That's all we ever called him. Marion. Just Marion.
But where can I find these fellows?
Yeah, that's where you've got me, pal. Might be here. Oh, I haven't seen him since Robert got croaked. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll try and find out. See?
Oh, thanks. Well, I'll look in again in a day or two. You always here?
Over to this time.
This much the man from Scotland Yard learned. And then, this. Please go on, madam. You're being most helpful.
Well, Inspector, if I lay my hands on them...
Yes, I'm sure. I want you to help us do just that.
Well, what happened was this. A man friend and I were in the Pelican Club about 3 weeks ago it was. And there were these three at the bar. One was a naval officer, the other just, quite an ordinary-looking fellow, though he spoke with an accent, and the girl. We got into conversation with them.
No, please, you smoke one of mine.
I don't know if I should. Oh, thanks.
Will you, madame?
You go on, miss. When my friend is becoming generous, it's the time to strike. Look out, he might offer you a drink yet.
And it is his turn, Henry. Oh, look, let me give you a light, if it works.
A woman with a lighter that works. Oh, what wonder.
I'm afraid mine never works. Oh, what a beautiful bag. It is rather a pet, isn't it? I'm terribly thrilled with it. May I look? Oh, it's lovely, isn't it, Ken?
It certainly is.
I haven't seen anything like that since before the war. American, I suppose. You guess again. Paris, then? No, not Paris either. It certainly didn't come from this country. Shall I tell her, Marion?
I shall be flattered, my dear.
The genius who made me this bag isn't a yard away.
Great Scott. You don't mean to tell me you made it, sir?
Please, I confess, yes, I make it. I'm glad you approve.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I suppose...
Now then, Linda, now then.
Oh, but darling, it's so lovely. Could you?
Well, I do make them, madame, but I am very busy. So many orders.
But, Marion, there's Mrs. Fortescue. You've just finished. Remember, she cancelled the order, and it's exactly like mine.
Oh, yes, that is true, yes.
Well, might as well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb.
Oh, can you, darling?
Well, I don't know about that. Well, could you let me handle the bags, and as a matter of interest?
I am afraid they're not cheap, sir.
I scarce expected they would be.
The price of the bag is £45, sir. I would not ask you to pay that now, naturally. But if perhaps you give me a deposit, I will complete the bag, say in 2 days, and mail it to madame. Then you can pay me the balance if you are satisfied.
Seems fair enough.
Good. Shall we say £25 down, then? And the balance on Thursday, when madame receives the bag?
It's an awful lot, darling.
No nonsense. Our back's a winner today. Right you are, then. I'm most grateful to her.
Oh, not at all. Then if I could have madame's address, I will see that she has the bag.
And that was the last we heard, Inspector, except I was angry, Inspector, so angry that I went almost mad. I went back to the Pelican, and I bulleted an address out of the barman. I went there, Lansdowne Road, Maida Vale.
Go on, what happened?
I can't tell you. I wanted to get it. It was horrible, horrible. There was a Spaniard who made the bags. They're not men, Inspector. They're monsters, beasts. I ran, and here I am.
Well, perhaps you'll come with me in a police car and point out the house.
Yes, of course, Inspector.
But the house, a 6th-floor boarding establishment, was completely empty. The birds had flown. Chief Inspector Somerset was relentless.
I want a dozen of our women, Baron, and this is what I want them to do. Each takes an area. Each poses as a victim of this damned handbag trick, looking for the tricksters. We may get somewhere in that way. A hint is nothing more.
Woman Detective Shirley Jennings, probing the Maida Vale area, got more than a hint.
There's too much of that sort of thing going on by a long chalk.
Then you do know something.
Once I do, and once I don't. But if I was you, I'd ask again 3 doors up.
It was Chief Inspector Somerset, with his murder squad posted at all approaches to the house, who called 3 doors up.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm sure, sir, but that's all the rooms I've got vacant just at the moment.
Oh, pity. I do like to be on an upper floor. Is there no chance of a vacancy upstairs?
No, don't know, sir. Gents comes and gents goes. Spanish gentleman in the 3rd floor front, well, he hasn't been here long. He might go, or he might not.
Spanish gentleman, eh? Well, I wonder, could I see the room?
No, that I'm afraid you can't, sir. He always locks up when he goes out.
Come on.
Oh, my goodness me, sir, what's going on outside?
What, where?
Well, them two men, sir. What have got hold of that naval gentleman?
Looks as though the police are arresting him.
Why, whatever can the matter be? Oh, my goodness, they put him in that car.
Oh, well. Oh, there you are, sir. So you've got him, eh? Afraid not, sir. This chap's a Polish deserter, but he's not our man. Oh, one Polish deserter's as likely as not to know the next. You, what's your name? Irakov. What do you know of a man called Marion?
Marion? Marion?
Why? I'm not going to meet this man, Marion. Yes, look, I am give this address and told he will be there this evening.
Sergeant, take this man back to the yard and hold him there. You and I will go to meet Marion. And in a squalid cafe in London's East India Dock Road, the men from Scotland Yard met the man called Marion.
Who you are? I not know you, any of you. This is wicked, wicked.
You come along with us, my lad. You can do all your talking back at the yard.
I protest.
Yes, I've no doubt you do. Come on, get moving. Neat. A very neat pickup. And one which exceeded even Chief Inspector Somerset's highest expectations. For at Scotland Yard, when Marion Godofsky's possessions were laid out upon the table, and I suppose you now got this, and this, and this.
They were given by a friend.
This cigarette lighter, Gondowski, and this watch and this wallet belong to a man called Matarosov. Russian Robert, I think you called him. And I suppose you've never heard of Henrik Malinowski.
I have heard of him.
Well, I hope you'll soon have the pleasure of meeting him. Inside Matarosov's wallet, Somerset found the name of Malinowski and an address in the North London suburb of Ilford. Malinowski was in civilian clothes, but the uniform of a Polish naval officer was discovered in a wardrobe. In its pockets were a signet ring and other jewelry that had belonged to the murdered Russian Robert. These two charming Polish gentlemen who had worked so long together were not exactly loyal when it came to the showdown, and they saw that it was... All right, Gondowski, my lad. All right, take your time.
After we meet Robert that night, we go to a cafe and discuss things to do. Then we go to the car, and Malinowski is always for wanting to shoot people and robbing them. Malinowski, he said to me, I am going to finish with him. We are pushing the car for to start it, and I tell Malinowski not to be a fool. Then he starting the engine, I sit in front with Robert. Then I hear a shot, and I get like bells in my ears. I get out. Malinowski come after me, and he said, come back or I shoot you. I went back with him and helped to put Robert in the back seat. We went to Malinowski's room and divided the money.
And that's all?
Yes, that is all.
Was that the truth? Or this?
It was I who sat beside Robert. Marion is in the back. I hear a shot and Robert's head falls forward. Marion said, we must camouflage him, and asked me to move Robert. I said I could not do it. Marion pulled down the seat alongside of Robert and dragged him into the back car. When they counted the money, there was about 160 pounds. Marion gave me 80.
Yes, a charming pair of gentlemen, neither of whose statements was enough to save him from the gallows a week or two later. Of course, there were certain matters of fact that made the guilt of at least one of them positive, as Percy Hoskins will tell you.
In the first place, the bloodstained fingerprints on the windscreen of Russian Robert's car were found to be those of Marion Gondowski. In the second place, a .32 automatic pistol picked up at his address proved to be the one that fired the fatal bullet. Oh, and there was another thing. Something else was found among Gondowski's effects.
I thought this might be of some interest to you.
Ah, self-propelling pencil, eh? Aha, and minus a top. Sergeant, have you the exhibits in the taxi driver murder?
Here, sir. This is the pencil top we found.
A perfect fit. And look, the little fracture in the groove settles it. Well, Sergeant, I think we can stop work on that case. Pity we can't hang the same scoundrel twice.
We can hang two of them once, sir, and they've got a potential third out of our way.
Yes, when thieves fall out. You know, I often wonder what makes men take such chances. Of these three rascals, two had proved themselves damn soldiers. The third, Russian Robert, was a crook through and through and always had been. There's an irony about the whole case, isn't there?
Yes, indeed, Clive. And perhaps the most significant thing of all is that it took the anger of a woman who had been cheated to round the matter off.
And that
brings us to the end of the black market murders or the case of Russian Robert. Well, that's...
Stay tuned for the next episode, starting in just 4 minutes. Stay tuned for the next episode, starting in just 2 minutes.
Thank you for tuning in to our captivating radio program. But hey, there's more for you. Are you ready to take your skills to the next level? If you're looking for Microsoft Access training or support, you have come to the right place. Whether you're a beginner or seeking advanced techniques, I have got you covered. Unlock the power of Microsoft Access, a versatile and efficient tool for managing and analyzing data. Learn how to build robust databases, design intuitive interfaces, and harness the full potential of this incredible software. Why struggle with Access when you can have the guidance of an expert? Receive personalized training sessions, comprehensive courses, and ongoing support to help you become an Access pro. Don't miss out on this opportunity to enhance your skills and boost your productivity. Visit our website, 3pl.com or call us 615-420-2040 today to learn more about our Microsoft Access training and support services. Remember, success is just a click or phone call away. Let us be your trusted companion on your journey to Access Mastery. Thank you once again for joining us on this radio adventure, and we look forward to helping you unleash the power of Microsoft Access.
Pet Milk Show, usually heard at this time, has moved to a new time period on Sunday nights. Be sure to hear Larry Douglas and Kay Arman on the new Pet Milk Show tomorrow night on NBC.
And now, here's another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to a homicide detail. A man's wife has suddenly dropped from sight. On the surface, it appears only as a routine missing persons case. You start to investigate. Suspicion grows. There is evidence of possible foul play. Your job, find the woman or find her murderer.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. Investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, September 15th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from lunch, and it was 12:56 when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Hi, Joe. Waiting for you.
Hiya, Ben. Al.
Hi.
I hear you got something for us.
Here's a report right here. Gardener by the name of Eric Kelby called in day before yesterday. Said his wife disappeared from their home out in the valley Sunday night. Says he thinks she left him.
That happens every day, Barghetti.
Not this way, it doesn't. Walsh and I went out yesterday to interview the guy. Story doesn't add.
Why not?
None of her clothes are missing. None of her luggage. She even left her pocketbook behind, full of money. Found out from the neighbors a missing woman is a 17-year-old boy by a former marriage.
So what?
An only child. Mother dotes on the kid. Shouldn't even say goodbye to him.
How did this Eric Kelby impress you?
Pretty grouchy with Walsh and me. No cooperation. Wants to find his wife, doesn't he? I don't know if he does or not. There's no help, I'll tell you that.
Can I see that report a minute now?
Oh, here you are.
Agnes Trumbull Kelby, age 39.
Kelby's her second husband. First one died a little after the boy was born.
Mm-hmm. Disappeared Sunday night from her home, 546 Belasco Road, between 7 and 8 o'clock. When did Kelby call in?
Monday afternoon. Said he thought his wife might be spending the night with her sister. When he found out she wasn't, called us. Did you meet the boy while you were out there, Borghetti? Yeah, that's another thing. Kid came riding in on a bike while we were talking to one of the neighbors. Trying to talk to him, but the old man came out, hustled him inside the house. Then he starts eating us out. What'd he say? Told us it was our job to find his wife, not to go prying into her stepson's affairs.
Well, that's a new slant.
How about her friends and relatives around here, Al? Any besides her sister? Walsh located a couple of her aunts. I don't think he's checked them yet, though. I'll tell you, boys, this is one I'll bet on.
Maybe. You got the names of Mrs. Kelby's relatives?
Oh, yeah. Right over here. Sure wish we had a chance to talk to that boy.
Yeah. How's it feel to you, Ben?
I don't know. Notice anything else funny about the guy, Al? I don't know. Well, here's those names, Joe.
Thanks.
Kelby was upset, all right. For some reason, he didn't strike me as reacting the way a normal guy reacts when his wife disappears.
All right, Al. How would you react?
Barghetti's worrying again. Oh, now listen, boys. It's no fooling matter. This is one I'll bet on. It's a homicide.
All right. How about a copy of this report?
Yeah, where'll I get the phone? Missing persons, Barghetti. Who's that? Oh. Yes. Yes. About what? Oh, sure. All right, son. 4 o'clock. Yeah. Goodbye. That was Kelby's stepson. What do you want? Thinks something's happened to his mother.
In police work, missing persons detail is not a department separate in itself. It is organized as a part of the Homicide Bureau. According to Barghetti, who took the call, the boy said he suspected his stepfather, and he didn't want him to know of any meeting between him and police officers. He would meet the officers that afternoon at 4 p.m. in a restaurant on the corner of Hollywood Boulevard and Fairfax Avenue. At 3:15, Ben and I left the office and drove out to the meeting place, the Dairyland Fountain and Coffee Shop. We arrived there at 3:45. At 8 minutes to 5, the Kelby boy still had not arrived.
Youngster's not very prompt.
Well, let's wait a little while longer.
Yeah. Smoke?
Yeah, thanks.
Want some more coffee?
No, thanks. Well, I guess the boy isn't going to show.
Think something's happened?
15 minutes after we left the coffee shop, we drove up in front of the gate of the Kelby Nursery on Belasco Road. The house itself was set well back on the property, which covered about 4 acres. The entire nursery was surrounded by a 6-foot steel wire fence, and it looked like almost every available foot of ground inside was planted with some kind of a flower or shrub. Kelby met us at the gate.
Yes? What do you men want? Police officers. Are you Mr. Kelby?
Yes, what do you want?
Well, if you'll shut those dogs up for a minute, we'd like to ask you a few questions.
I'm busy now. Can't you come back tomorrow?
It's pretty important, Mr. Kelby. I think we better talk right now.
All right, if you have to. Red, Giant, down. You too, Jaime. Quiet. All right. Now, what do you want?
Mind if we come inside?
Well, these watchdogs of mine are pretty vicious. We can talk here at the gate.
All right, Mr. Kelby. This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday. We've been assigned to look into your wife's disappearance.
Oh. Did you find anything yet?
Nothing definite. Maybe you can help us. Would you tell us exactly what happened the night your wife disappeared?
What do you mean? What happened?
Well, when did you last see her? When you first noticed she was gone?
We finished up Sunday night dinner about 7 o'clock, and I laid down for a nap. Agnes went out on the front porch for some air. I woke up a little before 8 and went outside to look for her. She was gone.
Nobody saw her leave, Mr. Kelby?
Not that I know of. Maybe some of our nosy neighbors, I don't know.
How about your stepson? Wasn't he around Sunday night?
Bruce? No, went out to a show with some other kids.
When did he get back from the show?
About 10, I think. Why?
Where's your stepson now?
Who are you looking for, my wife or my stepson?
Both, Mr. Kelby. Where's your stepson?
Gone. I took him over to my sister's in Alhambra. Been feeling bad since his mother disappeared. Figured the change would do him good.
When did you take him over to your sister's, Kelby?
This afternoon. What's that got to do with it?
We'd like to talk to Bruce.
No, I can't allow it. The boy's too upset. I can't allow it.
I'm afraid you're going to have to allow it.
Listen, mister, you can get off this property right now. No cop's giving me sass.
Nobody's giving you sass, Kelby. We want to talk to your stepson, that's all. He might give us a clue as to the whereabouts of your wife.
And I say you can't see the boy. What's more, you cops couldn't find thorns in a rose patch. I'll get somebody else to look for Agnes. It's my business anyway, nobody else's.
It's our business, too, if anything's happened to her.
What are you talking about?
You better get your coat, Mr. Kelby. We're taking you in for questioning.
You come through that gate, and I'm going to let these dogs go accidentally.
I'd hate to shoot the dogs. Now go on in the house and get your coat. Eric Kelby turned and made his way up the path and into the house. 5 minutes later, he came out. Without a word to either of us, he came down the path, closed the gate behind him, and got into our car. On the way back to headquarters, he chatted pleasantly about the weather, the nursery business, and his dogs. When we pulled up in front of the city hall, we met the reason for his sudden change in temperament. His lawyer was waiting for us at the door. We took Kelby to one of the interrogation rooms. His lawyer tagged along. We tried to question him, but the lawyer objected to 2 out of every 3 questions we asked. It was hopeless, and we knew it. So did the lawyer. We released Kelby, but we did get the name and address of his sister where the stepson Bruce was staying. After they left, Ben and I got back in the car and drove out to Alhambra to check on the boy.
Barghetti had this one pegged right, Joe. It's a real sleeper.
Yeah. I'd like to know how the stepson missed that date with us this afternoon.
Well, if the kid called us from the house, his stepfather could have overheard him.
It's possible. Sister's house ought to be along this block, shouldn't it?
Yeah, let's see. 1408, 1406. There it is, Joe. A gray cottage, 1402.
Right. Well, it's a nice-looking little place, isn't it? Well kept.
Yeah, it's a nice neighborhood. Wonder how the lot prices run out here. Somebody's coming.
Yes, what is it?
Police officers, ma'am. Are you Miss Kelby?
Bertha Kelby. Yes, that's my name. Why?
We talked to your brother earlier today, Miss Kelby. He said that you brought his stepson, Bruce, here to stay for a while. We'd like to see him.
Bruce? Yes, he was here till about, an hour and a half ago. I went to the store, and when I came back, he was gone.
Have you any idea where he might be, Miss Kelby?
Well, I telephoned my brother Eric's place just before you came to the door. He's not there. I don't know where he might be. I'm worried about him. He seemed so upset. This business about his mother's disappearance, you know.
Would you mind if we came in and looked around, Miss Kelby?
Well, no, not at all.
We went in and looked the house over from one end to the other. There wasn't a trace of the boy. We drove back to Kelby's nursery and satisfied ourselves the boy wasn't there. Then we came back to Alhambra and we kept an eye on Miss Bertha Kelby's home until midnight. No one came or went. At 5 minutes past midnight, the lights went off in the living room, and a few minutes later, in the back of the house. The next morning, when Ben and I checked in for work as usual at 8 o'clock, we met with Captain of Homicide, Frank Kearney.
What makes you two so positive there has been any foul play in this Kelby thing? That's just it, Cap. We're not positive. It's a whole setup. It smells bad. For instance?
That lawyer. If a man's innocent, he doesn't need a lawyer to sit with him in the interrogation room and tell him not to answer questions. Number two, that kid's telephone call.
Maybe he doesn't get along with his stepfather. It happens, you know. Maybe he's trying to get back at him for something or other.
Maybe. Then why is Kelby hiding him out?
You sure he's hiding him out? No other way to take it, Cap. The Kelby woman walked away from her home Sunday night. Nobody saw her. She took nothing with her. No clothes, no luggage, no money. You checked with the family doctor?
Yesterday. He told us Mrs. Kelby was in perfect health. We double-checked the Wanderer's file and the Repeater's file and missing persons. Couldn't find her name in either one.
How about her relatives in town? Haven't had a chance to talk to them yet, Cap. We'll check them this morning. Well, one thing's certain. The woman couldn't have gone very far. We checked the sheriff's office, the jails, the hospitals.
We've sent out a teletype and an APB. Every cop in the city has her description. She's been gone almost 4 days, but nobody's seen her. How does that add up to you?
It doesn't. You better move on it. Check every one of Mrs. Kelby's friends and relatives.
Right, Frank.
Then try the neighbors. As long as I've been a cop, neighbors have been able to tell everything about anyone.
All that day, Ben and I made the rounds. First stop was the Western National Bank, where Mrs. Kelby maintained her account. Her savings statement showed a total balance of $31,564.17. Her separate checking account had a balance of $842.71. At the Farmers Mutual, we found the record of an insurance policy issued to Agnes Trumbull Kelby. It was a 20-pay life policy covering the insured in the amount of $30,000. The beneficiary was listed as the insured son, Bruce Trumbull Kelby, if living upon the receipt of such due proof. If not, the insured's husband, Eric J. Kelby. By the time we finished checking her financial status, the odds were piling up fast. From only casual reports, we knew that Eric Kelby was a frugal man. If he was greedy as well, if he wanted or needed money badly enough to kill, then he had all the motives necessary to murder his wife. Maybe his stepson, too. Ben and I started to make the rounds of Mrs. Kelby's friends and relatives. Our first stop was at the apartment of Agnes Kelby's sister, a talkative maiden lady in her early 60s.
Agnes just isn't that kind. Oh, I'm worried sick about this. I really am. And Bruce, the poor lad, he must be heartsick. And Eric, what does Eric say about all this?
He says he thinks his wife left him.
Left him? Why, that's ridiculous. How strange.
Can you think of any good reason why your sister would leave Mr. Kelby?
Why, no. They had tiffs, of course, small ones. But, of course, there was that argument about Bruce. The two of them always seem to be arguing about Bruce.
How do you mean, ma'am?
Oh, well, raising the boy and all, you know. The last time I talked to them, they were tiffing about whether or not Bruce should be paid for working in the nursery for Eric. And the strangest thing, Eric seemed to be so upset about it all. Imagine. All on account of paying the boy a few dollars for good, honest work in that silly nursery. Well, you know, I'm the outspoken kind, and I just told Eric. Eric, I said, don't be an old meanie. Pay the boy.
That was the extent of the information which Mrs. Kelby's sister had to offer. Next, we called on an aunt, Mrs. James D. Trumbull, 83 years old. She could hardly understand our questions, let alone answer them. She hadn't seen her niece, Agnes, in a year. After that, we paid a visit to one of Mrs. Kelby's friends, a Mrs. Lillian Humboldt.
Well, I'm sorry, Sergeant, but I can't think of any good reason why she would leave him. Unless that silly business about Bruce got out of hand. You know, maybe Eric is just a little jealous of the boy.
Next, we called on Daisy McLeod, who worked as a day maid for Mrs. Kelby.
Officer, what Mr. and Mrs. Kelby thought, what they said, what they did, it's none of my business. I come in the morning, I do my work, I do it well. I'm not the nosy type, and I don't pry. I take half an hour for lunch, and when I'm through, I take my pay, and I don't expect tips, and I take the bus home. I'm not the peeking through the keyhole kind, sneaking around corners listening. But what I couldn't tell you about that man.
Exactly what do you mean, Miss McLeod?
Oh, he's a hard man, you know. They're always arguing about the boy. Bruce this, Bruce that. He's a nice boy, I think. He's never done anything to me. Oh, but the arguments. Him and her all the time. Should the boy be paid for working? Shouldn't he? Why? Why not all the time? It's just...
When Ben and I finished with a list of Mrs. Kelby's friends, relatives, and employees, we started out on the neighbors. None of them saw Mrs. Kelby after 6 p.m. the night she disappeared. 2 of the neighbors said they saw the porch light burning after 7 p.m., but both said the porch was empty. Mrs. Kelby was not sitting in her chair at the usual time after dinner. According to them, that was one of her habits. It was 10 minutes to 6 by the time Ben and I got back to the office. The light was still burning in Captain Kearney's office.
Full day, Joe. A lot of mileage.
Yeah. I wonder what the captain's hanging around for.
Let's find out.
Get anything?
Pretty good luck, Cap.
Good. I've got some more for you. Just walked in 5 minutes ago.
What do you mean, Frank? Who walked in?
Bruce Kelby. He's waiting in the next room.
We went in the next room and met Bruce Kelby. He was small for a 17-year-old, dark-haired, and a little on the sickly side. He told us that he couldn't keep the date he made with us on the phone because his stepfather apparently did overhear the conversation and drove him directly to his sister's home in Alhambra. We asked him why he was so sure that his stepfather was responsible for his mother's sudden disappearance.
For one thing, all 3 of us usually go to the early show on Sunday night. Eric, Mom, and me. But last Sunday, Eric said he wasn't feeling good and he wanted Mom to stay home and take care of him. Then he told me to go on ahead to the show, so I did.
What time did you get home, son?
About 9:30, 9:45.
What was your stepfather doing when you got home?
Sitting in the living room reading the paper.
Did you notice anything unusual about the way he acted?
He was nervous and jumpy, more than usual, I think.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. When I came in through the front yard, I noticed the dogs had mud all over their paws. They'd been out somewhere in the nursery plots. And they won't go out in the plots unless Eric's with them. He doesn't want them to trample the seedlings.
What would your stepfather be doing out in the nursery at night? Does he usually do some work at night?
No, sir. None of the plots are even lighted. Only the greenhouses.
And the paths in the greenhouses are usually graveled, aren't they? No mud around.
It's my job to see that the greenhouse paths are kept graveled. I know they're not muddy. I fixed them the day before, Saturday.
What do you think it means, son?
I don't know. I don't want to think about it. I just know he's done something. He's done something to her.
Did your stepfather give you any reason for keeping you away from the police officers the other day?
No, sir. He said people were getting nosy, and he said it might be better for me over at Aunt Bertha's. She's his sister.
Do you think your Aunt Bertha might know where your mother is?
No, we hardly ever see her. We don't know her well at all.
We've heard your mother and your stepfather argued about whether you should be paid for your work in the nursery.
When I started to work for him, he promised he'd pay me. I was saving up to buy a 31 Model A. And then after a couple of months, when he didn't pay me, I asked him. He told me I ought to be glad to work for him for nothing.
And your mother argued with him over that?
Sure, it was her money that bought the nursery anyway.
How'd you get away from your aunt's place last night?
Well, Bertha had some shopping to do, and she left me alone. She locked the door to my room. Even the screen over the window in my room was nailed down, but I kicked it out and got away. I stayed at a friend's house last night.
Thought about where you're going to stay tonight?
I don't know. But I'm not going home. And I'm not going back to Bertha's place either. I'll get a room.
How'd you like to stay at my house a few days?
Sure nice of you, sir. Maybe I'd better not. Mom might not like it.
Oh, I'll take care of that. Now let's hop out and get some dinner.
Sure darn nice of you, sir.
All right, son. Come with me.
What do you think, Joe?
He could be lying. Yeah.
Now what, Cap? Shall we bring Kelby in again?
No, not yet. He's found out by now from his sister that the boy's gone. He probably figures the police station is the first place he'd come.
Wouldn't do much good pulling him in now, Ben. We couldn't even question him. 10 to 1 his lawyer'd be waiting for us when we got back.
That's the problem. How do we get to this Kelby without his lawyer finding out?
Well, what about the early morning, Cap? Say tomorrow, about 5 or 6 a.m. Think you'd be looking for us then?
Yeah, that might do it.
If we can just get by that pack of hounds he owns without waking the whole neighborhood, might work.
If we could just question him alone, I got an idea it wouldn't take much to make him cop out.
All right, give it a try. Get out there in the early morning and bring him in for questioning as quietly as possible. I'll be in at 6 a.m. If you want me before then, call me at home.
All right, Frank.
Kelby's got a smart lawyer. It's going to be plenty hard to convict him without a body and corroborating evidence.
He's got 4 acres out there, Cap. You can hide a lot of bodies in 4 acres.
Well, that's what I mean. This case isn't ending. It's just beginning.
The next morning, Ben and I met at the office about a few minutes past 4 a.m. We had a cup of coffee and a donut at an all-night restaurant, and then we started for the Kelby place out on Belasco Road. We took 4 pounds of fresh horse meat with us to keep the dogs quiet if they raised a fuss. It was 28 minutes past 4 when Ben pulled the car to a stop a few hundred feet from the gate to the Kelby nursery. We got out of the car and made our way down the road to the gate. I reached in and tried the latch. It was padlocked. The dogs started in. Okay, Ben, looks like we'll have to jump the fence. Toss some of that horse meat over to him.
Yeah, here.
That's it. Come on, let's climb.
Keep an eye on those hounds. Looks like they could chew your leg off.
Yeah. Here comes a third one, Ben. Toss some more meat.
Yeah, there you are, boy. Go get it. Go get it, boy. Here.
Look, Ben, lights going on in the house.
Come on, let's make it fast.
Who is it? Who's there? I'll set the dogs on you.
Police officers, Mr. Kelby.
What? What are you doing out here this time of night?
You're under arrest, Kelby. Get your coat.
You cops are asking for a peck of trouble.
Get your coat.
Where's my stepson? What you done with him?
What have you done with your wife?
You're going to pay for this. I'll have your jobs.
That's not the first time we heard that, Kelby. Let's go. Lights burning in the captain's office.
Yeah. All right, Kelby, in here.
You pay for this, mark my word.
Ben, take him in the office here and stay with him. I'll see if Frank's in yet.
Right, Joe. Come on, Kelby, inside.
Friday? Did you bring in Kelby?
He's down in the interrogation room. Ben's with him.
Somebody saw you.
Don't think so.
They must have. Kelby's lawyer's sitting in the next room.
Kelby again refused to answer any questions without the advice of his attorney. We released him. That day, Captain Kearney sent out 2 men to keep an eye on the nursery and report on all of Kelby's movements. Shortly after 7 o'clock that night, just after nightfall, we tried once again to bring in Kelby for questioning without his lawyer's knowledge. It didn't work. A little after we booked him, his lawyer obtained a writ of habeas corpus. We had to release him again. The 2 men assigned to stake out the Kelby place reported definitely that somebody was tipping the lawyer whenever unknown visitors showed up at the nursery and drove off with Kelby. There was nothing we could do about it. The next morning, Kearney came up with a lead.
I had a long talk with the boy last night. Accidentally, I think he's given us a pretty good lead.
Yeah?
There's only one way we'll ever get a conviction. That's by finding the body and evidence to tie Kelby in.
Yeah, that'll do it. Where do we start looking?
In a new rose bed next to one of the greenhouses in Kelby's nursery. The kid came up with it last night.
How come?
First, Kelby's crazy about saving $1 and making one.
Yeah.
In the nursery trade, especially where you have a limited area to work in, like Kelby, you cultivate every foot of ground. Every bit of soil you got is planted with something.
Mm-hmm.
Kelby's not the type to waste anything. Especially he's not the kind that would let ground lie fallow when he could plant something that might bring in a few dollars next season. Bruce tells me his stepfather has every inch of those 4 acres planted. Every inch. Except a 6 by 9 foot plot of ground in that rose garden.
Oh, it sounds like a long shot to me, Frank.
The boy said he prepared that piece of ground for planting late Saturday afternoon. His stepfather wanted it ready for Sunday morning. The plot of ground's still vacant.
Might have planted it yesterday, Cap. When's the last time you checked?
Before I came to work this morning. I called the men on stakeout next to the nursery. They told me the plot's still empty.
It's worth a chance, Frank. When do we look it over?
Tonight. I don't want Kelby or his lawyer to know a thing until we find that body.
Well, how are we going to work it?
We'll order up a crew from the crime lab. They can take probings through that plot and all around it. They can tell us without any guesswork how deep that ground's been worked over lately.
When do you want to start?
Be here in the office at 8:30 tonight. If my hunches are any good, we'll find a body.
It was 10 minutes past 9 that night when we got to the Kelby place. Lieutenant Lee Jones and his assistants, Kearney, Ben, and 2 other men from Homicide. The men on stakeout told us that Kelby had left about 20 minutes before in a dark blue coupe. Ben brought along the usual supply of horse meat for the dogs, so we didn't have any trouble there. We found the empty plot of ground in the rose bed next to the greenhouse, exactly as Bruce described it to Kearney.
Ground's been worked over all right, boys. At least 4 to 5 feet down.
All right, Lee, let's start digging. Romero, take care of the dogs. Watson, grab one of these shovels.
Right, Cap. Hey, Gilbert said these dogs were vicious, didn't he?
Yeah, why?
Look at these hounds. They're no more vicious than a lively colt. Look. Higgins, get that light over here, will you? Thanks.
What is it, Lee?
Let me see. Teeth. Set of false teeth.
Been in the ground long?
Don't think so, judging from the shape they're in.
How far down would you say you are, Lee?
A couple of feet. Ground's real soft. Lee, come here a minute. What is it? Body. Here's the shoulder.
All right, you men over here with Watson. Get the dirt off the face. Romero, you got a picture of the Kelby woman?
Yeah, Cap. Let's see. Oh, here it is.
Thanks. Get the light down here.
Hunch paid off, Frank. That's her. Ben and I went back to the car and notified communications to broadcast a want for murder on Eric Kelby. His description, together with a description of the car and license number of the car he was driving, was rebroadcast every 15 minutes. Then we went back to check the house. We found the front door unlocked. We went inside and looked around. In one bedroom, we found clothes scattered over the bed and the floor. There was only one old suit remaining in the closet. On the table next to the bed, we found an airline's timetable. We got to the phone and notified communications to alert all police details at railroad stations, bus terminals, and airlines, and then to send out an APB on the teletype. After that, we checked with the airlines. One of them told us that a man answering Kelby's description had booked passage for Mexico City. The plane was scheduled to take off at 10:40 that night from Burbank Airport. Ben's watch said 4 minutes past 10. We called the detail at the airport and alerted them. Then we drove over to check in person. It was 10:35 p.m. when Ben and I took up our positions just inside Gate 3, where passengers were boarding Flight 72 for Mexico City.
He's cutting it close, Joe. Got about 4 minutes more to make that plane.
We waited. The crowd got thicker as departure time came closer. At 10:39, Eric Kelby came through the main entrance, across the terminal, through Gate 3, into a pair of handcuffs.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
We found your wife's body, Kelby.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
In the rose patch next to the greenhouse. Your lawyer can't help this time.
Mexico City. Would have been a nice trip. Expensive.
I'll plead insanity. I didn't know what I was doing.
Be a nice vacation next year, Joe, Mexico City. I'm going to talk to my wife about it.
I didn't mean it. She slapped me. We were arguing about the boy. I didn't mean it.
I don't know if you did or not, Kelby, but you killed her. Come on. You missed your plane.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Eric Kelby was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. He is now awaiting execution in the lethal gas chamber at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the 14th in a new series of authentic cases transcribed from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of W.A. Wharton, Acting Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to William J. Weston, Jr. of the Washington, D.C. Police Department, who on the evening of March 4th, 1945, gave his life so that yours might be more secure. Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. If you enjoyed tonight's production of Dragnet, you'll want to listen to Richard Diamond, private detective, as played by the screen's romantic tough guy, Dick Powell.
The Pet Milk Show, usually heard at this time, has moved to a new time period on Sunday nights. Be sure to hear Larry Douglas and Kay Arman on the new Pet Milk Show tomorrow night on NBC. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars, road test 16 regarding a murder. The body of a well-dressed woman found in a vacant lot near West Gibson and 6th Avenue. That's all. Over and
Tonight, there are thousands of police and sheriff's cars out on the streets and roads, pursuing criminals or cruising watchfully, ready to dash with sirens screaming to the scene of any emergency. No ordinary gasoline is good enough for these emergency cars. More of them are powered with Rio Grande cracked gasoline everywhere is obtainable than any other brand. And the reason for this pronounced preference is that the police have tested all brands of gasoline in their emergency cars, and they have yet to find any gasoline which will exceed the performance of Rio Grande cracked. You can make these same tests in your own car and discover for yourself why Rio Grande cracked gasoline is the choice of the leading cities and counties of the West. Go to the independent service station in your neighborhood and fill up with Rio Grande cracked. You will feel the difference just as soon as your former gasoline is used up and Rio Grande cracked reaches your carburetor. Your car takes on new life, new liveliness. You accelerate as never before. You breeze up hills that formerly slowed you down and made you shift gears. Your car runs smoother, quieter. Rio Grande cracked gasoline ignites at the touch of the starter, roars into action. And when you speed ahead of the traffic, you will realize at last what we mean when we promise you police car performance with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Once more, it is our pleasure to introduce H.S. Seeger, Chief of Detectives of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Seeger.
Good evening, friends. Murder or suicide? That is often the question that police officers must answer, and answer quickly when they start investigating a death, because there is sometimes such a fine line distinguishing self-destruction from murder, it is difficult for the police to act quickly in order that justice may be done. It is necessary for all police officers, and particularly the detectives, to be trained in such a manner that they may judge at once the nature of the case they are investigating. In tonight's broadcast, an example of keen detective work and persistence on the part of one of our force is narrated. We want you to listen with particular care to this story that has been selected for this evening. Catch every word of it as it is spoken by the players in this drama, and I believe that such close attention will conjure up in your mind how easily, in some cases, even murderers might escape if it were not for the eternal vigilance of observing and intelligent law enforcement officers who see the truth behind evidence which untrained observers would either misconstrue or disregard entirely. No matter how cleverly a criminal may cover his crime, justice is inevitable when policemen are trained efficiently and have the cooperation of the public. Tonight's story brings this fact home to you.
One evening in late summer, several years ago, Mrs. Maud Kennedy, a widow, her son and his wife,
and Bert Normandy, a boarder, are at dinner in their home on 21st Street when the phone rings.
I'll get it. Hello?
Let me speak to Mrs. Kennedy, please.
Just a moment, please. It's for you, Mother. I don't know, some man.
It's all out of dinner. Ask her to call back.
I'm sorry, but she's at dinner.
But I've got to talk to her.
Can't you call back later?
No, it's important, I tell you. I've got to talk to her right now.
Very well. I'll see if she can come to the phone. Mother, he says it's very important.
Oh, all right.
Hello?
This is Percy, Martin.
Oh, hello, dear.
I've got to see you, Martin.
Well, why didn't you drop over? I'll be here.
No, I want to see you alone. You'll have to meet me somewhere.
Well, I can't do that. I've got some friends coming in this evening.
Martin, you're meeting me. Do you understand?
Oh, but Percy,
You wouldn't want any trouble, would you?
Oh, no, don't do that.
All right, then.
Well, where shall I meet you?
The corner of 6th Avenue and West Shepherd, as soon as you can.
Very well. I'll be right out.
More like it, Martin. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What's the trouble, Mother? You look worried.
Oh, it's nothing.
Who is that on the phone?
Just a friend of mine. Aren't you going to finish your dinner, Mother? No, I don't feel like it. I'm not that hungry now, and I have to go out for a while anyway.
Are you going to be gone long?
No, I'll be back in about a half hour. The Stevensons are dropping in, you know.
Well, I wish you'd do one thing, Mother.
What's that?
Please don't wear all those diamonds.
Why not?
It isn't safe.
Philip's right, Maud. You risk your life every time you go out with that small fortune on your finger.
Oh, that's silly.
No, it isn't, Mother. It makes me nervous every time you go out alone at night.
Well, even if it is dangerous, I'm not going to stop wearing my diamonds. I love them.
Well, if you insist on wearing them, let me go along with you.
Oh, no, you can't do that.
Why not?
I've got some business to do, a personal business.
Oh, very well, then. But I wish you'd leave those diamonds at home. They're going to get you in trouble one of these nights.
A few moments later, Mrs. Kennedy meets the man who telephoned her. The rendezvous is in what at that time is a thinly settled section of town. The houses are few and far between, the streets dimly lit.
Percy, what is it this time?
I've got to have some money, Maud.
Oh, I thought so. I suppose you spent that $5 I lent you yesterday.
Yeah, it's nearly gone. I've got to have more. I'm going to get married.
Get married? How can you get married? You haven't even got a job.
Well, I don't care. I'm in love with a girl and I want to marry her. I'll get a job somewhere. You've got to give me the money to get married on.
I can't. I haven't any money.
Oh, come on now, Maud. Don't hand me that.
I haven't, Percy. I'm broke. They came me poker the other night.
Maud, did you understand what I said? I've got to have money. You wouldn't want me to tell Philip about all that dough you lose at poker, would you?
Oh, you wouldn't.
I might. Your little boy wouldn't think so highly of his mother then, would he?
Oh, Percy, don't do that. Please don't.
Yeah, it's worth something to keep me quiet, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose it is, but I've been telling you the truth. I really haven't got any money, really.
Well, how about those diamonds? You could sell a couple of them. That'd be all I need. Now.
Sell my diamonds? Oh, no, I can't do that. Well, those diamonds mean everything to me.
I know. I guess they mean more to you than your own son's opinion of you, huh?
I can't see how you can treat me like this after all I've done for you. I always thought you were a friend of mine.
Well, I am. Maybe I'm a little too hasty. I know how you feel about your diamonds. I sort of thought, though, that I could depend on you. But if you haven't any cash, well, that's that.
But you understand how it is. Don't you, Percy?
Oh, sure. Let's forget all about it.
And you won't tell Philip anything?
No. What kind of a guy do you think I am? Well, just to show you I'm a friend of yours, I bought some perfume for you with the last of that money you gave me yesterday.
Perfume? Oh, that's nice of you, Percy.
Here it is. You want to smell it?
Oh, I'd love to.
Yeah, take a whiff.
Oh, that's funny. Oh,
Drink it, Martha. Drink it all. Drink it, Martha. Here, I'll force it down your throat, and then you'll go to sleep. Yeah, nice long sleep. Now, I'll get you back on this vacant lot here where no one's liable to find you for a while. I knew you'd be wearing the ice, Maud. I could depend on that, couldn't I, my dear friend? You got all of it on. Even the one I pawned to you. That's nice, Maud. Now, if you don't mind, I'll relieve you of these. I don't think you'll need them where you're going. I'll just leave you that wedding ring and a couple of small sparklers so it won't look like robbery. Well, Maud. Thanks, old kid. So long.
The body of Mrs. Kennedy is not discovered until the next day. The police doctor has already examined the body when Captain of Detectives J.A. Wynn arrives on the scene from headquarters.
Stand back there.
Well, Doctor, what's the diagnosis? Strangulation induced by ammonia or a similar liquid swallowed with suicidal intent. There really was no reason for you to come out. Just an ordinary suicide. What makes you think so? Well, there's no evidence of criminal assault, no signs of a struggle. Robbery was not the motive, for she's wearing 2 diamond rings and a wedding band. Obviously, it's suicide. Perhaps. But if it's suicide, can you explain what happened to her shoe and her gloves? Observe that they're missing? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I see. Well, suppose we look around a bit. All right. Here they are, Doctor. A clump of weeds. A shoe, a string of seeds, and a glove. Well, there are 20 feet from the body. Look, I should say the way these weeds are trampled down would indicate quite a struggle, wouldn't you, Doctor? Well, maybe. Now, this woman had committed suicide on the spot where the body was found. How did the slipper and the glove and the beads get here? On the other hand, if she was murdered at this spot, why was the body moved over there? I'm not at all satisfied that this is a case of suicide. I'm going to work on the assumption that it's murder. Despite Captain Wynn's conviction, the coroner pronounces the death a suicide. Through a safe deposit box key found on her person, the victim is identified as Mrs. Maud Kennedy. Captain Wynn has the unfortunate task of breaking the news to Mrs. Kennedy's son and daughter-in-law. After they have recovered somewhat from the shock of Wynn's tragic announcement, the detective questions. I'm terribly sorry to intrude upon your grief like this, but you realize, of course, how important it is to get at the bottom of this thing as quickly as possible. Naturally, Captain. Well, you say you don't believe in this suicide theory. That's ridiculous. Mother would never commit suicide. Well, I don't believe she did. Under the circumstances of the discovery of the body, I think she was murdered. Oh. I'm sorry to be so blunt. Forgive me. Now, will you please tell me what happened the last time you saw her? Well, we were at dinner last night when she was called to the phone. From the conversation, it seemed she knew the body well. And she left the table and went out, saying she wouldn't be long. Did your mother wear any other jewels than the 2 diamond rings found on her fingers? Yes, plenty of them. Diamonds were her weakness. She was known around here as the Lady of the Diamonds. I wonder often about wearing them. I wonder when she went out last night. Now, Mr. Kennedy, please, try to control yourself. It's most important that we get to the bottom of this thing. I'm sorry. I'll do my best. Do you know of anyone who might have a motive other than robbery for her murder? No. Everyone loved Mother. Had she had any disagreements with anyone? No. Had she reported any strange or suspicious happenings in her life recently? No. She likes everyone. Everyone likes her. And Mr. Kennedy, could you give me a list of the diamonds which your mother wore when she left the house? Yes, I think. Let me see. It was a 4-carat solitaire. Returning to headquarters, Captain Wynn finds Charles Whitehead, chief nurse at the receiving hospital, waiting for him. Hello, Charlie. What's on your mind? That Kennedy case. Something I think you ought to know. What is it? Well, about 10 o'clock last night, a young fellow came into the hospital and asked if Mrs. Maud Kennedy had been injured. I asked him if Mrs. Kennedy was his wife, and he said no, it was his mother. I told him that no one with that name had been brought in, and he thanked me and left. That's peculiar. That's right. Oh, thanks for the tip, Charlie. I'm going to call up Kennedy and see if he was the guy. Okay, Captain. Give me Jefferson 230W. Hello, Mr. Kennedy. Captain Wynn speaking. Say, I just got a report that a young man claiming to be Mrs. Kennedy's son inquired about her at the receiving hospital last night. Did you go down there? You didn't? I see. Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
Dispatching detectives to search the neighborhood of the scene of the crime, Captain Wynn succeeds in discovering two witnesses who had heard the groans of Mrs. Kennedy. Their stories coincide and establish the time of the murder as approximately 9 o'clock. Investigations among Mrs. Kennedy's many friends reveals a young woman who had been an intimate companion of the slain woman. Captain Wynn and his aides interview her.
I just can't imagine who would do such a thing.
Well, Miss Robertson, think now. Was there anyone who had a grudge against Mrs. Kennedy?
No, I don't think so. But there was Kid Riley.
Who's Kid Riley?
Well, he was a prize fighter. He was very much in love with Maud, and she was a little afraid of him because he had such a compelling influence on her. Of course, she realized he wasn't her kind, and yet he held a fascination for her she couldn't escape.
Possibly he's the man we're after. Prize fighter, huh? And she was filled with chloroform, or ammonia. And ammonia's used a lot around doctors' training quarters. Boys, I want you to go out and find this Kid Riley. I don't know what's come over the kid lately. Look at him smack that sparring partner. His noise seemed to be slack.
Well, don't worry about the kid. He's been kind of worried about Joe. You snap out of it. I forgot to tell you, there's a big guy waiting on the dressing room to see him. It's like a dick.
Yeah, Riley's always in some kind of trouble. Wonder what it is this time. Hey, Riley, lay off that guy before you kill him.
What's the matter with you, Al? Gee, everything I do is wrong. Now what is it?
Ain't nothing wrong, kid. Hold on to your noise. Phil says there's a guy who wants to see you in the dressing room.
Yeah, well, if it's one of them newspaper guys, I ain't interested. I need all the dough I got right now. But this mug looks like a dick. A dick? Well, tell him I'm busy. Tell him anything.
Come on, kid. Let's see what it's all about.
Oh, okay. I ain't done nothing. I'll see him. Did you want to see me, pal?
Yes, just want to ask you a couple of questions.
Oh, I know. Now, listen. I didn't have nothing to do with that liquor deal of Leslie's Mason's on the square. I was just visiting.
Just a minute. I'm not here about any liquor deal. This is murder.
Huh? Murder?
Yes, murder. Mrs. Maud Kennedy has been murdered.
Oh, no. That ain't right. Nobody'd kill her. See, she was a swell woman. Say, what are you trying to do? Kid me?
No, we don't kid about anything. This is serious. I want an answer from you, Riley, and I want it straight. Did you see Mrs. Kennedy on the night of August 31st?
The 31st? Well, that was Thursday, wasn't it? No, I never saw her.
You went over to her house, though.
Huh? How'd you know?
I didn't know. I just took a chance, and I was right, huh?
Oh, so you're trying to frame me, huh? Sure, I went over, but I never killed her, and you know it.
No, I don't know it. You'll have to have an airtight alibi if you want to get out of this thing.
Listen, I never had nothing to do with it. On the square, I went over there on the night of the 31st. I phoned her about 7:15.
7:15?
Yeah. She kept me along a while, and then she told me to come down to the house, and if I saw a light burning, to come in and see her.
And did you go?
Yeah, I waited outside the house for about an hour, but she didn't show up, so I walked back home and went to bed.
Riley, your story sounds pretty weak to me. I'm going to take you in until we've got time to investigate it.
Oh, no, listen. Now, that's the honest truth, so help me. Ask my mother, ask my father, they'll tell you. They're church people. They ain't going to lie to you. You ain't going to hang this on. I'm innocent, I tell you. I tell you I'm innocent.
Kid Riley is brought in and questioned, but he proves an airtight alibi. So the investigation drags on. Suspect after suspect is taken to headquarters, questioned and freed. Normandy, the boarder of Mrs. Kennedy, tipped off the police to another prize fighter who was friendly with the murdered woman. This man, located in Fresno, where he was facing a bogus sex charge, is brought back to Los Angeles. He places suspicion on Normandy, claiming that the boarder had pawned some of Mrs. Kennedy's diamonds. Questioned again, Normandy reluctantly explains that Mrs. Kennedy was an avid poker player, and that she sometimes covered her losses by pawning her diamonds. Then, out of the welter of fruitless questioning and worthless clues, emerges the name of Percy Tugwell. It is discovered that Tugwell had borrowed $5 from Mrs. Kennedy the day of her death. Captain Wynn questions the manager of the garage where Tugwell was known to loaf.
Yeah, Percy hung around here, but he ain't here now.
Where is he? He got married. He's in Cisco on his honeymoon. I didn't know he could afford a trip like that. Neither did I. He ain't worked for a year. And then a couple of days ago, he shows up with a pair of tickets to Frisco, and he tells me he's gone and got hitched. I don't know where he got that now. The trail grows warm as Captain Wynn interviews a neighbor of the Tugwell.
Well, I ain't one to carry tales, Captain, but there's some funny business about that Tugwell boy. Why, I heard it direct from Alice Carter, who boards with the Tugwells, that Percy asked her sweetheart to sell a diamond for him.
When was this?
Just a day after Mrs. Kennedy was murdered.
Asked him to sell a diamond, huh?
Yes, it was unmounted. And Percy said that it belonged to his fiancée. He got $62 for it, so Alice says.
Know anything more about this?
No, that's about all. Of course, I could tell you plenty about the family. But you
Well, thanks.
know...
I think I'll talk to them myself. Captain Wynn and Lieutenant Holmes interview the entire Tugwell family. Their stories are the same. Now, Mr. Tugwell, can you tell us what your son's movements were on the night of August the 31st?
Well, yeah. He and Thelma, his girl, was here for supper. And after supper, they had a little argument because Percy wanted to go out to the garage and say goodbye to the gang. And Thelma said that he cared more for the gang than he did for her. Anyway, Percy went.
What time was that?
About 7 o'clock, I should say.
And what time did he get back?
I guess it was long, about 8:30, no later. He comes back in, and Thelma and him patch up their little spat.
Where is Percy staying in San Francisco?
I think he's at the Bayview Hotel.
Very well, Mr. Tugwell. Thank you very much.
Not at all. But would you mind telling me what all this here questioning's all about?
Oh, we're just trying to complete a report, Mr. Tugwell. Good night. Well, mother, sister, brother, and father all tell the same story. Yeah. If they're telling the truth, that seems to eliminate Tugwell. If Mrs. Kennedy was murdered at 9 o'clock and he was back home at 8:30, he's got a pretty tight alibi. Yeah, there's no doubt about that, when you consider that the scene of the murder must be 5 miles from the Tugwell house. Just the same, I want to talk to this Tugwell. You better leave for Frisco tonight and bring him back with you. All right. In the meantime, I'm going to see if any of the streetcar conductors who are working West Jefferson on the night of the murder can identify this picture, Tugwell, we got from the family. With home on the trail of Tugwell in San Francisco, Wynn interviews the streetcar conductors. You were working on the West Jefferson between the hours of 7 and 9 on the night of August the 31st? Yes, sir. Do you recognize the man in this picture as one of the passengers who carried that night? Oh, let me see. No, I don't think so. I never saw him before, huh? Nope, I never did. All right, that's all. Thanks for coming in. You're welcome, Captain. Well, we're not getting any place in this line. That's the 15th conductor. Beg pardon, Captain. Telegram, sir. Oh, thanks, Sergeant. Probably from Lieutenant Holmes in San Francisco. Oh, for the love of Pete. What is it? Listen to this. Place a man in the home of Mr. and Mrs. Philip Kennedy. They're accused of being involved in the murder. Will arrive in Los Angeles with Percy Tugwell in the morning. Can you imagine that? But you can't go out and arrest them on a say-so like that. I don't intend to. I'm going to call Lieutenant Holmes in San Francisco and find out what this is all about. From Lieutenant Holmes in San Francisco, Captain Wynn gets the details of Tugwell's accusations. Equipped with his information, he and an assistant reach for the Kennedy home. Philip Kennedy amidst them.
Oh, good evening, Captain. Come in.
Thanks. Are there any developments in the case? Yes, Mr. Kennedy, there are. Is your wife here and Mr. Normandy? Yes, they're here. I'd like to talk to them, too. Very well, I'll get them.
Well, Captain Wynn wants to see you in Bertha a minute. Will you come in?
Certainly. Good evening, Captain.
Hello, Captain. Good evening. Now that the three of you are here, I regret to inform you that I have to place you under arrest.
Arrest?
On what charge?
Suspicion of murder.
What? That's ridiculous. Who made this charge?
Percy Tugwell. Tugwell? Tugwell was arrested in San Francisco today and will be here in the morning. Then we can clear this thing up. In the meantime, I'll have to place an officer here.
But how could Tugwell implicate us?
He claims that on the night of Mrs. Kennedy's death, he called here. During his visit, you two gentlemen became involved in a fight. Mrs. Kennedy, according to his story, in attempting to separate you, was knocked unconscious.
Why, that's ridiculous.
Then your wife here, attempting to resuscitate her, gave an overdose of ammonia. causing her death.
Well, that's preposterous.
Well, that's his story. Then he said that you, Mr. Kennedy, had forced Mr. Normandy and himself to take the body to the vacant lot where it was found. But his share in disposing of the body, he says he was given a diamond.
Well, that story is so fantastic, Captain, that it seems ridiculous to attempt to refute it. You've already got our statements. They're true. I didn't see Tugwell here the night of Mrs. Kennedy's death, nor did I see him the next day. There was no fight, and no one administered ammonia in my presence.
Percy Tugwell is a miserable liar. I want to meet him face to face and dare him to try and lay a suspicion of murder against my husband. As Philip loved his mother better than anything on earth. Better even than me. Tugwell's trying to lay the blame on us because he's guilty himself.
Brought back to Los Angeles, Percy Tugwell reiterates his version of the murder. Police doubt his preposterous story. Deputy District Attorney Joseph Ford attempts to break down Tugwell's statement. For 5 hours, Tugwell is questioned. And then he finally admits...
Now come, please. I lured her to that vacant lot and killed her with chloroform. I told her I had some perfume and asked her if she wanted to smell it. When she took the bottle, I grabbed her by the throat and forced her to swallow the contents. I wanted to get married, and I needed the money to finance my honeymoon.
Tugwell is given something to eat and sent to bed. Next morning, he sends for the detectives and repudiates his confession of the night before.
Bill Kennedy killed his mother. I confessed last night to shield him. But why should I take the rap for him? Jill sent me a note on the evening of her death, and I met him on the West Jefferson streetcar and got off at 6th Avenue. We met his mother, and Bill killed her. I got a diamond for my share.
No doubt in the world that Tugwell's guilty. The only question is whether Philip Kennedy was in on the deal. Personally, I doubt it. But let's bring the two of them face to face. That's a good idea. All right, Tugwell. I want you to repeat your statement before Mr. Kennedy here.
Well, Phil here sent me a note, and I met him on the Jefferson Street car. We met his mother at the corner of 6th Avenue. Phil killed her, and I got a diamond.
You're a liar, Tugwell. You never saw me out there. Tell the truth. Tell the truth, or I'll stick it out of you. You lying, accusing me of killing my own mother.
Pull yourself together, Kennedy. Take him out, will you, John? Faced by Philip's wife and Normandy, who repeat their previous testimony, Tugwell begins to weaken. Finally, he speaks to Lieutenant Holmes.
I want to tell the truth, Lieutenant. If I do, it means the rope to someone.
Well, you better get it off your conscience, Tugwell. You'll feel a lot better if you do.
Then bring Phil back.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy, will you come in, please? Tugwell has something to say, Mr. Kennedy. He wants you to hit it.
I did it, Phil. I want to apologize. Will you shake my hand?
Why, you... Philip Kennedy, his wife, and De Normandy were released immediately from custody. And 4 months and a half after Mrs. Kennedy's death, Tugwell went on trial in Superior Court. The jury, after a 5-hour deadlock, returned a verdict of guilty, and Tugwell was sentenced to life imprisonment in San Quentin Penitentiary. Thank you, Chief Figure. Ladies and gentlemen, among the boys and girls listening tonight, thousands have joined the Junior Police Department and are now wearing police badges, carrying handcuffs, siren whistles, and guns. Many have detective fingerprint outfits, microscopes, and other valuable articles, all given away free by the Rio Grande Oil Company. We invite every boy and girl listening who has not already joined to go at once to the service station in your neighborhood featuring Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Ask for a free copy of the Calling All Cars News.
You will find the 14 free gifts illustrated there, and you will learn how you can get the complete junior detective outfit absolutely free. Every motorist can help some boy or girl get these valuable gifts merely by using Rio Grande cracked gasoline, the same gasoline that's used by the police cars, the ambulances, the fire engines, and other emergency equipment of the leading cities and counties in the West. Drive into the Rio Grande station. Get a tank full of police car performance. And if you're going...
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. During the years of unrest that followed the Civil War, a powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors. And for once, his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Roll the tail of the Black Arrow! Out, Silver!
The marshal was furiously angry at what he considered carelessness and negligence. He paced the floor of the sheriff's office, expressing himself in no uncertain terms.
Good breed, walking in their sleep. I've still got to be convinced there wasn't bribery and conniving then.
Well, that's a strong charge.
Strong, eh? Well, I'll use stronger language before I'm through. Never in all my years the United States Marshal have seen a man slip away as complete and easy as Sidney Drake. What'll I tell the Lone Ranger?
Golly, I don't know.
What can I tell him?
I don't know.
Sheriff, you listen to me.
Well, I am.
You know what the Lone Ranger went through to get the goods on Drake. You don't answer me. I'll tell you. He went to jail. He risked his life. He covered in the split hair being hung to get proof from those killers that Drake was a head man in the Black Arrow. And he got it, didn't he?
Well, yeah, I reckon so.
And then what? He was going to make Drake tell where the headquarters is located. All you had to do was hold Drake in jail. Just hold him, that's all. Now what happens? Drake slips out, escapes. Hang it all, what's the use?
I swear I didn't do it on purpose. That man's clever. He's slick. He's like a ghost or something. And hang it, he even looks like one.
Let me line my sights on him, and I'll make him a ghost. I'm to meet the Lone Ranger tonight and try to make Drake talk. And Drake is gone.
Marshal,
Stop talking. I don't want to hear you. If only we had an inkling of where the one headquarters is.
Marshal.
Yeah?
The Lone Ranger.
I can hear you talking.
Drake has escaped. How did that happen?
Ask him.
The guard made a mistake, that's all. Drake told him he had something to whisper. The guard went close to the bars and the jail door.
Drake reached out and choked the guard senseless and then took the keys from his pocket.
How long has he been out?
Long enough to get away.
The guard didn't come to for some time. When he did, he couldn't find me to tell me about it until a few minutes ago.
Yeah, we scoured the town, but Drake is gone.
Well, come on. Let me have it.
Let you have what?
The marshal's lambasted me. Now you may as well tell me what you think of me. I reckon I got it coming.
I don't think any great harm has been done. We hoped Drake would tell where the headquarters is. But I don't think he could have been made to talk.
No, maybe not. Drake wasn't the kind that gives in.
I have a general idea where the headquarters is.
You have?
Here, take a look at this wall map. I'll draw a circle on it. The headquarters is somewhere inside that circle.
Jumpin' Juniper. You know what you circled?
Yes, Marshal. The big forest in the country north of it.
North of the big forest is a high cliff. The forest itself covers mountains and valleys and streams and gullies. Why, a whole army could hide there.
An outlaw army has hidden there. And for all we know, the headquarters may be north of the forest, somewhere beyond the cliff.
Well, we can organize a posse to search the forest, but
Men from town won't be of help to us. They might walk right over a trail and never see it.
And who you
We
going
need men who know the woods and the trail signs.
But where are you going to
We
get...
need men who can make a broken twig tell a story. Men with eyes so keen that they can follow a trail no matter how difficult. They must be men without fear. They must find the trail and be ready to fight to a successful end no matter what the odds.
Well, I don't know who you can get.
There are men like that.
Around here?
How about Bill Cody?
Well, a man like that...
Bill Hickok.
Well, sure, but
Dan Durgan. Arizona Pete, Jim Sherman.
If you could get one or two like that...
We'll have all of them, and others equally experienced. Those men helped when we first started on the campaign to smash the Black Arrow. They're ready. Glad to ride again when they got the call.
Can you find them?
Yes, Sheriff.
Hello. You ready?
We're starting out.
Here, Silver.
Let me know when you need me. I'm ready.
I will.
You hear those names, Sheriff?
I heard them.
There never was such a pack of hard-fighting men brought together in the history of the West.
Ready, boy. Let's go, Tonto. Get him up, town.
For the first few miles, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode together. Then they took different directions, each knowing where he headed and whom he sought.
Get him up, town. Get him up.
The steady pound of hoofs sustained throughout the hours of darkness.
Home, Silver.
At dawn, a rancher and his wife went to their door at the sound of approaching hoofbeats.
Well, look, Ma. The horse is Snow White.
Ready. Tell Bill Cody to meet me in Grand Pass.
Cody!
Come on, Silver.
The morning activity of an Indian village was halted by the sudden arrival of Tonto on his strong paint horse.
Keep Thundercloud. How'll go, hoy. Grand Pass. Get him up,
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode all day and part of the night that followed, spreading the word in ever-expanding circles to reach remote places in the hills and valleys. Then one at a time, men rode into town. Strong, grim-faced men, some of them in buckskins, men whose keen eyes missed nothing. Woodsmen, plainsmen, hunters, and scouts whose lives depended on eternal vigilance. Pioneers and Indians who were ready to assemble at the word of the Lone Ranger. Meanwhile, Sidney Drake had gone through the big forest to the cliff that bounded on the north. He passed through a narrow cleft in the sheer wall of rock to a hidden valley, a sort of basin which was surrounded by cliffs. At the far end of this, Drake entered a vast cave. He identified himself to the men in the cave and then...
Which of you is named Carver?
My name's Carver.
And who are you?
Me? I'm called Strangler Grimes.
Grimes.
I'm in charge of what are left of us.
How many are left?
Well, you know how the Black Arrow organization was set up. There's about 150 men that wore the tattoo mark. Each of them was in charge of a separate gang.
Yes, I know. Each gang worked as a unit. Some gangs were made up of savage Indians. Others of ranchers and other people who had been won over to our cause. But how many are left?
We've got about 50 men here in the cave right now. We can bring 40 or 50 more here in a couple of hours' time.
Close to 100 men also.
About that.
Good enough.
We'd had a lot more if it hadn't been for the Lone Ranger. He's made a plenty of trouble for us. He fixed a couple of traps so the whole army was against us, capturing our men by the dozen.
The Lone Ranger's going to learn a few things about traps.
got out every trap we fixed so far.
Well, he's playing right into our hands now.
How's that, Mr. Drake?
He's getting a group of men to come into the woods south of here and search for the trail that leads to our headquarters.
They won't find this hideout in 5 years of hunting.
Grimes, it's that sort of reasoning that has made you fail.
What do you mean?
You think this place can't be found. If it were found, you'd be unprepared.
Oh, but how
I
can
know
you...
the type of men the Lone Ranger will have helping him. They're men who will not miss the slightest clue. Any one of them might find this place.
Well, what can we do about it?
Take advantage of our opportunity. That's what we can do about it. The Lone Ranger is bringing together every man in this part of the country who's dangerous to us.
An outfit like that would be tough to beat.
It will, if we're unprepared. But let's assume they will find this hideout. Let's plan on their finding it. And in one stroke, wipe out all our dangerous enemies.
How?
A trap.
Huh?
The Lone Ranger wants to find this cave.
Well, he's got to find the opening in the cliff and find the valley first.
He'll find the opening in the cliff, and the valley and the cave. I'll see to that. And we'll plan a hot reception for him. Not only for the Lone Ranger, but also for every man he has chosen to help him fight us.
Golly, if we could clean them all out, we'd have clear sailing.
We could repair the damage the Lone Ranger has done to our organization. Then nothing would stop our march to success.
But if he finds our valley in the cave, he'll figure on fighting a lot of us, won't he?
That's where the planning comes in. I'll make the Lone Ranger think he has only a few men to face. We'll let him capture those few and think we're conquered. Then overwhelm him.
The Lone Ranger divided his men into pairs and assigned each pair a route to follow through the forest. And just as he and Tonto were about to start on their own route, a note was handed to the masked man.
I picked this up when we were searching the hotel room where Drake had stayed. It's addressed to the Lone Ranger, so I brought it to you.
Thanks, Marshal. Well, it's the same handwriting.
Eh?
I don't suppose you saw the girl who left this note.
I didn't know it was a girl that left it. I just found it there.
I can't figure this out.
It won't change your plans?
No. Come along, Tonto. Goodbye, Marshal.
Goodbye, and luck to you.
There go slowly, Tonto. Take no chance on missing a track in the woods.
We watch plenty close.
The other men will do the same. If we all move at about the same pace, we'll keep within gunshot of the men on our left. When we or anyone else finds a trail, 3 shots will signal the others. The signal will be relayed all the way through the woods.
Your note come from same girl?
Yes, Kimosabe, the same girl. I wonder what she means. Why did she send me this message?
The days that followed were uneventful. The Lone Ranger and Tonto went through the woods until the cliffs on the north obstructed them. Then they recrossed the forest at a slight angle, constantly alert for the slightest sign of a trail.
Maybe Drake not go through woods at all.
I'm sure he did, Tonto. I'm also sure that Drake wouldn't have the ability to hide his tracks the way the other members of the Black Arrow do.
We keep on hunt.
I can't help wondering why the mysterious girl sent me that message when we started out.
Where message now?
Here, in the secret compartment of my ring.
You keep it there?
Yes. I don't want to lose it. It must have some significance. I'll read this to you, Tonto. In Sidney Drake's room, there were makeup materials such as actors use. Drake may be skilled in the use of disguise.
That all?
That's all the message says.
Well, if Drake leaves stuff in room, him not got it now.
He may have some makeup material with him, but it wouldn't matter.
No.
Makeup on his face wouldn't hide his footprints. We're looking for footprints.
That's right.
If we find a man who doesn't resemble Drake, we can make sure it isn't Drake in disguise. That may be why the girl sent this message to us. Yet, Tonto, I can't get rid of the feeling that there is...
Silver, what is it? Someone ahead.
Come on. There in those bushes.
You see him. Steady, Silver, steady.
Pull a gun on him, Tonto.
He got him.
I'll have a look.
Help me.
You're covered. Come out of those bushes.
In the name of goodness, help me. Help me.
Why, it's Sidney Drake. But, Tonto, what's happened to him?
The Lone Ranger will find Drake all right, Fang. You needn't worry about that. I guess you're right at that, Carver. Drake will fix it so the Lone Ranger will find him. And when that masked man does find him,
It'll be the beginning of the end for the Lone Ranger.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto examined Sidney Drake, whom they found badly bruised and battered, with clothing torn by thorns and brambles in the underbrush.
There's no serious injury, Tonto. No bones broken.
No. Plenty scratch and plenty bruise. That's all that's wrong.
Weak, barely conscious. Probably from lack of food and water. Maybe he got lost and couldn't find the headquarters of his men. Here, Drake. Water. Follow some more water. You're not badly hurt.
Help me.
Where have you been? What happened to you?
Men in cave. Double-crossed me. Won't trust me.
Your own men, huh?
I just managed to escape.
So you've been to a cave. The headquarters of your Black Arrow.
Water. More water.
Here you are. Now, Tonto, we'll signal the others. And if the members of the Black Arrow hear the signal, they can consider it the opening gun of the last battle.
3 shots. The signal. East of us. That means the Lone Ranger's found the trail. Relay the signal. 3 shots. The signal. East of here. Come on. Mount up while I pass the word with gunfire.
Shots rang through the woods as each band of hunters heard the signal and then fired. The end of the long search at hand, hard-riding men broke through the woods, heading for the meeting with the Lone Ranger.
You got one of them, huh? Great work.
He came from the cave. We can follow his back trail.
Good. We passed the word. The others are coming. But what about all the gunfire? Want to put the crooks on guard?
Let them know we're coming. It won't matter. Now, keep away from Drake. I don't want him to know how many men we have. If he thinks we have more than we really have, so much the better.
Here comes Bill Hickok. Over there. Oh, boy. Here we are. How soon can we start the fireworks?
Before sunset, the men were assembled apart from the place where Drake had been tied. Tonto returned from a survey of the trail and reported to the Lone Ranger.
You must have a trail plenty clear.
Good. You think we'll be able to follow it all the way?
Tonto thinks so.
We still have about 2 hours before darkness. Maybe we can finish this job tonight.
You can finish it.
What?
I know when I'm beaten. You might as well know all I can tell you.
We don't need your help, Drake.
But if you're conquered by the men in the headquarters, in the cave, I'll die too. I'd sooner take my chance in court. I want to help you. Maybe the law will be lenient with me.
I'd like to untie your hands and call on you to shoot it out. But I expect you'd be too yellow for that.
Bill, I want you and Tonto to keep Drake between you. I'll go first. You follow right behind me. The others will come after you. It'll be just as well if Drake doesn't know the size of our group. He might yell a warning to the others.
Right.
In fact, that might be the reason he's here.
You got the right idea, Lone Ranger. Don't take any chances at all with a full cap.
But I
You
wanna-
shut up. What you want doesn't count. Get going.
The band advanced until it reached the north edge of the forest, where the steep cliff rose to form a sheer background for the trees. To everyone's surprise, there was a narrow cleft in this wall of rock. Beyond the cleft, there was a valley, a regular basin walled by cliffs with trees at the base.
Never knew such a thing as this was here.
I always thought that this was tableland.
A regular lost valley. It's like a basin gouge right under the cliffs.
The Lone Ranger continued along Drake's back trail, which led among the trees that were thick at the edge of the basin. Meanwhile, Drake was secretly well pleased.
The plan is working perfectly. Following my back trail to the cave, they'll be thrown completely off guard. They'll walk right into the trap.
The cave of the Black Arrow opened in the far end of the basin-like valley. Nearly 100 men were there listening to Grimes.
Now, we've got to check up and make dead sure everyone understands the plans. Drake will bring those men here just as he said. He'll get the Lone Ranger to listen to him, and he'll make believe to squeal. He'll tell the Lone Ranger about men lying in wait in the brushwood near the mouth of this cave.
And the Lone Ranger's men will capture those men.
That's it. They'll think they got all of us, then come in here to search the cave. When they're all inside, we open fire. Keep back against the wall. I'll give you the word to open fire. 100 rifles blasting at one time will sure make the lead fly thick. Get ready now.
The Lone Ranger walked ahead through the trees at the edge of the valley. Drake was kept between Tonto and the man in buckskins, while the rest of the grim-faced men followed in single file. During the march, the masked man still wondered about Sidney Drake.
Theatrical makeup. I wonder why Drake had it. Never used it to our knowledge. I can't get rid of the feeling that it's important. Something seems to keep telling me.
Lone Ranger,
What do you want, Drake?
if you keep going, you'll be defeated by those men at the cave. They're expecting you. They've got a trap for you.
We'll have to take chances on their trap.
But those killers will get me again. They'll kill me. I don't know how many men you have, but no matter how many, it won't be enough.
We know we're going against odds.
Now, wait a minute. Don't go any nearer till you listen to me. Odds don't matter. The fact is, you only have to face 5 or 6 men. But they're ready. They're
Drake,
ready.
I wouldn't believe anything you said.
But you must see that my life is at stake. Would I lie to you now?
Signal a halt, Tonto.
Wait up.
Now, let me tell you. You can easily find out if I tell the truth. Let me tell how the 5 men plan to get all of you.
Go ahead, Drake, but talk fast. You say there are just 5 men at the cave?
5 or 6 at the most.
The Black Arrow has been all over the West. There must be hundreds of members with that tattoo mark on their wrists. There are only 5 or 6 in the cave. Where are the rest?
Maybe I can explain that.
Go ahead, Cody.
Each of these divisional leaders of the Black Arrow had his own gang. Now, lots of the men that worked with the leaders weren't really bad. They were just plain folks who were misled by what the Black Arrow meant. Others were forced to help by threats against their families.
Yes, I know that. Most of the people who helped the leaders will go back to their farms and ranches, as they should. But we want all the divisional leaders.
You overestimated the number. Listen to me. Those men count on you rushing the cave at the trail's end. They're not in the cave. They're waiting in ambush near the entrance.
They are?
You can prove this. You can come up behind them and catch them. That will prove I'm telling the truth.
Did the 5 men think they could get all of us?
Yes. They figured on setting off a blast when you were at the entrance of the cave. I wonder if the polecat is telling the truth this time. You've nothing to lose by checking what I said.
Very well. There's water there. You men stay and let the horses drink. Cody.
Yes?
You and Hickok come with Tonto and me. We'll find out about those men in ambush.
On feet that made no sound, the quartet crept up behind 5 men hidden in the brushwood near the mouth of the cave. It was hard for the Lone Ranger to believe that Drake at last was speaking truthfully. But the evidence was there before him. He raised his hand to signal Tonto and the others and then called,
Take them! Get your hands up! We're trapped! They got us from behind! We can win, don't you? You picked them! Make squeal on us, a dirty snake!
Get them ropes and go back to the others. Now we'll be able to search that cave.
Get going, you crook! You can hang alongside of Drake! Get going! On your way!
Inside the cave, Grimes whispered,
All slick and according to the plan. Now, boys, be ready. They'll be coming here to the cave in a few minutes.
Got all 5 of them without firing a shot.
Great work.
Now we can see what that cave holds and learn all about the Black Arrow.
That's right, that's right.
While the friends of the Lone Ranger made sure the prisoners were securely tied to trees, the masked man stood apart. Something vague, intangible, kept gnawing at his mind. He couldn't rid himself of a peculiar feeling of apprehension.
There must be something. It was too simple, too complete. Drake squealing, capturing those men. 5 men. The Black Arrow is stronger than that.
The Lone Ranger toyed with the ring on his finger, thinking of the girl's note of warning he kept in the secret compartment.
Makeup in the hotel room. Theatrical makeup. Never used it. Drake is a far-sighted schemer.
Wasabi. No men tied to tree. We search cave.
I don't know, Tonto.
How about it, Lone Ranger? There's nothing to hold us back, is there?
I guess not.
You've got them all now. Now they can't murder me. You can get all the evidence from the cave. I'll take my chance in court.
Wait. Tonto, take Drake to that stream of water. Wash his face and wash it good.
No, the bruises, the cuts, the scratches.
Scrub it and scrub it hard.
No, don't let him. It's inhuman. What's the idea of that?
Cody, I don't think Drake was beaten by his own men. He didn't run from them to save his life at all. He wasn't injured as badly as he tried to make us think. He recovered his strength too quickly. How about it, Tonto?
Bruise and scratch all wash off.
Sure enough, look, Drake's not hurt at all.
He wanted us to find him, Cody. He wanted us to follow his back trail and find that cave. He wanted us to trust him and tried to win our trust by telling of the ambush.
But he told the truth.
And why? So we would go to that cave not looking for more men. He wanted us off guard. I think there are more men inside that cave. Lots more men. All of the Black Arrow. Build fires, smudge fires, lots of them. We'll send so much smoke into that cave that they'll have to come out of there.
In no time, great fires were built. Huge clouds of smoke rolled into the cavern, choking and strangling the outlaws.
I can't stand it. Let me out. Boys, we gotta make a rush. It's our only chance. Get your guns in. We rush that bunch.
Let him have it, boys. There's the Black Arrow.
It took but a few moments for the crooks to realize that their fight was a hopeless one. Half blinded by smoke, they were quick to throw down their guns and fire.
Take him up! Stop shooting! We got him licked!
Put down your guns and come forward with your hands up.
Drake double-crossed us, the dirty schemer. He squealed on us.
Quiet, Grimes.
Quiet, my eye. You won't talk yourself into getting a light term. Listen to me. Drake is one of the 6 men that directed the hold of the Black Arrow. There's 5 more of them. If Drake is going to get off easy, I am, too.
Be quiet.
I won't. You listen to me. I'll name the others. Kimberly, the railroad man, is one. Webster, the fur trader, is another. There's Steele, the cattleman. Drexel of the gold syndicate. And Page, the army contractor. Get them, too. You'll find proof against each one of them inside that cave.
Get those men tied.
We sure will. Where are you going?
Here, Silver. I'm going to get the sheriff and bring him here with wagons to carry everything away from that cave. This is the end of the Black Arrow. Steady, boy.
Well, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, and all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X.
Good evening, Mr. Thurston. I have a little message for you. If you don't mind, I'll give it to you right now.
Yes? Have you got Cairo?
Not yet, Chief. We're still trying, but the wires to Cairo are all...
I don't care how busy they are. There must be some word by now about Thurston's killers. Get after them again. Tell them I want action, fast.
Yes, sir. I'll try immediately.
Now, what do you want, Pagon?
I wanted to tell you something very important about the late departed Mr. Thurston. Something I'm sure you never realized, Mr. Chief. I happen to be his only heir.
His what?
So many times he told me, Pagan, when I go, I wish to leave everything to you.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I don't know where all his money is. But if you would help me to locate it for a reasonable commission...
Pagan, you dirty, chiseling, black-hearted...
Yes, I know. But if you would help me collect his estate, I could give you a percentage. A small one, of course, but...
Get out of my office. Get out before I... Yes?
There's a call from Cairo, sir. It just came through.
I'll take it. Hello? Hello?
You sound dyspeptic, Chief.
And what if I do? What business is it of... Ken Thurston.
Hiya, Chief.
But, why, it can't be you. The reports of your death. Ken, what happened there in Cairo?
A local lad was working with me. He was in my room alone when a female visitor came calling on me. Her charms proved fatal.
Yes, but why... Well, why send out the story that you were killed?
Chief, if the boys we're after think I'm dead, maybe they'll relax a little.
Oh, then the looting of that steamer carrying an American relief shipment isn't just an isolated case.
Not a chance. The pirates who boarded on the Red Sea were too well organized.
Oh, what a filthy racket. The American people pay for shipments of food and clothing for those poor, starving unfortunates.
I know. And they pay Captain Kidd to make a fortune on the black market.
Mm-hmm. Any lead yet on who's behind it?
Chief, send me the Haberman file by the first plane.
The Haberman file? Good Lord, Ken, what makes you think he's mixed up in this?
Because I was killed with 3 silver bullets.
Silver bullets?
Do I get that file?
Yes, right away. Where'll my man get in touch with you?
At the Kismet. A crummy little cafe near the Nile.
A good place for you to hide out?
No, terrible. But they serve the finest martinis I've ever tasted.
Here, Effendi. You martini with the onion.
Good. Now bring another for the young lady.
I see no young lady at your table.
Oh, you will in a second.
Very well, Effendi.
I heard you order that drink for me.
Too bad. I wanted to surprise you.
How did you know I would join you?
I saw you come in and check the unattached mails, and I thought, well...
I had a friend once who liked onions in his martinis. He had excellent taste in drinks.
Nothing wrong with his taste in women.
Your martini, Effendi.
Oh, good. Here.
Thank you, Effendi.
Shall we drink?
To our meeting?
To your friend who brought it about.
To my friend.
What was your friend's name?
I thought it was Ken Thurston. Unfortunately, he died before I learned his real name.
Too bad. How did it happen?
I killed him. The martini, it is too strong, perhaps?
So this meeting's no accident.
You knew it was not.
You're going to shoot me again?
That depends. I'm very fond of money.
I'm very fond of living.
We could both be happy.
Oh.
If you were to remain alive, you could pay me money for information.
Would it be worth it?
Would it not be worth almost any amount if it concerned silver?
You're a very interesting person.
I could be even more...
What's the matter?
Outside through that window, I thought I saw... I should have to leave now. Can you meet me later tonight?
Where?
At the Silver Scarab. Meet me there in an hour.
Have the martini waiting.
The young lady is leaving, Effendi.
She has left. Try counting up to 10. I'll be gone, too. Never mind counting. It's too late now.
No, Mr. Thurston. No, Mr. Thurston, don't go out there.
Hager, where did you come from? No, wait, I'll talk to you later. Get out of my way.
No, Mr. Thurston, people are shooting out there, killing each other.
I've got to get to that girl. Well.
Is that the girl you were after, Mr. X? That one lying there in the street?
Yeah.
Oh.
I say, what's all this rumpus about? Fearfully noisy neighborhood. Fellow can't get a decent night's sleep. Girl's been hurt, eh? Well, let's have a look at her.
You a doctor?
Have been for 40 years. Sibley's the name. Dr. Ford Sibley. My place is right across the street. I've been practicing here, but let me see.
Never mind your life's history. What about hers? Any future to it?
The girl's future's all in her past, young man. She's dead.
Yes, I saw it all, Mr. Thurston. The car was parked waiting for her. She opened the door, she screamed, and then came the shots.
So you dove for the doorway of the Kismet like a scared rabbit, instead of getting the license number.
For which you should thank me. We have no time to chase local murderers, not while this dangerous Haberman is still alive.
What do you know about Haberman?
Huh? What do I... Why else would the chief send me to you with this file?
Probably because you talked him into it for your usual slight consideration. So that's what you're doing here in Cairo. Pagan? Oh, skip it.
Well, as I was saying, did you know that this fellow Haberman is an international soldier of fortune and a pirate?
I did.
Oh. Well, did you know that there is no description of him anywhere? Not even his sex? The only clue is that he's nuts about silver. All his jewelry, ornaments, even his weapons are of silver.
Remind me to buy you a dictionary, Pagan.
Dictionary?
So you can learn the meaning of secret and confidential. They're stamped on the outside of the reports you brought me.
Oh. But, Mr. X, why do you think Haberman is here in Cairo?
The bullets that killed that man in my room were made of silver.
This Haberman deserves to be caught and hung. Using such a precious metal in such a wasteful fashion.
I'll work on it, Pagan, starting right here.
Here? But we've stopped in front of a nightclub.
That's right. The Silver Scarab.
Aha! The floor show. And a female dancer, too. You know, Mr. Thurston, there's nothing I like better than a female dancer. Unless it's a female. Mr. X. She's the dead girl. That dancer is the dead girl come back to life.
The resemblance is close, but not that close.
Oh, yes, you're right. I can see that now.
Sure.
But for a minute I thought, look at those silver spangles in her dress. Fascinating, fascinating.
Yeah.
Oh.
Stay here, Pagan. I'll pick up later.
But why leave now, Mr. Thurston? There will be other dancers, I hope.
Yeah, I want to see this one in her dressing room.
I know nothing about it. It was her own idea.
I think it's your lies, Aida. Why did she visit this man?
I tell you, I do not know. Oh!
Again, I ask you, Zaida, why did she visit him?
Playing pretty rough, aren't you?
What is the meaning of this intrusion?
Do I have to write it out for you?
Your humor is as badly conceived as your entrance here. Perhaps this will teach you to mend your manners.
Never lead with your right. It gets into trouble.
Release my arm. You're breaking it.
Funny thing about judo, it's liable to hurt people.
I'll kill you for this.
Let's talk about it later. Good night.
You are very foolish. He meant that.
I've been foolish before.
Not with men like that.
Worse. With women.
Oh?
Do I get a choice tonight?
That might depend on what you can tell me of my sister Deborah's death, Mr. Thurston.
Good old Egyptian grapevine.
Well, are you still in a foolish mood?
Sure, but not here.
No? Then where?
Why not a little boat ride on the Nile? There's a full moon.
You see, Ken, my sister Deborah preferred the easy life. Quick money, men like Polzin, the man you threw out of my dressing room. He's a wealthy and powerful man, Ken. Owner of the Euphrates Shipping Company.
Euphrates Shipping Company.
You see, he was her friend. It was because of him, I think, that Deborah was involved in this trouble.
What trouble, Zeta?
That's just it. I do not know any details. That was why I wished to speak with you. I thought perhaps you could tell me something about it.
Oh, you're drawing a blank here, Zeta. I only met her a couple of hours ago, and then only for a few minutes.
I see. And now my poor sister Deborah is dead. Well, the fates have decided. There's nothing we can do to alter their decision. I'm a great believer in the fates, Ken.
What did they tell you about the immediate future?
I do not know, Ken.
Would you like to guess?
I'm not sure.
Afraid to find out?
Afraid, yes. But you could give me courage, Ken.
I could try, if you want me to.
Yes, Ken, yes, I want you to. Very much.
Then I'll try. But first...
Oh!
Better drop that gun.
Oh, let go of my wrist. Let go, I say.
You drop the gun, I drop your wrist.
No, I... All right, Ken, all right.
How'd you get that little inspiration?
Because I have sworn to kill the man who murdered Deborah, and I think you are the one.
Let's keep an open mind about this.
You cannot convince me otherwise.
No, I can try. And hold you in my arms this way, there isn't very much you can do about it.
Oh, Ken. Everything is so mixed up. What can I do?
I don't know yet. But you've got to change your mind, Zeta. And this is the pleasantest way of trying to convince you I can think of.
Mr. Thurston, this is a definite imposition on my good nature. Dragging me around in dark alleys like this. Would you mind telling me why we're here?
To find out what makes the wealthy Mr. Polzin wealthy.
And you think you can find that out by sneaking around behind all these warehouses?
Not all of them, just this one. Euphrates Shipping Company. Now get out your jackknife, Pagon, and jimmy that window.
You talk as though I was a professional warehouse breaker. I don't know how to do that.
And I'll give 8 to 5 that Haberman's loot is mostly silver.
Oh, of course, merely as a favor to you, Mr. Thurston, I might try. Being new at this, I don't know how successful I will be, but... Why, look, Mr. Thurston, it worked.
Amazing. Let's climb in.
It's as black as Haberman's soul in here, Mr. Thurston.
Quiet, Pagon. There's a light under that door.
Somebody's in there, probably with a gun or a knife.
Let's go in and see.
Do we have to? Can't we just...
Well.
Coffins. The room is filled with coffins. What would they be doing in a warehouse of the Euphrates Shipping Company?
I'll bite. Let's see if we can find the answer. We'll look inside one of them.
Huh? Oh, no, Mr. Thurston. Let the dead rest in peace. If we leave them alone, maybe they'll leave us alone. Maybe Mr. Thurston? Look.
Yeah. Rifles, submachine guns, all kinds of guns.
But what a peculiar cargo for coffins.
Yeah. Let's check this one. This one's different, Pedro.
I'm leaving. I just remembered an important engagement. I left my waffle iron burning.
Don't be a fool. She can't hurt you now.
How do I know? If she can move from the street in front of the Kismet into this coffin, she can do anything. Mr. X, there's no chance of a mistake?
No. No. The girl in that coffin. That's Deborah.
And now to return to Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X is in Cairo to track down the international bandit Taberman. The trail has led him to a warehouse of the Euphrates Shipping Company, which he finds filled with coffins containing rifles and machine guns, except one, which holds the body of the mysterious Egyptian girl, Deborah. We join him now as he and Pagon stand there looking down at her.
Please, Mr. Thurston, let's get out of here.
Small round bruise on her throat, just above the artery. I wonder.
The only thing I wonder about is why are we still standing here?
Wait till I check the shipping tags on these coffins. It's in Arabic, but a few words, pretty clear. Port Said, Mohammed Bay, Mecca. Come on, Pagon, we're leaving.
But where are we going?
To Port Said, by way of Dr. Sibley's joint across from the Kismet Cafe.
Outrageous, that's what it was, outrageous. There was I waiting for the authorities to arrive to get the girl's body, you know, when this Arabian fellow approached and struck me unconscious. Came to, and the girl was gone.
Ever seen him before, Doctor?
Once or twice, Mr. Thurston, frequenting the Kismet. Never even been introduced. Makes me furious. Can't do that to me. I want to be in the know, Thurston, definitely. Don't know what's up. All that sort of thing, but I want to be in the know.
How well do you know Port Said, Doctor?
Been in the Middle East 40 years. Know the place like a book.
Good, you're in. I'll brief you later. Right now, get us to Port Said in a hurry.
Right. What's the time? Don't have a watch. Never carry the beastly things.
Huh?
Always stopping on me.
It's 11:43.
Oh, splendid. Time enough to catch the last night train. I'll phone for a cab. Be right back.
Mr. Thurston, I'm not going to ask you about the guns, or about the Polzine, or the dead girl, or the dancer Zaida. Not even about Haberman. I just want to know one thing.
Why we're going to Port Said?
Yes, why we're... You said it.
Pagon, we're going there to find out about the guns. We're going to find out about Polzine, Deborah, Zaida, and Haberman.
There it is, Thurston. Night train to Port Said. First-class carriages are on this side. Shall we get aboard?
Yes, but not together.
Oh,
No, you got a compartment for yourself. We'll meet in Port Said.
Quite undercover sort of thing. Well, suggest we meet at the El Akbar Hotel.
El Akbar.
A middle-class traveler's lodging. Quite respectable.
Write it down for me, will you?
Sorry, can't. No pen or pencil.
Huh?
I'll never carry them. Pens always leak and the pencils run out of lead.
That's all right. I'll remember. See you there.
Right, cheerio. I'll see you at the good old Akbar.
Well, Mr. Thurston, do we get aboard too?
Yeah. No.
Huh?
Hello, Polzine.
You have a faculty for appearing where you're not wanted, Mr. Thurston.
So I've been told. Going somewhere? Port Said, for instance?
Prying into my affairs or interfering with them is a very dangerous pastime. Good night, Mr. Thurston.
You know something? That man's personality doesn't like me.
He doesn't exactly send me. Let's get aboard. We'll take the third compartment on the left.
Why the third one?
Because Polzine's taking the second.
Well, wouldn't it be less crowded if we took the fourth compartment? A little farther away?
There's another friend of ours in 4.
Huh?
She got aboard while Polzine was talking to us.
She?
Zaida.
Wonderful. Just the two of us here in this compartment. And now we're nearing Port Said, and our journey together will end.
I wonder.
Ken, listen to me. You must forget this business that brings you here. You don't know how powerful the forces are working against you.
I took a correspondence course in muscle building once.
Please, Ken, this is no joking matter. The pit has already been dug. The pit intended to be the grave of the man called X.
There must be another letter in the alphabet. I better find it. Too many people seem to know that one.
Then you will not listen to me. Oh, Ken, please don't die. Please.
That's good advice, Aida. I'll try to follow it.
There are times, Mr. X, when you're the most tiring of all men. No sooner do we arrive at Port Said when you rush me like mad to Commissioner of the Port.
Well?
And then before I have even had a chance to chase my breath, we're off again. This time down here to the docks. Mr. Thurston.
There's your answer, Pagon. The Mohammed Bay.
The Mohammed... So that's what Mohammed Bay stands for. A rusty old tramp steamer. And look at the cargo they're loading. Coffins. Coffins?
Yeah. Polzine's built up a live trade in dead Mohammedans, lugging coffins to Mecca. Who suspects a sanctimonious guy of substituting guns for bodies and dropping him off to Harborman?
Ah, so that's how he can be a regular pirate and steal the American relief supply.
Sure.
But how do you know that these coffins are the same ones that we saw in the warehouse?
I don't. That's why I'm going to sneak aboard and find out.
Huh? Oh, no.
You meet Dr. Sibley at the El Akbar Hotel. Wait for me there.
And if you don't happen to show up? You know, they could kill you, you know.
Find yourself a nice nightclub. Maybe the dancers can help you forget your bereavement. What?
It's now my turn to ask the question, Mr. Thurston. Are you going somewhere?
Posine, you remind me of a summer cold, very unpleasant and hard to get rid of.
Sometimes, if colds are ignored and get bad enough, they can prove to be fatal.
What is this? National Pistol Week? I haven't seen so many guns since the last gangster picture.
Unlike the weapons in the cinema, this one does not shoot blanks.
Huh?
Turn around with your back toward me.
Haven't got much choice, have I?
You are going aboard the Mohammed Bay to a much warmer welcome than you had expected. Mr. X. Well, Thurston, how do you feel now?
Oh, well, I see your cabin has all the latest conveniences, including the lovely Zaida.
I'm sorry, Ken. I tried to warn you, but you would not listen to me.
It sounded appealing, but I couldn't go for it. Now, while Haberman was... No, not while he was still running around loose.
Ah, yes, Harperman. Now that the Mohammed Bay has started her journey, you can forget about him. Long before we reach Mecca, you will have forgotten about everything. Because you will not...
Stand fast, everyone.
Pagon.
Mr. Thurston, we have come to the rescue. Shoot the first pirate who moves, Miss Dr. Sibley.
Sibley?
We will make them walk the gangplank later.
Pagon, you idiot. How'd you ever dream this up?
That's gratitude for you. I meet Dr. Sibley on the dock. We witness your abduction, risk our lives to come aboard and save you from sudden death. And you call me an idiot.
Don't take my word for it. Ask Haberman.
What's he got to do with it?
You brought him aboard with you.
Mr. Thurston, the strain has caused you to lose your mind. I only brought Dr. Sibley aboard. So how could I... Oh, no. Oh, tell me he's wrong, Doctor. Tell me he's...
Impossible, old chap. He's quite correct. You can relax now, Polzine. Zaida, I have them covered. Tell me, Mr. X, how did you know?
Your old weakness, Haberman, silver. It showed up in your disguise.
Nonsense. I deliberately wore nothing metallic on me.
Well, that's what I mean. You went overboard. I never heard of a doctor not carrying a watch or fountain pen or pencil. When I thought about it wasn't too tough to figure out why they'd all be silver. But the worst mistake you made was in killing Deborah.
Killing Deborah? But my sister was killed by shots from a car.
One of Haberman's stooges shot her all right, but the bullets didn't kill her. The small, round bruise on her throat proved that.
I do not understand, Ken.
When Haberman was playing doctor, he must have found a pulse in her throat. That meant she might still talk.
After she failed to kill you at the hotel and was going to double-cross me by selling information to you, I had no alternative but to strangle her.
Kind of looks like he's the man you've been looking for, Zaida.
Yes. The man who killed my sister. The man I swore I would kill in turn. The man I am going to kill.
Ida, that knife. Put down that knife or I'll... Ida, you fool. What have you done?
Hold it, Posine.
Some knife throw right through the shoulder.
Pick up his gun, Pagon.
Sure, Mr. X.
Swine.
Thanks, Ada.
Ken, I don't know what to say.
So you tied up with these two to find out who killed Debra.
It's true, Ken. I swear it.
Well, Posine?
You forget we're practically on the high seas, Thurston. You cannot possibly hope to take this ship over by yourself.
Well, that's why I arranged for a little help before I came aboard. You'll notice we're losing way. That means a destroyer is coming alongside.
You're right, Mr. Thurston. So we don't have to make a pilgrimage after all.
No, Pagon. But Harberman and Posine do. A one-way pilgrimage to the final payoff of piracy. There's nothing in this world lower than the rats who profit by stealing from the poor and starving. That's why we've got to stop them. It's a long, tough job, but you know, I can think of 140 million people who just love to roll up their shirt sleeves and do it.
And our Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And next week, I promise you another story filled with suspense and mystery. As usual, there'll be Leon Belasco along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
story is Top Secret. Top Secret. Transcribed dramas of present-day intrigue and espionage. Starring gorgeous Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Geza. A beautiful woman fighting a never-ending battle against the unseen enemies of freedom in America and the world. Tonight, The Poisoned Hand of Friendship. A story that is Top Secret.
Assignment 14 began in New York with a telephone call. A strange, mysterious telephone call which told us nothing. And yet, which held the clue to something incredibly evil and frightening. We were fighting something unknown. Something that moves slowly and relentlessly to destruction. Jim Holden, the lean, hard man who was my chief of intelligence, called me in to discuss it. We talked in his private office. His face was drawn and worried.
Karen, I'm worried. Something has happened to him.
When did Pietro go to San Francisco?
Let me see. Pietro Romano, detail San Francisco, September 4th. Oh, that's almost a month. He left New York on Labor Day.
And you haven't heard from him for a week?
Not a word. No reports, no letters, nothing.
Has the San Francisco office checked him?
Yes, they found nothing. I've been calling his hotel every 2 hours since Wednesday. His rent's paid until the 15th, but he hasn't slept there for 5 nights.
What was his assignment, Jim?
Pietro's assignment was to find Basil Kajan.
Kajan?
You know him?
What agent doesn't?
By sight?
No, by reputation.
He's one of the most dangerous men in the world. He's pulled out some of the biggest and the most brilliant sabotage jobs in the country, and every time he slips through our fingers.
What does he look like?
Well, he's about 240, thin scar across his left cheek. Very cultured, with an ominous quality in his voice. Karen, if we don't nab Basil Kajan soon, I'm going to have to resign. And it's for Pietro Romano. If anything's happened to that boy, I'll so help me.
I know Pietro. You see, he gave me this bracelet. I worked with him in Europe. He'll be all right.
But a week, Karen, a whole week, and not a word from him. I've left messages at his hotel. The Frisco office is telephoned. I've telephoned. Nothing. He's vanished. Absolutely.
Mr. Holden, Pietro's on the phone long distance on 814.
Oh, thank God. Hello? Hello?
Jim.
Pietro, where have you been? I've been telling the whole country. Why'd you get you...
I can't talk long. They're after me. Now get this.
Go ahead.
The Kansas City. It's a boat, a freighter. It's sailing from Pier 88 next Monday.
Kansas City, Pier 88.
Listen, Jim. I found Basil Kajan. He's after me. I'm going to the Frisco police right now. Now, Jim, listen. It's wheat.
It's what?
Wheat. W-H-E-A-T.
What are you talking about?
It's wheat. And Kajan is...
I will kill you without the slightest hesitation.
Hello? Hello? Pietro. Johnny?
Yes, Mr. Holden, I heard it on the extension. You want me to trace the call?
Did they say where he was calling from?
It was from a pay station. I heard him dropping in the money.
I'll get on it right away. And get Baroness Gaze that ticket on the next flight to San Francisco.
You bet, Mr. Holden. It's good as done.
Karen, go home and pack your clothes. Be ready in an hour. I'll drive you to LaGuardia myself.
The Kansas City, Pier 88. It doesn't make sense, does it, Jim?
Nothing about Basil Kajan makes sense, Karen. It makes trouble, bad trouble.
Did Pietro have a cover in Frisco?
Yes, he had a job as a net mender somewhere along the waterfront.
A net mender?
He was brought up by the ocean. Seemed a good idea at the time.
I always liked him.
Liked? You think he's dead?
Oh, no. No, I'm sure he's not. He can be.
But you use the past tense. Why, Karen?
I don't know, Jim.
Listen, I want Basil Kajan. I want him dead, I want him alive, but I want him.
All right, Jim. Dead or alive, I'll get him. Basil Kajan, dead or alive. An arch-fiend in sabotage. A man with a brilliant, trigger quick mind. A man dedicated to overthrow freedom everywhere. And I had an added incentive. Pietro Romano was a colleague and a friend. A tanned, handsome boy who fought like a devil, yet who wept when he listened to Brahms. I would get Basil Kajan, and I would avenge Pietro Romano. The great plane ate its way through the night, speeding to San Francisco at 18,000 feet and 420 miles an hour. My mind was in a turmoil. Fleet, a boat called the Kansas City. A telephone call traced a restaurant on Market Street, owned by a man named Nicholas. This was all I had to go on. It was bright and sunny when we landed in San Francisco. My hotel window faced the bay, and I could see the vast number of ships loading in the harbor. First, I checked Pietro's hotel. He had not returned. His room had not been slept in. Then I started on the waterfront. I have contacts in San Francisco, too. None of them heard of Pietro Romano. I went to Fisherman's Wharf. The answers were the same. I talked to the net menders. No one had heard of him. Then I went to Pier 88 and got a look at the Kansas City. There was a tug tied up across the wharf. The captain was on deck.
That's all I know, lady. 20,000 tons owned by Maitland Shipping. Sailing Monday at midnight.
Where is it bound for?
Finned in, French Indochina.
Do you know what the cargo is?
Wheat. Why are you so interested, lady?
Oh, I'm just a tourist, and I'm curious about boats. Well, thank you for your information. Goodbye.
It's okay, lady. You're welcome. If Dane's a tourist, I'm Peter Pan. Pietro! Up on deck, huh?
What is it, Jake?
There's nobody around. Come on up.
Well, it's safer down here.
The dame was just asking about the Kansas City. Said she was a tourist. Come on up. Nobody's around.
Okay. Asking what?
When it sailed, what cargo, where it was bound for. You still see her in a light suit.
Where?
At the head of the dock. No, to the right. You missed him. Maybe something, too.
Seen anybody else?
Nope.
Nicholas or his thug?
Nope.
You trust me, Jake?
I'm sure I trust you. You can hide on this boat till the day they scrap it. If you don't want to tell me why, you don't have to.
Jake, they tried to kill me last night. Getting away was luck. Sheer luck. So the less you know, the safer you'll be. But that boat isn't going to sail Monday. If I have to get aboard it and scuttle it.
I could find no trace of Pietro Romano, so I decided to take the offensive myself. I dropped in for a cocktail at the restaurant owned by Nicholas. Besides the cloakroom was a telephone booth. The number checked was the call Jim Holden had traced. Pietro Romano had phoned New York from this number. I inspected the restaurant carefully. I watched the man called Nicholas, a fat, jovial, kindly man who clucked over his customers, laughed at everything, and ate almost unceasingly. A spy's instinct is to trust no one, but finally, when working alone becomes impossible, it becomes necessary to enlist help. I sent a message to Nicholas by a waiter.
Good evening, madame. My head waiter tells me that you wish a word with me.
Yes, I wish to talk about money.
Money?
Sit down.
Thank you, madame. Now, the subject was money,
$5,000.
For whom?
For you.
As a gift?
As a price.
For what?
Information.
What kind of information? Are you interested?
Madame, for $5,000, you may have my entire brain boiled under glass.
I'm looking for a man.
No, I refuse to believe it. The men look for Madame, but never Madame for the men.
I want direct answers, Nicholas. I'm not here to enjoy myself. Have you ever heard of a man named Kajan? Basil Kajan?
No.
I want to know where he is.
In San Francisco?
Yes.
Madame, this restaurant has a clientele that is, well, I have ways of getting information.
Mm-hmm.
The name you say is Kajan.
Basil Kajan, yes.
Why do you want this information?
That is none of your business.
I see. You'll pay me $5,000?
If you can locate him for me in the next 24 hours, I will pay you $5,000, yes. Here is 1,000. On account.
Thank you.
Believe me, there is nothing wrong about this. I merely wish to know his whereabouts.
Come back tonight, Madame. We close at 1 o'clock.
All right.
Come about 12:30. By then, I'll have the information. Or else, I'll return your money.
Who is it? I say, who is it?
Nicholas.
Alone?
Yes.
Just a minute. Come in. Is she here?
Yes, she's outside with the rest of the money.
I'm afraid we'll have to take care of her, Nicholas.
It seems too bad. She's so beautiful.
Well, let me make a phone call and then bring her in.
In 2 or 3 minutes?
2 or 3 minutes. Oh, and, Nicholas,
Yes?
get the 4,000 first. We can use it.
Of course.
Send Charles in with some bread and butter and coffee.
You mean...
I think we shall use the Baroness for a little experiment.
Isn't it dangerous?
If I am to spend the rest of my stay in San Francisco hiding in this wretched room, I merit a little diversion.
She's the one against whom we were warned?
She is a Baroness, not like the others. She has money, power. We've never met, but she's an old enemy of mine. Our paths crossed in Europe. She had a career as an Allied spy, second to none. It will amuse me to play with this moth-eaten Mata Hari. Send Charles first, then bring her in.
Yes, right.
Max, it's Kajan. Any word on Pietro Romano? Why not? Now listen, Max, there are more of our people in the waterfront than anywhere else. I am tired of excuses. Get him. Max, he's the only man in America who suspects the truth. Now get him or else. I'll give you another 12 hours. Now, Baroness, let me see. And we don't want the lights too bright. That's better. In fact, it's perfect. Come in, Charles.
Nicholas said you wanted a tray, Mr. Gajan.
Yes, sir. Put it on the desk, Charles.
Yes, sir.
Is that the last of the bread?
Yes, sir.
Which is which?
This plate's yours. The other is...
Our pride and joy.
Yes, sir.
Good. Cheer up, Charles. Not much longer.
No, sir.
That's all. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Gajan.
Come in, Nicholas.
Here, Madame. There's a man who knows more about Basil Kajan than anyone else in the world.
Thank you, Nicholas.
I will leave you now.
Nicholas is being very mysterious about this. I hope you don't mind.
Sit down, my dear.
Thank you.
Coffee?
Yes, thank you. I'd like some.
Good.
Thank you.
I eat rather simply, but the bread is good and the butter fresh. Being a European yourself, you can understand how delicious plain food can be.
Yes, I can indeed. Thank you.
What do you think of the bread?
It's really delicious.
Is it?
Wonderful. Is that so extraordinary?
No. We thought it would be good to eat.
Nicholas said you wish to remain anonymous.
That is correct.
That you know Basil Kajan.
Yes, I know very well.
Do you know where he is now?
Yes.
Where?
Here.
Huh? What?
I am Basil Kajan, Baroness. Oh, now, how silly of you. Only American women drop cups and faint and scream.
I'm sorry. I was rather startled.
That's better. Calmness is what I like, especially in women.
What's that?
That, my dear Baroness, is the bolt in the door. I control it electrically with a button under my desk.
Oh, no. Now I understand your reputation.
Indeed.
For being a frustrated actor.
Is that all you heard about me?
No, I heard that you were supposed to be very frightening.
And don't I frighten you?
No.
Then allow me to try again. Cigarette?
No, thank you.
That bread you ate is rather special. However, a mouthful won't hurt you. You see, it is made from what would appear to be ordinary flour, milled from what would appear to be ordinary wheat. Am I boring you, Baroness?
Men who are overweight invariably bore me.
Baroness, I am making a mental note of your insults.
I will repeat them if you forget.
The wheat, however, is not ordinary. I'll tell you why. In this jar is a synthesized enzyme, the first one ever to be so produced. I call it tripeptine. That is all there is of it in the world. There will, however, be more ready soon. It has an interesting characteristic, Baroness. In fact, two interesting characteristics.
And they are?
It grows on wheat. Grows like wildfire as long as there is wheat germ to feed it.
You mean?
Exactly. By the time the Kansas City gets to Indochina, its entire cargo of wheat will be rotten with tripeptine, and no one will know it. It will be milled into flour, the flour will be baked into bread, and the bread, Baroness, attacks the lining of the stomach. An enzyme, Baroness, auto-digestion of the stomach walls, like an ulcer. The peasants in Indochina will eat this bread, Baroness, the gift of big, brave, generous America, and they will be sick, Baroness. Very, very sick.
You monster.
Sit down.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
You vicious little... Bite me, will you?
You're insane. You're crazy, mad insane.
Insane, am I? Asia for Asiatics. America is poison. This will prove it. Prove it. Indochina will be ours.
Can't do it.
Can't do it, Baroness. I've done it. The captain of the Kansas City is on my payroll. I will sail with a ship. I will sprinkle the contents of that jar through the cargo.
Don't you care? Don't you care that the world will brand you as a traitor?
Care. I want publicity. Food from America is poisoned. America's gifts are gifts of death.
Kajan, don't you see that your side cannot win? It can't.
Can't win, eh? Can't win. We can't lose, Baroness. What has your side got? Nothing but a million heads filled with silly ideas and hopeless confusion. How can you win?
Because we have right and decency and God.
Oh, you talk like a child.
There's God on our side.
And the bomb.
I won't even think of that.
No, but we have thought of it. We look over your shoulder while you work on your bomb. Do you think we haven't infiltrated everywhere? Here, read this.
What is it?
Read it. Read it.
He handed me a paper. Familiar paper. Paper from Jim Holden's office in New York. I recognized even the typewriter. It was written to Nicholas. It told of my arrival, the date, my full name, my background, everything. This was information only Jim Holden could know. And at the bottom were his initials. J.H. Jim Holden. My chief of intelligence. I tasted bitter aching hopelessness. And then anger. I didn't say anything. My
hand slid down toward the heavy silver coffee pot on the tray. It was still full. The coffee was still hot. I threw it at his leering face with all my strength.
Oh, you would you?
Let me go! Let me go!
Baroness, I've had enough of you. So we can't win, eh? Well, Baroness, we've won. Nicholas!
Let me in, quickly.
Just a minute.
Have you gone crazy? There's still customers out
What
there.
do I care about your customers?
What did you do?
Throw the coffee pot at me. Missed me by... Well, don't stand there. What do you want? So I was making noise. All right. I'll be quiet. She'll be out for days here. I hope I broke her neck.
Captain Hunter telephoned.
Captain Hunter?
Yes, some of the Kansas City crew are around the waterfront cafes. There's a rumor the Port Authority will prevent the sailing Monday.
So what does he want to do?
To sail in an hour.
We'll have Charles get the car out. Then tie her up and wrap her in a blanket. The sea air will do her good. And we'll sail in half an hour.
Hey, Pietro.
What is it, Cap?
Kansas City's hoisting her anchor.
What?
Here it goes.
But the sailing order said Monday night.
Yeah, order my neck. That ship's getting ready to sail. It's funny, too. Usually they pull the gangplank up first. Look, only one rope aft and one forward. Nothing's holding up but two ropes and the gangplank. That captain must be in a hurry.
What's that?
That, son, is drunk sailors.
Well, there they are.
Yeah, they got aboard. Didn't know the Kansas City took passengers.
And she's drunk. She's so drunk they're dragging her.
Sonny, she ain't drunk. She's fractured.
Cap, come on. We're taking a walk. Quick. Want a hand?
You take care of yourself.
They're taking her on board the Kansas City. No.
What?
I thought it... Oh, no, it couldn't be.
Looks kind of like the game that asked those questions. Hard to see with just those dock lights.
How long have we got before it sails?
There's a guess, 5 minutes, maybe 10. Hey, Pietro, look, something shiny at the foot of her gangplank.
What?
It's a bracelet. A woman's bracelet. She must have dropped it.
Let me see. It is. Cap, I gave her this. That's Karen. She's working with me. Cap, listen. I'm an intelligence. I swear I am. I swear this is the truth. That boat mustn't sail. I'm going to telephone the Port Authority. There's a pay booth at the end of the dock. Now, you go back to your boat, and the minute the Kansas City starts to slip her berth, throw your whistle 4 times.
Can't sail without tugs unless the captain's nuts.
Well, this captain doesn't care. But please, do as you're told.
Right. Get going.
Yes. Operator, this is an urgent call. I'm phoning from the foot of Pier 88. Get me the closest Port Authority office and hurry. Yes, I'll hold the line, but please hurry. Operator. It's what? It's busy. Well, operator, can't you interrupt? This is a terribly urgent call. All right, I'll wait. Operator? Hello. What's the matter with you, operator? I told you this is a terribly urgent call. Well, then listen to me. Listen. There's a boat, the Kansas City. It's sailing from Pier 88. No, the Kansas City, operator. Kansas. Kansas. Yes, that's right. Now, tell them that it's got to be stopped. Tell them to... oh, never mind. It's got to be stopped. It's got to. Cap?
There it goes.
Cap, listen. I'm an intelligence.
Now, you said that. Now, you want that boat stopped?
Yes, it's got to be stopped.
Then hang on. Here we go.
I could feel the throbbing engines of the Kansas City gathering speed, pushing out of the berth, edging into the channel. I had bungled. I had failed. Tears of frustration and rage ran down my cheeks. I was locked into the aft cabin on the starboard side. Kajan had left me there alone,
Through the porthole, I could see the lights of San Francisco, twisting, turning. I held my cigarette lighter at the porthole, flicking it off and on. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. The SOS. Hoping, praying that somebody, somewhere would understand. And then I saw it. A blunt, powerful tug surging at us out of the night with no lights. It was pointed straight at our starboard side. Its funnel belching sparks, cutting through the choppy water at top speed. The Kansas City's whistle shrieked a warning. And then there was a sudden grinding crash. The Kansas City shuddered like a wounded whale. Consternation tore through the ship. The engines were stopped. My cabin door twisted out of its frame, swung open. And then I heard something that made my heart race.
Stay tuned for the next episode, starting in just 4 minutes.
Kajan and his jar of horrors were captured. The Kansas City was towed back to its berth. The port authority detained the entire crew for investigation. I spent an hour with Pietro, and he tenderly gave me back the bracelet I had dropped on the dock. It had served its purpose well. I did not tell him Jim Holden was a traitor. This was a job I would do alone. I flew back to New York and faced him with it in his office.
Splendid work, Karen, both of you. When Pietro gets back to New York, I'll blow you to dinner. Best in town.
I will be unable to accept.
Nonsense. Why, you've done more in 3 days to preserve American prestige abroad than... What's the matter with you, Karen?
I would like you to read this and tell me if you wrote it. I got it from Kajan after he was captured. He told me they had infiltrated. But I never dreamed that you of all people, would do it. Yes. The initials are yours. Or is there another Jim Holden in this office?
Karen, you poor kid. I'm so sorry you had to go through all this.
Then you admit it. You admit that the JH is you.
No. Now, the J is for Johnny.
Oh, Johnny?
Johnny Henderson, the office boy. We arrested him yesterday.
Stay tuned for the next episode, starting in just 2 minutes.
You have just heard Top Secret, transcribed dramas of present-day intrigue and espionage, starring gorgeous Ilona Massey. Here is Miss Massey with a preview of next week's Top Secret.
Next week, a story that began in a deserted subway station in New York and ended with the breaking of a personality. It is a story of sabotage, of evil, and of love and great courage. Disaster. Next week on Top Secret.
Top Secret is produced and directed by Harry
Thank you for
W.
tuning in
Johnson.
to our captivating radio program.
Tonight's script
Hey,
was by
there's more
Charles
for you.
Lee Hutchins.
Are you ready to take your skills to the
Members
next
of the
level?
cast
If
were
you're looking for
Ralph Bell
Microsoft
as
Access
Kajan,
training or support,
Cliff
you have come to
Owens,
the right
Jack
place.
Edwards, and
Whether you're a
Joe
beginner or
Lipton.
seeking advanced
The
techniques,
music
I have
was
got you.
composed and conducted
Unlock the
by
power of
Dr.
Microsoft
Roy
Access,
Field.
a versatile and efficient
This is
tool for
Lionel
managing and
Rico
analyzing data. Learn how to build robust databases, design intuitive interfaces, and harness the full potential of this incredible software. Why struggle with access when you can have the guidance of an expert? Receive personalized training sessions, comprehensive courses, and ongoing support to help you become an Access pro. Don't miss out on this opportunity to enhance your skills and boost your productivity. Visit our
Spend
website,
Tuesdays this fall with Bob Hope and Baby Snook
or call us
on
615-420-2040 today to learn more about our Microsoft Access training and support services. Remember, success is just a click or a phone call away. Let us be your trusted companion on your journey to Access Mastery. Thank you once again for joining us on this radio adventure, and we look forward to helping you unleash the power of Microsoft Access.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you another story of today. Here is K7.
Ladies and gentlemen, in days when nations are rearming for defense, new weapons of warfare are carefully guarded secrets. All tests are conducted with the utmost secrecy, yet, in spite of extreme vigilance, military secrets often leak out. It is such a story which I am going to ask John Holbrook to introduce now.
Thank you, K7. Recently, a new aerial bomb was developed which gave promise of being one of the world's most effective weapons. While tests of this bomb were being conducted, the intelligence service of the country involved guarded the secret with vigilance. Yet despite their watchfulness, they were certain that results of the tests were leaking out. As a result, Secret Agent M was called into the case. 3 days after M and his assistant Ivan arrived, their suspicions were directed toward one man. We join M and Ivan in the lobby of a large hotel.
Yes, it's with the baggage
Ivan, if we sit over here, we can see him as he comes through the door. Oh, here's a seat.
You're sure this man is a spy, Em?
Yes, I've had him followed. More, I've checked into his past. We could arrest him, but instead, we are hoping he will lead us to the man who's giving him information and to the head of the ring.
I see. And what's this magazine stuff?
I'll explain later. When this man left the hotel this morning, he bought a copy of the magazine you have in your lap. If he comes back with it, I want to see it. Now, you know what you're to do.
Yes, but I must confess it sounds silly. When he comes in, I'm to get up and accidentally run into him, dropping my magazine and knocking his out of his hand.
If you can do that, it will be perfect. I will pick up both magazines and exchange them, giving him the one that you have. And I'll hand you the one he carries, then we'll get out quick.
It ought not to be difficult. The only thing I can't understand is what harm there can possibly be in a magazine.
Ivan, here he is. And he has the magazine. The man wearing the tan suit. Hurry.
I see him.
Which way to the telephone? Oh! Good heavens.
I'm so sorry. I walked right into you.
Oh, pardon, mademoiselle. You dropped your magazine.
Thank you. It was stupid of me.
And this magazine is yours, monsieur?
Yes, give it to me. Good day, mademoiselle.
I'm sorry, monsieur.
He's gone. Quick, Ivan. Outside and get into the car.
A few minutes later, we find M and Ivan in M's laboratory. M is holding the magazine before an ultraviolet or black light. As he turns the pages, he explains.
You see, Ivan, I have reason to suspect that military secrets are written across the printed pages of this magazine in invisible ink. If so, that invisible ink will stand out under the ultraviolet light.
And we'll be able to read what is written.
Yes. The ultraviolet light will bring it out as clearly as if it were written on blank paper. Wait.
Have you found something?
Look at this page.
Oh, figures. What do they mean?
It's a formula, Ivan. Yes. Yes, it's all there. Turn on the lights. We're on the right trail, Ivan. First, I'll give you your instructions. Then I'm going to see the Commandant.
M sat across the desk from the commandant of a large military post. Together, they examined the magazine while M explained.
It's all there, Commander. The complete formula for the liquid oxygen bomb.
I don't know what to say, Agent M. This magazine condemns one of my officers. A man whom I trusted completely. I'll have him placed under arrest at once. It means court-martial.
I don't want him arrested, Commander.
Not arrest him. But I know he is the only man who had this formula. He's been studying it for weeks.
If you arrest him, Commander, the men behind this plot will grow suspicious. They'll get away before I can find out who they are.
But if he remains free, we are running a risk.
No, not a big one. Have him followed. We'll also follow the man at the hotel. In 72 hours, I may have all the information I need.
Very well. I'll give you 72 hours. Have you any plans?
Yes. First, the lieutenant is married. He lives with his wife. My assistant, Yvonne, is moving into the vacant bungalow next to theirs today. She will keep watch of his home, see who comes and goes.
I see.
Now, that isn't all. I found the lieutenant has a sister living in the East. Yvonne will be supplied with a forged letter of introduction. I wanted to find out how the lieutenant lives, whether or not he spends more money than he should.
I see. It is in your hands, Em. You have 72 hours. After that, I'll have to act.
That afternoon, Yvonne moved into her small bungalow home in the suburbs.
Oh, this place is lovely. I almost wish I could stay forever. Oh, I wonder who that can be. Em says... Oh, well, I'll soon find out.
How do you do? I'm Helene Osborne. I live next door.
Oh, this is nice. Come in, won't you? I'm not all settled, but I'm glad to see you.
Well, I simply had to come over and find out what you looked like.
I'm glad you did. My name is Yvonne Durrell. What did you say yours was?
Helene Osborne. Oh, but this place is precious.
Did you say Helene Osborne?
Yes. Why do you look so surprised?
Well, tell me, is your husband Lieutenant Osborne? Is he connected with the military post?
Yes. How did you know?
This is wonderful. Look, I have a letter to him. It's from his sister. She's an old friend of mine.
Not really?
Yes, here it is. I was to look your husband up. And to think you live next door.
Well, that settles it. Tonight you will have dinner with us. My husband will be home, and you can give him your letter. Yvonne, I hope we'll be friends.
So do I, Helene.
A few minutes later, Yvonne telephoned M.
Hello, M. This is Yvonne. I've met her, M. Yes. Well, I haven't formed any opinion. She seems nice. I'm going over there to dinner tonight. Your letter worked. Yes. I'll call you about midnight.
During the next 2 days, Yvonne was with Helene almost constantly. M remained in his hotel and carried on his own investigations. On the third day, M drove out to visit Yvonne. He stopped his car in front of the bungalow and entered.
Come in, M. I saw your car stop.
What have you found, Yvonne? Have the husbands had any visitors?
No, there have been no visitors in.
No one has called?
No one.
Then we haven't much to report. Get ready, Yvonne. We're due at the Commandant's office.
But I have a few things to tell you.
You can tell me on the way down in the car. Yvonne, I don't mind telling you that I'm discouraged. The Commandant gave me 72 hours. They're up and I've discovered nothing. It means that Lieutenant Osborne will be arrested. He'll face court-martial.
Does that mean the firing squad?
I'm afraid so, with the evidence against him.
Then, Em, you've got to...
Who's that?
Yvonne? Yvonne, are you there?
It's Helene. Go out into the kitchen, Em, and close the door behind you. I want to talk to her alone.
You're going to tell her?
Hurry. She might open the door.
Get it over with as soon as possible. We've got to stop.
Come in, Elaine. Did you take a magazine from the desk when you were over at the house this morning?
I might have.
Tell me, did you? I've got to know. I've got to get it back.
Sit down, Helene. Tell me, what have you been doing?
Nothing. Why do you ask?
Then why have you got to have the magazine I took?
Because I was reading a story. Give it to me.
Helene, listen to me. You can have your magazine back, but not until it has been examined under ultraviolet light.
Under ultraviolet? Oh.
You're caught, Helene. Your husband has been bringing home plans to study. You've been copying them in magazines with invisible ink and selling the information.
How did you find out?
I saw the pen on your desk. You had been using it, but there were no ink stains on the point. Helene, do you know that because of what you've done, your husband is under arrest right now? Do you know he's going to face court-martial, disgrace, and perhaps even the firing squad?
Paul will face the firing squad? Oh, no. Oh, Yvonne, I wanted nice things. I wanted to pay for our home.
And now Paul may have to pay with his life, unless you save him.
Oh, that's what I'll do. I'll go to the commandant. I'll tell everything.
You love your husband enough to save him?
I'll do anything.
Well, then, sit down at that desk and write what I tell you to write. Sit down.
Yes.
There's paper there. Now write as I dictate. My husband, Lieutenant Paul Osborne, is innocent. Without his knowledge, I copied his papers and reports across the pages of magazines using invisible ink and sold them to a spy. Sign that, Helene Osborne.
Don't you want to know the name of the spy?
We already know who he is. Give me the paper.
Yes. What will they do with me?
Nothing. Here, take these car keys. M's car is in front of the house.
What do you want me to do?
The border is just 20 miles from here. Take M's car and get across it. Now, hurry.
Oh, Yvonne.
Don't talk. I'll hold M here until you've had a chance to get away. Then we'll free your husband.
Well, tell Paul.
I'll tell your husband where you've gone. And unless I'm mistaken in him, in spite of what you've done, he'll come to you. Now start.
There are some who will say that Yvonne let her heart rule her head, but I don't feel that way, and neither did my friend, Agent M. The spy was arrested, and the young lieutenant freed. A short time later, he resigned his commission and joined his wife in another country. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
From Hollywood, the Raleigh Cigarette Program starring Red Skelton, with Ozzie Nelson and his music, Harriet Hilliard and Wonderful Smith. Friends, on Christmas morning, every smoker on your Christmas list will say just what I wanted, and really mean it, if you give each one a carton of Raleigh cigarettes in a colorful Christmas gift carton. You can't find a better gift for boys in the Army and Navy. Survey after survey proves that cigarettes are the most appreciated gifts you can buy. And Raleighs are especially appreciated because they're recognized as finer cigarettes, the cigarettes that give an extra measure of smoking enjoyment. You see, it's Raleigh's exclusive Gold and Rich tobacco blend that makes the big difference, that makes Raleigh so distinctively outstanding in taste and flavor. And remember, Raleighs are the cigarettes that give valuable coupons, redeemable for over 70 luxury premiums. So make a note right now. For every smoker on your list, a carton of Raleighs, a gift that truly speaks a merry, merry Christmas. Raleigh cigarettes. Played by Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra. And now here is Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's newest young comedian, the star of our show, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, how are you tonight, Truman? Say, wasn't that blackout the other night something?
Yeah, I'll say it was, boy. And did you see they stopped all the cars and made them pull over the curb, Red?
Yeah, and it was the opportunity of a lifetime.
Just what do you mean, opportunity of a lifetime?
To make a left turn off of Sunset Boulevard.
Well, that blackout was really confusing, though, wasn't it?
Oh, I'll say. On the corner where I was standing, it was so dark that the pickpockets were picking the pockets of the pickpockets.
Say it over. A lot of odd things happen when they turn those lights out.
Oh, I'll say it did. Say, you know the stork that works over at the hospital? Well, he turned his job over to an owl.
Another thing, Red. Lots of the cars have very dim lights now. Do you notice?
Yeah. You know those dim lights really fooled my uncle, though. He thought people put them on there because they didn't want to see the surprised look on the pedestrians' faces.
During the blackout, they were very strict about lights. I know that.
I'll say they were. They even made Lupe Velez take off her bracelets.
Really, did they?
Yeah, you know, a lot of the movie stars didn't even know it was a blackout.
Sure.
They've been wearing dark glasses for so long, you know.
Well, you know, the whole thing was very exciting, Red, but some people got pretty confused.
Yeah, I was a little confused. Over at the Palladium, I danced 3 dances with Robert Taylor.
Do you mean to tell me you danced 3 dances with Bob Taylor?
Yeah, and it was very embarrassing, too, especially when Andy Devine cut it in all the time. There's a new word for you, cut it in. I picked my English up off an Ouija board. You know?
Well, that was a big crowd.
Yeah.
By the way, Red, I understand you've been taking dancing lessons.
Yeah, you know, I've been a wallflower long enough.
Yeah, you really have.
Yeah, I've been a wallflower so long that last Friday they started to build a pot around me.
Tell me something, Red. Do you have much trouble getting the girls to dance with you?
No, and they're really lovely girls, too. You know, they're hostesses, you know.
I danced with a hostess once.
You really danced with a hostess, Ozzie?
Yeah, and what a dancer.
Yeah.
The band played Someone's Rocking My Dreamboat, and she did.
Say, Say, Red, do they have good-looking hostesses, the place you go to?
Well, yes and no. You see, the one I had was a little old, I think.
You think?
Yeah.
Well, when was she born?
I don't know, but several times during the dance, she spoke of the Alamo.
Hi, Red.
Oh, hello, Harriet. Gee, you look nice tonight. I like your fur coat. Is that mink?
Well, it's supposed to be, but every time I pass a dog, the hair stands straight up. Say, are you having fun with your dancing lessons, Red?
Yeah, but you know, the dance floor is too slippery for me. I fall down all the time. Every time I take a step, I sit down real hard.
Really?
Yeah. I sat down so much last week that they finally had to put heels on my shorts. You know, but I sure love dancing now, though. It's a lot of fun.
About this hostess I danced with once. You know, I also kissed her goodnight.
Oh, now, come, Benzedrine, you did?
Yeah, I really did, but I'm sorry.
Why?
Well, her cigar put a brand on my nose.
Red, you're so fond of dancing. What do you say we all go to a Hollywood nightclub and dance tonight?
No, not me. I'm going to take the money that would cost for an evening in a Hollywood nightclub and buy a United States defense bond.
Well, wait a minute. You did that last week.
Yeah.
Tell me, how many bonds can you get for that money?
I don't know, but next week they're launching the USS Skelton.
How I love my rancho pillow. I do. I count my sheep on rancho pillow while rounding up a dream or two. Halfway between old Amarillo and heaven's blue. I'd lay me down on rancho pillow while twinkling stars play peekaboo. Get along, you Sandman, don't you understand, man? This here cowhand man's a sleepy buckaroo. And how I love my rancho pillow, I do. For there's a cowboy keeps hoping that he'll soon be roping a dream that will someday come true.
Sung by Ozzie Nelson.
Say, Red.
Yes, Harriet?
The January edition of Screenline magazine says that you build miniature railroads.
Yeah, you know, it's a lot of fun, too. You know, there's, to make sure that my trains are perfect, I hang around at the Union Station all the time and watch exactly what happens.
Well, what could happen? People just get on a train and the crew takes them where they're going.
Oh, no, there's a lot more to it than that. Now, you take the fellow who works in the signal tower, the beauty operator of the railroad, the guy who throws the switches. Look, Harriet, we'll do that one, Harriet. I'll be Clem, and you be my girlfriend. I wonder if that could have been the Chattanooga Choo-Choo. Well, there's nothing else to do for another hour. Guess I'll just sit here and twiddle my fingers. My thumbs are too tired to twiddle.
Hello, Clem.
Well, hello, Daisy June. Gee, you look sweet tonight.
Thank you, Clem.
You look very, very sweet and pretty. Care to play a little jiu-jitsu?
Not tonight, Clem. My ribs ain't healed yet.
Gee, you look pretty. What you wearing? Anklets?
No, I took a shortcut through the swamp.
Hey, what you got there, Daisy? Looks like my lunch pail.
Yes, 'tis. Here.
Well, thanks. I think I'll eat it now.
Clem, take it out of the pail first.
Oh, I like it better this way. The metal contains vitamin B19.
Say, Clem, you've been busy, haven't you, knitting things?
Yeah, I've been knitting.
What are you knitting now?
Oh, can't tell you.
Oh, you can tell me, Clem.
Oh, no, I can't neither. It's a secret.
Oh, I won't tell anybody.
Oh, you just say that. But then you tell somebody, and then they tell somebody else. And when it gets back to me, it won't be what I'm making.
Oh, Clem, you can so tell me.
Oh, all right. I'm knitting a pair of booties.
Booties? Who for?
My turtle. His feet gets cold. Well, it's time to throw a switch. Here comes another train.
What kind of train is that?
A milk train.
Say, Clem, what's this switch?
Oh, that's the move to limit it to another track.
Say, did you ever make any mistakes with them buttons and switches?
That I did. Last week, I switched the limiter to the wrong track, and it came in at Santa Anita and paid $7.40 to start.
Say, Clem. Look, here come two train engines heading for each other on the same track.
Well, how about that? They ain't on the schedule. Oh, believe me, it looks like they're going to hit each other. Silly way to run a railroad, if you ask me.
Then we have a lady and her little boy on the train. We'll do that one, Harriet. I'll be the little boy, and you be my mother.
Oh, I think I'll just sit here until the porter makes up my berth.
Here, you let me go.
Pardon me, lady, you dropped something.
No, I didn't. That's Junior.
You mean this is your offspring?
No, he's something I won on a punch board back in the station.
Now, how can you say that, Mummy? Don't you believe her, mister? She got me out of an iron claw machine.
Oh, really now?
Mummy, look, the brass button. This man, the policeman, he got me.
He's not a policeman, Junior. He's a conductor.
Yeah?
What's Junior done now?
He's been holding his hand out of the window, and as we passed that town about 60 miles back... Well, go on, tell her what you did.
Oh, white blabbermouth. So I stole the mailbag.
Junior, you didn't.
Yes, I did, too. Here, you want a postcard? Here, take a special delivery. I got a lot of them.
Well, anyway, now that I'm here, I'll just take up your tickets.
Here's one ticket. He isn't old enough to pay.
How old are you, my boy?
Now, wait a minute. Let's not get nosy, Bob.
He's 5 years old.
5. That kid's 6 years old if he's a day.
Oh, that's a story. I only started to vote last week.
Junior, be quiet.
Well, this is the holiday season, so I'll let the little fellow ride free this time.
Okay.
Besides, I like children, especially if they're well cooked.
Thank you.
Hey, Mummy, would you like to get out and take a walk?
No, dear. The train's moving.
Would you like to see the train stop?
Why, no, Junior. Why?
I found where they hide the emergency brake. Hey, Mummy, I get bored. Can I run up and down the aisle and annoy the passengers again?
No, Junior.
Well, I'll just annoy the ones trying to sleep. I'll take my gun and play Jesse James. Sit them up, buddy. Get to the hole up. Hey, play cowboy with me, mister. Well, what are you staring at, rubberneck? Oh, you again, huh?
Go away, son, before I dig you a unit.
Yeah.
All right, kid, go on. Beat it now, will you please?
Hey, why don't you like me? I the nice little fellow once you get to know me. I grow on people.
Like warts.
Hey, what do you do for a living?
I'm a traveling salesman.
Oh, I know a corker about you.
Hey, where are you going on this train? To a reform school?
No, I had coming back. They refused me. I couldn't see my grandmother. Well, I'll see you later, mister. I gotta go back and worry my mama a little more. Mom, I had back. You sitting on the funny paper, Mom. Come on, get out.
Oh, I'm too tired, Junior.
You is tired? All right. Yeah, we can have funny paper, dog. Oh, look at that big mouse.
What mouse? Where?
Thanks for the funny papers, Mom.
Junior, come on. It's time to go to bed. The Sandman's coming.
Okay, give me a nickel. I won't tell Pop.
Now, come along. Our berth is ready in the next car.
Okay. Don't let me go.
Now, don't make any noise. Everybody on the train is asleep.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
Hey!
Junior, stop looking in those berths. Now, what have you got there?
Some shoes. I found them on the floor. They were lost.
Junior, put those shoes back on the floor.
Oh, okay. Size 14 wide.
Oh, thank goodness. Here's the berth.
Okay. Mommy, can I have a drink of water? I'll go get her.
Yes, but hurry right back.
Okay. Look at that big foot sticking out of the curtain. If I do, I did a weapon. I do it. You might whip somebody. Maybe he's dead. I will find out. Hey, Mr. Conductor, you got a match? My mommy wants to light a smoke.
Yes. Here you are, Sonny. Tell her she can keep the rest of them.
Okay, thanks a lot, Bub. Now I take one match and I put it between his toes. Then I light another match. Then I light the match between his toes. And now I wait for him to jump like Grandma did.
Hey, what are you doing?
Yeah, he told her so long they look like candles. I try to light one.
Give me those matches.
Don't you hit me.
Ouch! Oh, my foot! Oh, who did that?
Quiet, sir. I can explain everything.
Oh, so you're the wise guy with the matches.
No, sir, you see.
Fine thing to teach a little kid. What are you laughing at?
You got mad just like Grandma did. Serenade, played by Ozzie Nelson and the boys in the band. Here's Truman Bradley with an important message.
Thank you, Red. Friends, America needs your help so that America can help you preserve your freedom. Buy all the defense bonds and stamps you possibly can. And you can help with the right choice of cigarettes. Raleigh cigarettes offer United States defense bonds and stamps in exchange for the valuable coupons that come on the back of each pack of Raleighs. Now, more than ever before, it pays to smoke Raleigh cigarettes. And it pays in far greater smoking enjoyment, too. Raleigh's exclusive Gold and Rich tobacco blend gives you a distinctive taste, a richer flavor, a complete smoking satisfaction you can't quite get from any other cigarette. So, friends, get the pack with the coupon on the back, Raleigh cigarettes. Save the valuable coupons that mean more now than ever before, and redeem them for United States defense bonds and stamps. Tonight, switch to Raleigh cigarettes.
I never knew that trains could be so fascinating.
Oh, they really are. You know what I get a kick out of is the fellow who's always missing his train by 1 minute. This time he's on his way home for the Christmas holidays, and he's riding on the Pomona and Utah Railroad, better known as the PU line. Wonderful Smith, as a red cap, is calling the trains.
All aboard for Chicago, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and other stations too numerous to mention.
Quick, give me a ticket to my hometown, Vincennes, Indiana, will you?
Sorry, but the last train just left.
Well, I know that train. If I run, I can catch it.
If you run, you'll beat it.
Yeah. Say, what time's the next one?
Tomorrow at about the same time.
Oh, gee, what can I do till then?
Well, there's a little bar in the station.
Bar, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I need the exercise. I guess I'll go chin myself. See you later.
24 hours later.
All aboard for Kansas City, Topeka, Albuquerque, Los Angeles, and sometimes Glendale. Vincent Special on track 3.
Give me a ticket to Vincennes, will you?
Too bad. That's the last train today. But there's one tomorrow, same time, same station.
Well, that's good. Now I can go back to the bar and finish carving my initials. I'll see you tomorrow.
The next day.
All aboard for Ventura, San Francisco, and Alcatraz. Everybody off and change suits. All aboard. Vincent Special on track 3.
Call up my wife in Vincennes and tell her not to chop any wood. I'm bringing home a load.
Well, you missed your train again, Bob.
You don't say.
Excuse me, mister, have you got a cigarette on you?
Yeah, I got one. Here, help yourself.
Hey, Butts, is that all you got?
Well, I didn't do so well this morning. It was raining. Here's a big one. I followed a guy all day. I thought he'd never throw it away. Here, you have
Well,
it.
thanks. I'll just light it.
Now, wait a minute, Bub. Don't strike that match on my suitcase, you
Oh,
hear me?
excuse me.
And don't strike it on my wristwatch, either.
Well, where's I going to scratch it?
Well, strike it on the sole of your shoe.
What, and tear my sock?
What's the matter with you, fella? Don't you like being a porter?
No, sir, I don't. I think I quit being a porter.
Why?
'Cause the bags is getting heavier than the tips.
Say there, did you send word to your wife that you missed your train?
No, but she won't mind. There's a bar in the station at Vincennes, too.
Say, I'll bet she's nice.
Yeah, she's got 2 noses.
2 noses.
Yeah, but it's all right. She combs her hair down over one of them.
See. Well, the next train don't leave until tomorrow.
Well, I guess I better hurry up back to the bar before somebody scuttles my olive. Well, I'll be back.
I'll bet you will.
Same place the next day.
All aboard! Vincent Special on track 1. And here comes that man again.
I dropped something and it was me.
Well, fella, you made it today because we held the train.
Oh, no, you don't. I know what you're trying to do.
Well, what am I trying to do?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know? That's one of the cheapest tricks a railroad could pull.
Well, what did we do?
You make a guy miss his train 5 days in a row, so you go into your bar and spend all of his money. Then when the bartender says, if you miss your train today, bub, I'll buy you a drink on the house, you hold the train.
You seem pretty busy with that pencil and paper. What are you doing?
Now, let's not get nosy, Bub. Now, I'm checking over my Christmas list.
Oh, well, in that case, Red, you'll be mighty glad to hear from the gentleman who speaks for our companion sponsor.
Oh, bring him in.
Friends, with Christmas just around the corner, this is a good time to check your gift list. And for every pipe smoker on that list, mark Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco. You see, Sir Walter Raleigh has what every pipe smoker wants. It has flavor, a rich, nut-like flavor that no other tobacco offers. It has a fragrant He-Man aroma. It burns sweet, cool, and clean right down to bowl bottom. Yes, give a 1-pound container of Sir Walter Raleigh, and rest assured that your choice will be appreciated. And this year, the generous vacuum-sealed container comes in a special Christmas package. It has an attractively shaped carton with 6 colorful sides, each panel decorated in rich, warm, Old English designs. So give him the gift supreme in the special Christmas package. Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America. Now, back to Truman Bradley.
Adolf Hitler has said, 2 worlds are in conflict, and one must break asunder. Americans, I ask you, which world shall break, ours or Hitler's? Pour out your dollars in reply. Pour them out in a steady, never-ending stream that fills the war chest of our nation, and keep it flowing over. Put every dollar you can into defense bonds, sold by any bank, post office, or savings and loan association. Put every possible dime into defense stamps, sold by retail merchants, and even by newspaper carrier boys. Buy a bond, and every payday hereafter, make your regular bond buying answer Adolf Hitler's boast. Red Skelton with Ozzie Nelson, Harriet Hilliard, Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Truman Bradley. We'll all be back at the same time next Tuesday. We hope you'll all be listening for us. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying don't forget to buy a defense stamp and lick the other side. Goodbye now, and thanks for listening.
Red Skelton is heard on this program through the courtesy of the Metro Golden Mayer Studio. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't mention this to a soul, but the secret word tonight is Sky. S-K-Y.
Really?
You bet your life! Elgin American, creator of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, finest dresser sets, presents Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only...
When did he get out? Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first to try and take it away from me?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected the father of a bride and the mother of a groom. And here they are, Mrs. Fay Levine and Mr. Martin McHugh. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for Elgin American Compacts, folks. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16mm Apollo Sound movie projector instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Martin McHugh, huh?
That's right.
You're the father of the bride, huh? How do you feel?
I have felt peppier.
Why don't you get some sleep?
I will when the wedding's over.
Aren't you married?
My daughter's getting married.
You mean your daughter's wedding, huh?
That's right.
You're the mother of the groom, eh, Mr.
Yes.
B, huh? When is your son going to be married, huh?
February.
February. How long have you known Mr. McHugh?
I don't know Mr. McHugh.
Then I don't think you two should get married. Huh?
We're not.
Mrs. Levine, who just is getting married?
My son.
Your
and
son?
his daughter.
I see. To each other?
No, not to each other.
Why not? Why aren't they?
They don't know each other.
They don't know each other?
No.
What better reason do you want for getting married? Let's get better acquainted. But how long have you been married, Mr. McHugh? Huh?
About 22 years.
Mm-hmm. Now, how'd you meet your wife?
Well, I met her in a boarding house in St. Louis. Saw her coming down the steps one morning as I was about to eat breakfast, and that finished me for the breakfast. I didn't eat any.
You were eating breakfast on the steps?
I started to. No, at the table. But I saw her coming down the steps.
What were you eating? Do you remember?
Well, I started to drink some coffee.
Mm-hmm. And that was grounds for marriage?
That right there, yes. I was hooked right there.
How did you meet your husband, Mrs. Levine? Huh?
Well, I came from London to Toronto, Canada.
Mm-hmm.
And my husband had been living at my sister's 6 weeks.
Uh-huh. And?
Well, it looked like something that I thought would be just right.
For your sister?
No, my sister.
Your sister didn't care for him? Or?
Well, she was married.
Answer my question, Mrs. Levine.
Oh, she liked him.
Well, will your son and his wife live with you or with her folks?
Well, they're going to live on their own.
They're going to live on their own what? Huh? They're going to live by themselves. Huh? Why don't they live together? What sort of work does your husband do?
Well, he has the Carlo cleaners.
The Carlo cleaners?
Mm-hmm.
And what is your occupation, Mr. McHugh?
I sell surgical instruments and hospital supplies for the A.S. Allo Company.
Anything exciting ever happened on your job that you'd care to relate, Mr. McHugh?
Well, something happened just a couple of weeks ago I thought was quite funny.
You did, huh?
A customer called up, a woman customer, and she immediately complained about receiving a piece of equipment that was damaged. And finally she said, well, I can't hear you, talk louder. And I did. I talked much louder. And finally she said she couldn't hear me again, and then there was a lull in the conversation. The next thing I heard, she said, I'm sorry, but I'll have to call you back. My battery went out.
Did she say who it went out with? Now, Mr. McHugh, as the father of the bride, tell me, are you the big wheel at the wedding?
Well, I think I am. I'm supposed to be.
In what way?
Well, I pay all the bills.
How much is the wedding going to set you back, approximately?
Oh, I'd say roughly in the neighborhood of $2,000.
That's a fairly rough neighborhood, isn't it? Aside from that little $2,000 item, Mr. McHugh, what are some of your other duties connected with the wedding?
Well, I've got to give the bride away. And act as
$2,000
hostess.
giveaway, huh? I hope the FCC doesn't stop the music. Huh? Is that all you do at the wedding, just give away the bride?
No, I act as host and see that everybody's happy and gets enough to eat and drink.
Mm-hmm. Well, you look like a pretty genial host, Mr. McHugh. So all the guests are going to be very happy there.
Well, we hope so.
I hope so, too. And if your daughter is half as cute as you are, I think it's going to be... Has the swag started rolling in yet? The wedding stuff?
Well,
the gifts?
A few things have.
Uh-huh. You know why everybody sends presents to the bride, don't you? The only chance they have of getting rid of some of the junk that they got on their wedding, huh?
Groucho.
Yeah, yes, George?
I'd like to make a suggestion to Mr. McHugh.
Well, you go right ahead, George.
All right, it's
There's nobody makes finer suggestions than you do, George.
Mr. McHugh, it's customary for the bride to give nice remembrances to her bridesmaids. And compacts, pearls, and cigarette cases by Elgin American are certainly wonderful gifts at weddings everywhere.
Thank you, George. I now pronounce you Elgin American. And speaking of gifts, what are you going to give Mrs. Levine here?
Well, Elgin American's beautiful dresser set, finished in jeweler's bronze that looks like gold. A perfect gift.
How do you like it, Mrs. L?
I like it very well. It's just what I need.
Well, thanks. How was the wedding, huh?
He's not married
He's not
yet.
married yet.
No.
The groom got cold feet?
No, I
Usually,
think...
as most husbands discover, it's the bride that has the cold feet, huh? I want to thank all you foot warmers out there. Now, Mr. McHugh, let's get back to you. As father of the bride, what are some of your expenses?
Well, I have to buy the trousseau for the bride and the food and all various other things.
Mm-hmm. You seem to be providing everything for the wedding.
Looks like
Doesn't the groom's family supply anything?
Nothing more than the groom.
Well, that's certainly little enough, huh? You think that's fair, Mrs. Levine?
Well, yes, because the groom has to pay all expenses afterwards.
Yeah, but after the wedding, the bride's father has all the bills to pay, while the groom's father has a room to rent, huh? Now let's play You Bet Your Wife. Let's play You Bet Your Life. In just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $1,500. But right now, I want you to listen carefully to some interesting conversation.
Mary, what can I give Eleanor Blake for Christmas? She has everything. She may have everything, but her bedroom hasn't. Of course. She needs a dresser set. You've given me a wonderful idea.
And dresser sets are the decorator touch every bedroom needs today. Elgin American dresser sets for the most beauty, most value. They're exquisitely styled, engraved, and finished. Precision made to the last nylon bristle. Extremely value priced. Comb, brush, and mirror from just $14.95. From $7.95 for Elgin American's companion line of American Beauty dresser sets. So bring your bedroom, your guest room, up to the minute. Buy Elgin American dresser sets tomorrow. And buy them for the important, impressive gifts they make. Just make sure they're first in fashion, first in value. Elgin American dresser sets.
Now then, let's see how well you two will do in the quiz. Fenneman, tell them how you play You Bet Your Life.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected questions on famous hotels?
Right.
Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you go for?
How about 5? Should we bet 5?
5. In what city do you find the Terrace Plaza Hotel?
Los Angeles.
One answer between you. Take a guess. I'm sorry, the bell is tolled. It's Cincinnati.
They now have $15.
You now have $15. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 15 are you going to try?
Try 10 this time.
In what city do you find the Palmer House Hotel?
Chicago.
Chicago is right.
Now they're on their way. They have $25.
Now you've got $25. Here's your third question. How much of the 25 will you try? 20. In what city do you find the Sherry Netherlands Hotel?
New York.
New York is right. The little lady is right.
They're climbing now. They have $45.
Give the little lady $45. Here's your last chance. I tell you what I'm going to do. Here's your last chance to beat the other couple. How much of the 45 are you going to try?
45.
In what city do you find the Roni Plaza Hotel?
San Francisco?
No, I'm sorry. It's Miami Beach. All right. Well, I'm really amazed. I thought when you came up here you'd walk off with a lot of money. I'm going to give you one more chance to get rich quick. Answer this question correctly, and I'll hand over $10 in cash. And remember, no help in the audience, please. Who is buried in Grant's tomb? Grant is right. Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Don't go away now. You're still in the running for the big question. Fenneman, who's next in the docket?
A butcher and a housewife, Groucho. They don't know the secret word is sky. Our housewife is Mrs. Helen Hall, and our butcher is Mr. Jack Jeffries. And here they come. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16mm Apollo Sound movie projector instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. A butcher and a housewife, eh? Mr. Jeffries, huh? Where do you do your butchering, Mr. Jeffries?
Ralph's Market.
And where are you from? Frankfurt?
Arkansas.
And where are you from, Mrs. Hall?
Do you mean originally?
Let's forget our ancestors swinging in the trees. Huh? Just tell me where you were born, Helen. I'll call you Helen, huh?
Okay.
Okay.
I was born in
too.
Kalamazoo, Michigan.
And you, Jack Jeffries, you're not related to Jim Jeffries, huh?
Oh, distantly.
You are. Tell me, Soup Bone, how long have you been butchering meat?
About 5 years.
5 years. Now, there's always something I want to know about butchers. How can you tell the weight of meat? For example, a customer says, give me a pound of ground round, and you scoop up a slab, and it always comes out a pound. Why is that? Do you go by rule of thumb?
Well, after handling meat for so long a time, you know, you begin to get kind of come second nature. You can pretty near pick up a pound and...
But you admit there's a small margin of error, huh?
Well, very small.
Mm-hmm. Just enough to buy a Cadillac at the end of the year? Now tell me, Lamb Chops, what is the busiest time of the year for you, huh?
Thanksgiving, Christmas.
Well, you're busy right about now, then.
Yes,
huh?
sir.
How much are turkeys this year?
52 cents undressed, 59 dressed.
What do you dress them in, mink? What size turkey do you consider the best?
Well, I think a bird, about 15-pound bird, is the best eating bird.
I'm not interested in how he eats. I mean, how does he taste? That's what I want to know. How long have you been married, Helen?
Well, I've been married 7 years.
Mm-hmm. Well, don't have to be belligerent about it. What does your husband do?
He's doing secret work for the Navy.
How'd you meet him, Helen?
Well, Groucho, I was going to a surprise party to gain a girl. So I went out and bought me the most beautiful black chiffon dress that you ever saw, quite long and full. And so,
you were quite long and full, huh?
No, the dress was.
Oh, you were short and empty, huh?
Sure. And then the day of the party, it looked almost like rain. And so
what did the party?
The day.
Oh, the day looked like rain.
You know, I looked out into the sky, and it was quite...
You said sky, Helen, and that's the secret word. George, tell her what she wins.
A 16mm Apollo sound movie projector.
Oh.
Now you can show regular Hollywood sound movies or movies you take yourself, and it sells for $129.50.
Now, what were we talking about when the sky fell on me?
Well, I was talking about the sky.
Oh, yes, that's right.
And then I started up the street, and I had to go about 4 blocks to a bus line. And then the rain came down. It just came down in all directions. And,
it'll do that, you know.
Sure, but you don't know what happened to my nice new dress. My dress kept creeping up and up until you know what, chiffon when it gets wet.
Oh, yes, I have trouble with it all the time.
Well, it wads up into a ball, and so it just kept creeping up, and it kept creeping up.
And where was the bus driver? Huh?
I had this great big mammoth umbrella, and so I was keeping it in front of me, and then pretty soon there was a car drove up, and some man stuck his head out of the door, and he says, well, lady, he said, would you like to have a ride?
Uh-huh. Well, when is the next installment of this, huh? I'll have to wait a week for that.
Well, could I tell the rest of it? I spread the umbrella the best I could over my lap when I got into the car, and so he drove me home. And while I was changing my clothes into something dry, why, he and my mother had a cup of tea and a cup, and some cake.
Yeah.
And so they got acquainted, and so I don't know, just somehow or rather we got married.
And that fella's now your father?
No,
what about you?
Well, Groucho, he's my husband now. We got married in about 6 months.
I see. Well, that turned out very well, I suppose. Well, you make a charming couple, and we have the perfect gifts from our sponsor. George, would you mind doing the honors?
For Mrs. Hall, pearls. The finest simulated pearls at any price. Elgin American pearls.
They're beautiful, and thank you.
And for Mr. Jeffries, the perfect gift for any man. Elgin American's popular cigarette case with today's smart leather-like look.
Okay, now let's play You Bet Your Life for $1,500. You're on your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. Fenneman's off stage. Remind our listeners how much the first couple won. Tell them, George.
The father of the bride and the mother of the groom lost all their money, so these people have a clear field.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected mountains west of the Mississippi. Is that right?
That's right.
Here's your first question. How much will you bet? 10?
10? All right.
All
Keep
right.
those
In
10.
what state do you find Mount Whitney?
California.
California is right, huh?
Well, we're off to a good start. They have $30, Groucho.
How much of your $30 will you bet?
20.
20?
Okay.
In what state is Liberty Gap Mountain? Liberty Gap Mountain. Sounds like double tone. Liberty Gap Mountain.
You know?
Take a
Tennessee.
guess. Take a guess. Oh, no. I'm sorry.
That's
It's
right.
Washington.
That's right.
It's Washington. That's a tough one, though.
They now have $10.
You now have $10. Here's your third question. You have $10 left. Now, how much are you going to bet?
Oh, I'm going to make it last. You got one more question.
Come on. Yes, you have another question there, please.
Five.
All right.
$5.
In what state is Pikes Peak?
Colorado.
Yeah.
Colorado is correct.
And they're on their way again with $15.
All right, you're rolling along. You got $15. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 15 you going to go for?
Bet it all.
All right, all of it.
You're going to bet it all. In what
Oh.
state is Mount Palomar?
California.
California!
And they wind up with a grand total of $30.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the $1,500 question. But at the moment, I'd like you to listen to this.
Sterling silver, gleaming gold, jeweler's bronze are used, I'm told, in making compacts of such fame, they bear the Elgin American name.
They must be very expensive if they're made of such wonderful materials.
They look expensive, we'll admit, but looks are not the half of it. Precision crafted, value packed at any price, the best compact. Beautifully styled, superbly finished. Yet the price is so diminished.
Well, how much are Elgin American Compacts?
As little as $3.95. And for the thriftiest man alive who wants a compact for his cutie, there's the companion line of American Beauty. $2.95 is all for these. So if you want your gift to please, say Elgin American when you buy. Now Groucho's waiting, so I must fly.
Now then, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $1,500 question. George, who's leading so far?
Well, the butcher and the housewife are leading with $30. Our final couple is about to come in from their waiting room off stage. They don't know the secret word is sky. We invited some bail bondsmen and some process servers to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected bondsman Frank DeBolio and process server Robert Berge, and here they are. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for Elgin American Compacts. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. A common word, something you see every day. Mister, you're a bail bondsman?
That's right, sir.
Where are you from? Green Bale, Wisconsin?
No, New York City.
Are you married, or aren't you interested in the bonds of matrimony?
No, I'm married.
How'd you meet your wife, Mr. DeBalou?
Well, I dropped in.
Did you jump bail and land on your lap?
Not quite. I went into a drugstore one day, ordered a Coke, and reached in my pocket, and I didn't have a nickel. Fortunately, she happened to be sitting next to me, so I struck up an acquaintance, and borrowed a nickel, and so I married her.
Wouldn't have been cheaper to give her the nickel back? Huh?
Frankly, I think she's still trying to get it back.
Now, tell me, can opener, that's you. As a bail bondsman, just what do you do?
Oh, I make the acquaintance of various people and ascertain what their moral characteristics are like, and if they are financially responsible, and try to give them bail if they can't put up cash for themselves.
How much does it cost for one of your bonds?
Oh, as for an example, a $1,000 bond would cost $100.
I can get a $1,000 bond for $100?
Mm-hmm.
Does the Treasury Department know about that? How do you know if a man is a good risk? How can you tell he's not going to skip the country after you fish him out on bail?
Well, I talk to him and try to ascertain whether he's of good moral character.
Suppose he's just blown the safe down at the bank. You spring him if he happens to have a kind face?
No. We try to ascertain what his financial condition is.
Mm-hmm. Depends on how much of the bank's cash he got away with. How do you find what his financial position is?
Well, we ask him a lot of questions.
Mm-hmm. Well, suppose I was in the Bastille because they caught me in a washroom using one of those paper towels which I blotted instead of rubbed. Now, you're going to go my bail. What do you want to know? I have a kind face. Now, go ahead, huh?
Well, I'd look at you through the bars, and I would probably say,
Aren't you a little premature?
No, you'd be in jail. I'd be on the outside. I'd ask you, well, what's your booking name?
George Fenneman. That's an alias.
Now, what's your true name?
My true name? Margaret Truman, huh?
Tell me, do you have any visible means of support?
A girdle, but I hope it isn't visible.
No.
Well, how about it? Do I get out of this flea trap?
I'm sorry. You don't look responsible. You're liable to skip.
Flattery will get you nowhere. That's the nicest thing that's been said to me in weeks, huh? Now, process server, Mr. Berg, in your job, just what do you do?
Serve summons, complaints, and subpoenas.
When is the best time to serve your papers? At night, when the victim is sound asleep?
Best time to serve is at dinner time.
I see. While the victim is serving cold cuts, you hand out hot subpoenas, is that it? What is a subpoena? As if I didn't have one in my back pocket.
Subpoena is an order to appear in court and give testimony, testify, either for the defendant or the plaintiff.
Mm-hmm. And who do you work for?
I work for the Golden State Process Service.
How much do you get for this kind of work?
We get $1.50 for city service and $2.50 for county, plus mileage.
Mm-hmm. And how much do you get for mileage?
7 cents a mile.
That's where you make your real dough, huh? How much would you charge to serve a summons at my house?
Where do you live?
You know where the Burma Road is? You turn left there and go to Hong Kong, and it's the third Burma shave on the left. Well, we're happy. We're delighted to have you two as our guests tonight, and in return, we have some lovely gifts from our sponsor.
For the bail bondsman, Elgin American's exclusive heart-shaped compact that's definitely different. Something your wife will truly appreciate. It's jeweler's bronze that looks like gold.
Thank you very much, and on behalf of my wife, we appreciate this. Thank you.
For the process server, here's an ideal gift for you. An Elgin American cigarette case with today's smart new leather-like look.
Thank you very much.
Now, let's play You Bet Your Life for $1,500. Run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. And I can't tell you how much they won, but George has gone off stage to remind our listeners.
The butcher and the housewife are ahead with $30.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected foreign monetary units as your category.
That's right.
Now, you have $20. Now, how much are you going to try?
$10.
$10. Here's your first question. You're going to bet $10. What is the monetary unit of Mexico?
The peso.
The peso is right, huh?
They're on their way. They have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of your $30 will you bet?
25.
Talk right up.
25.
25. What is the monetary unit of the Netherlands? That's a tough one.
Based upon the English pound.
Nothing is based on the English pound anymore. Huh? Well, I'm sorry. It's the Gilder, Guilder.
They now have $5.
You now have $5. Now, here's your third question. How much of the 5 are you going to try?
Try 4. Try 4. All right.
Try 4. All right. What is the monetary unit of Japan?
The yen.
The yen is correct.
Now they have $9.
All right, you've climbed up to Mount McKinley. You've got $9. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 9 are you going to risk?
9.
Okay.
What is the monetary unit of Canada?
Canadian dollar.
The Canadian dollar is right, huh?
And they wind up with $18.
You wound up with $18.
But that means that the butcher and the housewife with $30 get the chance at the $1,500 question. The name Elgin American means the very finest quality, designing, finish, and craftsmanship. The best value. In exquisite compacts, gorgeous simulated pearls, magnificent dresser sets, magic action lighters, wondrous lighter cases, distinguished cigarette cases, handsome military sets, fascinating musical humidors. Your favorite store has a complete assortment of the newest Elgin American styles right now. See them. And for your own proud use, for thrilling prestige gifts, always buy Elgin American. And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the butcher and the housewife.
Back again to try for $1,500, eh? Good luck. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly. And please, no help from the audience. Who is the head of government in Yugoslavia? He is now under fire by Russia. And what is the answer you two have decided upon?
We think it's Tito.
Marshal Tito is right. That's right. You win $1,500. Now, what are you going to do with the money?
I know one thing I need very much, and it's a new
Umbrella.
gas range.
A gas range, huh?
That's one thing I need.
And what are you going to buy?
Well, I'm
Want to give us some
gonna-
meat for a gas range? Huh?
Could be.
Yes, you could.
No, I'm going to try to help my youngster through college. He's going to school in San Francisco on the GI Bill.
You couldn't give the money for a better purpose. You received those lovely gifts from Elgin American. You won $30 plus $1,500. You won $1,530. Congratulations to both of you.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $1,000. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx, presented by the creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, and finest dresser sets. Elgin American.
Good night, folks. Have you looked at your compact lately? And don't miss Bing Crosby. He's next, you know. Good night.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone. Get ready for an electrifying radio lineup tomorrow. We've got an action-packed day of thrilling science fiction, mysterious mysteries, suspenseful police, and spy dramas. And to top it off, a laughter-filled hour of comedy. First up, brace yourself for 2 hours of mind-bending science fiction as we take you on an epic journey through the Atomic Age adventures, Dimension X, X-1, and Space Patrol. Then, be prepared to be on the edge of your seat with 1 hour of spine-tingling mysteries, including In the Inner Sanctum and Escape. The suspense continues with 3 hours and 45 minutes of police and spy thrillers, featuring The Black Museum, Dragnet, Secrets of Scotland Yard, Calling All Cars, The Lone Ranger, The Man Called X, Top Secret, and Secret Agent K7. Finally, end your day with laughter and joy during Red Skelton Comedy and You Bet Your Life with the legendary Groucho Marx. So, mark your calendars and tune in tomorrow for an unforgettable radio experience filled with adventure, mystery, suspense, and laughter. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your Access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.